The Billionaire's Rebellious Lover, the Maxfield Brothers series, Volume 2. Written by Leslie North. Narrated by Connor Brown. Chapter 1. "It's Gabe Maxfield," someone yelled, and the mob advanced, with pickets. Gabe Maxfield rarely deviated from his weekday work routine. He needed those morning hours to prepare himself for the day. And if the morning didn't go well, he knew that his whole day wouldn't go well. He enjoyed the calm minutes where he could organize his day so that things would run perfectly. He took the same route. He listened to the same morning radio show. So when he pulled up to the parking lot and found it overrun with people, he was understandably miffed. "Protesters? Really?" he muttered. It had been a while since Duncan Enterprises had been picketed. Duncan actually paid his employees well. They got at least 3 weeks of paid vacation time, worked in a safe and harassment-free environment, and had plenty of freedom when it came to profit sharing. The last group of protesters that showed up did so by accident. They were feminists protesting what they thought was a male-run company. Angie Maxfield soon set them straight. "How can you sleep at night knowing that you're killing the environment?" one girl yelled. She stared at him, and he knew what she saw. His expensive gray suit was neatly pressed, and his soft blue shirt didn't have a single wrinkle. He'd long ago mastered the art of the perfect tie, and it tucked neatly into his jacket. His dark hair was cleanly swept to the side. He was the model image of the businessman, and to her, that no doubt made him the enemy. Gabe turned to her and appraised her coolly. She was dressed in a pair of torn Daisy Dukes and a bikini top. Her bleached blonde hair was upstaged only by her giant pink sunglasses. This was what passed as a protester these days? "I usually sleep soundly and wake up with a sound of soft chimes at 4:15 on the dot," Gabe said smoothly as he walked around her. Another woman, straight from the clone machine, jumped in front of him. Only this one was wearing lime green sunglasses. "What about all the poor animals that you're killing?" she snarled. "I'm confused. Am I killing the environment or killing poor animals?" he asked evenly as he pushed through the mob. When he felt hands reach out for his suit, he reacted quickly. Snagging the wrist of a woman, he gave her a piercing glare. "Don't touch the suit," he said coldly. Her blue eyes widened and she gasped. He felt a spark of recognition from his memory. The woman was beautiful, but that wasn't it. He knew her from somewhere. Her dark hair was held in a braid that swung over her shoulder, and her tawny eyes challenged him. Unlike the beach college babes, she was dressed in well-worn jeans that hugged her curves and a tank top. This one could be a problem. She clearly wasn't here to meet guys. She meant business. Feeling uneasy about the whole thing, he forced his way through the screaming mob and nodded at the guard. "Morning, Mr. Maxfield. Interesting start to the day that we're having," the guard said with an easy smile. Gabe knew that the man had worked here for a long time, long enough to remember Gabe's own younger, wilder days. The guard barely even blinked an eye at the protesters. "I've had better mornings," Gabe agreed as he moved towards the office. Glancing at the clock, he sighed in frustration. The protesters had taken precious minutes from his morning. Safely in his office, he sank into his chair and pulled out his notes. Not 10 minutes into his review, his cell phone began to buzz with a new text message. "Where the hell are you? Nathan's ex has broken up the meeting. Get in here." Nathan frowned as he stared at Steven's text. Before he could reply, the phone buzzed again. "Gabe, you have to help. Steven is about to call the cops on Daisy." That's right. Now he remembered. The beautiful woman outside was Daisy, Nathan's ex-girlfriend. Nathan had always been passionate about the environment, but things had changed for the worse when he'd met Daisy. They'd dated for 4 years, until Nathan finally realized that she was far more impulsive than he could handle. So what was she doing here, actually inside the office building? How the hell did she get in? I only wanted a quiet morning, he grumbled, as he set aside his notes. Once again, he had to mediate between his two brothers. Sighing loudly, he really wished they wouldn't bring their crap into the office. Stephen was always a hothead, and Nathan never did know how to stand up for himself without lashing out. Picking up the phone, Gabe called security. Angry, he stomped along the corridors and pushed open the glass doors of the meeting room. Already the guards were hauling her out of the room. You can do better! I know you can! She screamed as they dragged her out. Gabe held the door open, and for a moment, they locked eyes. There was a jolt of energy, but he immediately locked it down. As he surveyed the group, his eyes landed on his brothers. Jerking his head, he turned and waited for them to join him in the hallway. What the hell is going on, and why wasn't security called sooner? He demanded. Ask Nathan, Stephen growled. Come on, Gabe. She's my ex. We had our differences, but I cared for her. I don't want her arrested on my account. She wouldn't have been arrested. She would have only been escorted out, Gabe said, as he swung an incredulous look at Nathan. Gabe would never have had a protester arrested. Nathan glared at Stephen, and Gabe followed the look. You were going to have Nathan's ex arrested? Gabe asked quietly. She's trespassing, and she became violent, Stephen muttered. Violent? Gabe laughed. She shoved Stephen when he tried to remove her. Stephen couldn't handle it, Nathan said nastily. Gabe held up his hands. Look, I took care of it. Daisy will be released back to her horde of protester pals, and we can call the police to make sure that any future protests are staged at a safe distance. Now, can we please get back to the meeting? She's joined an organization called Restore Eden. They're not going to go away, Nathan warned, licking his lips nervously. Gabe stared at him. Restore Eden? He asked darkly. Please tell me that's a joke. Restore Eden was an established group with a new branch in the city. They had been harassing businesses all over town. The rumors were that once they sunk their claws into you, it took forever to get them out. Take care of this, Gabe, Stephen growled. Excuse me? Not only is this Nathan's ex-girlfriend, but this is your wife's company. Why do I have to take care of this? Gabe didn't want to deal with a messy environmentalist group. He wanted to go back to doing his job, focusing on the real estate properties that Duncan Enterprises held. Clearly, Nathan can't handle Daisy, and I'm running Maxfield Construction, Stephen replied, smugly. Then why are you at this board meeting? Gabe snapped. I'm here to support my beautiful wife. A slow smile crossed Stephen's face, and Gabe rolled his eyes. Stephen was completely infatuated with his wife, Angie, their newest CEO, and enjoyed sitting in on meetings simply to watch her in action. Fine, I'll take care of it, Gabe snapped. Anything to get back on track so he could enjoy his damn morning again. Chapter 2. Daisy Levine stood outside Duncan Enterprises and watched the protesters. Things weren't exactly going according to plan. Pushing through the crowd, she searched until she found the man she was looking for. Jordan! She yelled over the noise. He didn't seem to notice. Reaching over, she grabbed his shirt. Jordan! He looked down and gave her a big smile. Jordan was a good-looking guy, only a few years older than her own 26. He had deep ties with Restore Eden and had agreed to help her work the San Francisco section. Daisy, how did it go? Can we talk? She said, as she tugged him away from the crowd. Finally, away from the noise, she turned to him. Listen, I'm not sure this is a good idea. Daisy, baby, he said soothingly. I thought you wanted to make a difference in the city. Where else would we start than with Duncan Enterprises? I know, but I already told you my ex-boyfriend is Nathan Maxfield, and we had a big falling out over my aggressions against Duncan Enterprises. If we want to change Restore Eden's image, I think we should do something smaller. Smaller? Daisy, do you still have feelings for Nathan? No, I already told you we're done. But this still doesn't feel right. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had made a huge mistake, but this was her chance to put Restore Eden on the map for the right reasons. If he has feelings for you, we could use that, Jordan mused. Did you see him in the building? I saw security dragging you out. You looked hot, babe. I hope someone took pictures for the news. Daisy tried not to roll her eyes. She hated it when he called her babe. I didn't see him, and no, he doesn't have feelings for me. Besides, I am not the type of person to use someone's feelings to get what I want. If we do this, we go after Duncan Enterprises. We have to do this professionally. Professionally? Like what? You want to dress up in a skirt and pantyhose and sashay into the office? No, Daisy said in frustration, shaking her head. She rubbed her hands over her eyes. I want to make sure that Nathan doesn't get caught up in this. Jordan reached out and grabbed her hands. Daisy, listen to me. If you had no connections with the Maxfield family, would you want to bring Duncan Enterprises down? Down? I would still want them to change their policy on building and waste management, but I do have connections. No, Jordan put his finger on her lips. No buts. If you had no connections with the Maxfield family, you would still want to do this. You say you want to do this professionally. That means doing what you know is right without letting your feelings get in the way. Right? She sighed. I guess. That's the spirit, he said with a smile. We don't need to start with something smaller. We need to make a stand. We need to say that Restore Eden is here, and we're not leaving until we've made a difference. Duncan Enterprises is a giant. We take them down, it'll make all the other conglomerates sit up and take notice, and we'll have a solid reputation in this city. Everyone will fear us. Fear us? You mean work with us to help change them? The whole point is to show the world that Restore Eden isn't an extremist organization anymore. The look Jordan gave her was worrying before he smiled at her. Is this the same girl who wanted to chain herself to a tree to save Holland's gardens? She felt her cheeks burn. That was a few years ago. Things are different now, Jordan. I was working on my own, and I didn't have the same resources that Restore Eden does. I want to make a difference, and I'm willing to make a scene to do it, but I want to be able to give Resource Eden a new face. I want this to work. Good. We'll make it work with Duncan Enterprises. Now, I have a feeling that Nathan Maxfield isn't too happy about seeing you in the office, and I'll bet he's even less happy about watching security drag you away. I bet the Maxfields are going to do whatever it takes to make sure this crowd goes away, with a minimum of fuss. And that probably means striking a deal with us. He smirked, and Daisy nodded her head. Strike a deal? That sounds good. She tried to sound hopeful, but Jordan was too focused on how Nathan Maxfield would feel. He didn't seem to care how she felt seeing Nathan again. It wasn't love. That ship had sailed a long time ago, but her relationship with the Maxfields wasn't easy. So whatever the deal they wanted to strike, she had a feeling it would involve working with them. While Daisy wanted to change the world, their family was complicated. And the last thing she wanted was to get involved with the Maxfield brothers. Chapter 3. Once Gabe got the meeting under control, it all went smoothly. Angie was doing well as their new CEO, and he certainly didn't begrudge her success. There was a time when he'd suspected her of sabotage, but that changed, and under her guidance, Duncan Enterprises had never been more successful. Duncan Maxfield had always run Duncan Enterprises with an iron fist, especially after his wife passed away. Both Stephen Maxfield, the eldest son, and Nathan Maxfield, the youngest son, broke away from the family to lead their own lives. When Duncan started showing signs of failing health and began to avoid meetings, Gabe had become concerned. But it wasn't until their father announced that he would sell off 2 branches of the company that Gabe called Stephen and Nathan and begged them to come back to help him fight their father to keep the business whole. Like all the Maxfield men, Gabe had flashing blue eyes and the strong, square Maxfield chin. He was handsome, and he never lacked for female company. Sex was all about satisfaction and release so that he could balance the rest of his life. Some women were invited back more than once, but he was careful to maintain distance. After all, the company always came first. Angie, on the other hand, seemed to have mastered the art of being both CEO and wife. She ran the company with passion and precision. Business and family were both equally important to her, and she was a strong, confident woman who had no problem expressing her wishes in either department. So when she made eye contact with him after the meeting, he had a feeling that she was about to ask him to do something that he wasn't going to like very much. He tried to make a quick escape, but she followed him down the corridor, calling after him. "Gabe, can I have a word?" Hesitating, he unlocked his office door and held it open for her. "What can I do for you?" "Stephen told me that you were going to handle this whole Daisy thing." Gabe raised his eyebrows. "I'll do my best. It's not really a big problem. There's no need for you to worry about it, Angie." "I'm not worried for the company, Gabe. I'm worried for Nathan's sake. Don't you think it's odd that she's targeting Duncan Enterprises?" He shrugged. "Not really. If I recall, that's the reason things didn't go well for them. He felt like she was only with him, so she would be in a better position to attack the company. Obviously, now that they're not together anymore, she's following through." "And if she's here to mend her relationship with Nathan?" Gabe paused. That hadn't even occurred to him. "Did Nathan say something to make you think that's what is going on?" "Gabe, I might be your boss, but I'm still a woman. Daisy would not put herself in front of Nathan like that unless she was hoping to provoke a reaction. A woman fighting for the man she loves should not be thrown in jail. I'd like you to handle this with kid gloves." He rolled his eyes. Daisy was already a thorn in his side. Kid gloves were the last thing on his mind. "So now that you and Stephen are madly in love and happily married, you think Nathan should be as well," he grunted. "He's your brother. Don't you want him to be happy?" "Nathan was affected during the breakup, but he's good now. It seems to me that the faster we get this over with, the better." Angie snorted. "I know you don't like to deal with people like Daisy, but we're talking about your brother's happiness. The very least you can do is struggle through it for his sake." "So what do you want me to do?" he muttered in frustration. "I told you. I want you to handle her with kid gloves." She smiled. "I thought the meeting went well, and I liked your input." "Great. And if you would leave me alone now, I'll be able to share that input with others," Gabe said as he nodded to the door. "Okay, I get it. You're kicking me out. Type up your notes, but remember what I said. Kid gloves. This isn't as your CEO, Gabe. It's as your sister-in-law." "Out," Gabe snapped. "Damn it to hell. You're like a broken record. I got it. Kid gloves." She chuckled and quietly shut the door behind her. Gabe focused on his computer screen and tried to find some peace. But his mind was jumbled with everything. Daisy and her protesters, Angie and Stephen and Nathan. The sooner he dealt with this Daisy thing, the better off he would be. Frustrated, he grabbed his cell phone and texted Nathan. "Give me your number. I want this over with now." 3 hours later, Gabe was finally in a groove. He was responding to emails, and tomorrow he would finally get a coveted meeting with the owner of a beachfront property. And it wouldn't be on company business. "Mr. Maxfield?" Gabe frowned. His secretary sounded far more nervous than usual. "Security is here with Daisy Levine. She swears she has a meeting with you." Gabe frowned still more. He had specifically told her that he'd meet with her after business hours, at a coffee shop. What was she doing here now? He almost told Sarah to send her away, but since Daisy was here, he might as well get it over with. "Send her in, Sarah." "With security?" she asked. He could hear the question in her voice. Kid gloves, he reminded himself. Damn it, Angie. You can send the security guys away. I don't think we'll need them for this meeting. Soon the door was flung open, and Daisy walked in with a crooked smile on her face. She looked back over her shoulder to send a smug look at Sarah. Shut the door, please, Gabe said, irritated. He knew from first-hand experience how loud Daisy was, and he didn't need the whole department to overhear their conversation. As she slammed the door shut, he reached down and pulled out a file. Next time, I'll ask you to shut the door quietly. Daisy slumped in a chair and stared at the file. What's that? This is Daisy Levine, he said, as he tapped on the folders. Did you think if you got here early, I'd be unprepared? Sorry to disappoint. She scowled, and he knew that he was right. You look like you're prepared for everything. I bet you were a freaking Boy Scout, she grumbled. I was not, but I am equipped to handle all the issues that my company faces. And Daisy, right now, you're an issue. So let's handle it. She rolled her eyes, and for a moment, he became distracted. She looked completely out of place in his upscale office. As she slumped in the sumptuous padded leather chair, his eyes lingered over her body-hugging jeans and tank top. Going for bravado, she said, So, tell me all the juicy details. What does that file say about me? Not as much as I would like, Gabe admitted. A year ago, you graduated with a master's in environmental science. You're a smart woman, Daisy, which is why I can't understand why you joined Restore Eden a month ago. Before that, you were acting on your own. Restore Eden is known for their aggressive tactics. Why would you join them? Daisy waved her hand in the air. Our section isn't like that. We're all about peaceful protests and media coverage only. Anything to raise the profile of our cause. But don't think that means that our protests won't disrupt your offices. I won't stop until we get enough signatures on a petition to get the government involved. Gabe leaned back and folded his arms. Daisy, we don't do anything illegal here. No matter how many signatures you get, the government can't step in to do anything because there is nothing to be done. We obtain all the right permits to legally dispose of our waste. Then you won't mind if I see your company records. All of our permits are available for public viewing at the county's record office, Gabe said, pinching the bridge of his nose and taking a deep breath as he tried to stay patient. Kid gloves, he reminded himself. That goes for all the cities where we undertake contracts. She leaned forward and gave him a coy smile. And the records that aren't available to the public? The ones that itemize all your waste? Can I see those files too? He had a mind to hand them over to her, but he could picture Angie's disapproving frown in his mind. She obviously wanted Nathan and Daisy to work things out. If he negotiated his terms with Daisy right, he could get both his peace of mind back and Angie off his case if he helped get Nathan and Daisy back together. Hell, Nathan could certainly use a few turns in the sack to help him loosen up. I tell you what, Gabe said, as he shut the file with a snap. You're not wrong. Your protests are wrecking my mornings. If you promise to hold off on your protests, then I'll give you access to our files. And by files, I only mean the files that pertain to our waste management and energy programs. You won't be allowed to access our contracts or ongoing deals. And I'll have permission to share those files with the media? Daisy said quickly. Gabe nearly choked. Media? He was going to kill Angie. Still, Duncan Enterprises didn't have anything to hide, and Nathan had been working on the latest drive to make the company greener and more environmentally responsible. Maybe the media attention would be a good thing for the company. 1 month, he said quietly. You'll have access for 1 month, and you'll hold off the protests. 4 weeks should give him plenty of time to close the deal he'd been working on, and he'd need as little distraction as possible when he drew up that contract. 1 month, she said with a smile. This is going to be fun. I'll have a contract drawn up that you'll have to sign.
Daisy, the deal is for you. It's not for your whole group. If any members of Restore Eden show up on this property to disrupt anything, I will call the police, and the contract will become null and void. Is that clear?" She nodded eagerly and tugged on her braid. Gabe felt an immediate reaction as he watched her twirl the thick strands around her fingers. 4 weeks. Only me. Got it. "Be back in the morning to sign the agreement," he said, as he pushed down the unaccustomed jolt of lust. He was doing this for Nathan. The sooner Daisy was out of his hair, the better off he and the company would be. As she was about to walk out the door, "And Daisy," he waited for her to face him before he continued, "curb the attitude. This is a potential win for both our organizations. There's no need to be antagonistic." He expected a round of insults from her, but instead, she gave him a confused look and nodded. "We did it!" she squealed when she got in the car. Daisy was alone, but it didn't make the announcement any less thrilling. There were several wins today. The first was that Duncan Enterprises agreed to work with her, and by working with her, they would be working with Restore Eden. This would be the first step in proving that Restore Eden had what it took to make a difference. At least she wouldn't have to work with Nathan. She hadn't seen him since he'd moved back, and she wasn't sure how he would feel about her working with his family's company. It was the driving force behind their breakup. Part of her felt a sense of relief, but working with Gabe wasn't much better. Although she had been involved with Nathan for several years, she spent no time with the rest of the family, and what she knew of them came from Nathan, and it wasn't good. Despite the animosity that existed between father and sons, Gabe remained with Duncan Enterprises, unlike Stephen and Nathan, who didn't balk when Duncan picked Angie Lopez over him for CEO. Daisy couldn't help but wonder if that would make a difference in the coming month. Would Gabe really want to help the company that passed him over? Nathan had pictures of his brothers, but they didn't do them justice. They had always been attractive. Those flashing blue eyes always took her breath away, but there was something dark and intense about Gabe. Daisy didn't know if she was attracted to him or terrified of him. Snagging her phone, she started to call Jordan, but then hesitated. She didn't need to call him every time something happened. This was her gig. He worked for her. When Restore Eden suggested that she have a seasoned activist on her team, Jordan was at the top of her list. She had heard rumors that his tactics often tended towards the guerrilla side, but he got results, and that's what she wanted. She didn't only want to work for Restore Eden. She wanted to grow a completely new branch that could really change San Francisco, maybe even beyond. "I could change the world," she whispered to herself. She had always believed that she could get there, but Jordan wasn't wrong about her. A year ago, she was radical. Not as radical as Restore Eden, but normally she would be pushing the protest against Duncan Enterprises. Still, she knew that Gabe would never have extended the invitation to work with them if it wasn't for Nathan. At least that counted for something. "Jordan," she said into the phone, "we're a go. Not only that, but we have a contract to look through some of the company files. We're going to make a difference, Jordan. We're going to do this, and we're going to do it legally." "A contract?" Jordan muttered. She heard the heaviness in his voice and winced. Was Jordan already high? She rolled her eyes. Hell's bells. "Yes, a contract. Binding, 1 month." "You going to be working with Nathan? That could work. You can get under his skin and use your relationship to expose something." "Jordan," Daisy interrupted. "First of all, we're not exposing anything. We're working with Duncan Enterprises so we can find their environmental weaknesses and help fix them. Second, I'm not in a relationship with Nathan, and I'm not working with Nathan. I'm working with Gabe." "Gabe?" Jordan asked in surprise. "Why? He's senior VP, but his focus is real estate. We want construction and design." "Stephen Maxfield isn't around enough, and I need to keep things professional. Gabe Maxfield is nothing if not professional. Relax. His specialty might be real estate, But he has access to everything in that company. We're gold, Jordan. He grunted. Fine. But I want you to keep your eyes peeled. Gabe is known for his silver tongue. I'll contact headquarters and let them know. No, I'll call them, she said with a frown. I run this section, Jordan. Of course, he said smoothly. Old habits. So what do you want me to do? I'll have him email me some files later today. I want a team to start combing through them. They've come forward to say that they're making changes, and I want to make sure that they're not blowing hot air. She glanced up at the building and frowned. Gabe was staring down at her from the window of his office. Was he keeping an eye on her? I'll talk to you later, Jordan. Try to lay off the pot until we get through this. I need you at your best. She disconnected the call before he could reply, and she sat and watched Gabe. If he thought he was intimidating her, he had another thing coming. She didn't know how Gabe wanted to play this, but she had a feeling he had been pressured into it. And if Jordan was right, and he really did have a silver tongue, then she would have to step up her game. She would show Gabe Maxfield that Daisy Levine was more than her past. She wanted a better future for everyone. Chapter 4. Daisy glanced around the four walls of the conference room and tried not to fidget. She was ridiculously nervous now that she was inside Duncan Enterprises. Despite her push for Nathan to do more for the company, she found these four walls unnerving. She sat halfway down a long ebony table that was so highly polished she could see her reflection in it. As she leaned over and looked at herself critically, she tugged at her braid. For as long as she could remember, she had intertwined the locks of her thick hair so that it stayed out of her face. She was a low-maintenance kind of woman, and it worked for her. But as she waited for Gabe Maxfield to make an appearance, she couldn't help but feel like the braid made her seem a lot younger than her 26 years. She almost took it out, but then she stopped herself. What did she care what Gabe thought about her? This wasn't about him, or even her. This was about the environment. It was about the world her generation was creating to leave to the next. She needed to keep that in mind. The glass door opened, and Daisy straightened. The movement swung her chair around, and she stifled a cry of surprise and grabbed at the table to steady herself. To her dismay, she realized that she'd left fingerprints on the surface. As nonchalantly as she could, she tried to wipe the surface with the sleeve of her shirt. Gabe was dressed much like yesterday, and, no doubt, the day before that. This suit was a little darker, and he was wearing a white shirt instead of a blue one. Both outfits looked good on him, but she couldn't help but wonder what he wore when he wasn't at work. Did he only wear suits? Were they the only clothes he had? Did he go to bed in them? Hell's bells. She didn't need to be thinking about Gabe Maxfield in bed. She had a job to do, and he was the older brother of her ex-boyfriend. She didn't mind messy. There were times when she actually liked messy. But she was a professional. She needed to maintain boundaries. Without warning, a memory popped into her head. Nathan had returned from winter break, and he was airing out all his frustrations. Duncan drives me nuts. I want to help, but he keeps shutting me out. And Steven's not much better. He's more like Duncan than he realizes. And Gabe, well, he's just Gabe. He likes order. And what I keep proposing is too much change for him. Still, he's a good guy. He's probably the best Maxfield in the family. Or maybe he's the worst because he's nothing like the Maxfields. Daisy? She blinked and noticed that Gabe was staring at her. Sorry, she muttered as she rose from her chair. Lost in my own thoughts. She reached out and shook his hand. It was firm, and she couldn't help but notice that his skin was calloused. How would a businessman get calloused hands? How rough were those laptop keys? Not a problem, Gabe frowned. Is your lawyer running late? Do I need a lawyer? He shook his head. Daisy, you should
always have a lawyer present when you sign a document. Legal jargon can be confusing. And I need you to realize, Daisy snorted. You're kidding, right? I have a master's degree in environmental science, and I've been protesting for different causes for years. I'm well aware of legal bullshit when I see it. So, if you're thinking of pulling a fast one on me, you can think again. Hand over the document. Gabe smiled a little as he pushed the papers across the table. For a moment, she was caught up in that smile. But he pulled a pen from his jacket, clicked it, and she was jerked back into reality. Business. Professional. Hell's bells. She was acting worse than the blonde bimbos that Jordan liked to use to gain maximum attention from the media. She was relieved to see that her hands were steady as she grabbed the document and looked it over. The agreement stated exactly what they'd talked about yesterday. There seemed to be no loopholes for her to wiggle through, and it was entirely fair to her. With a shrug, she reached for the pen and signed her name in giant loopy letters. With a steady eye on her, Gabe grabbed the pen and signed his own name, neatly, precisely. Done. Now, I'm busy for the rest of the day. So is Nathan. We'll get in touch with you about some scheduled tours of our work sites, and I'll have the files we mentioned ready for you to peruse. Nathan? She asked in alarm. I don't need to see Nathan. Gabe relaxed back in his chair and narrowed his eyes. Yes, let's talk about Nathan. We didn't get around to it yesterday. I think we both know that the only reason you're targeting this company is because you heard that Nathan was back in town. His priorities at the moment are organizing the architecture and design department, but he has been pushing to make some changes regarding our energy usage. Some of our new buildings are going to reflect that. So if you're here to drag his good name through the mud, you should know that I'm prepared to retaliate. If you mess with one Maxfield brother, Daisy, you mess with them all. Daisy swallowed hard. I knew that Nathan was back in town, and I'm not here to hurt him. Our relationship ended because of the actions that I took, and I have accepted that. Protesting against Duncan Enterprises was not my idea. Jordan was the head of the project, and once this branch is settled, I'll be taking over. I'm hoping to run things differently. If you've come to terms with the end of your relationship, then why exactly are you afraid to see Nathan? Gabe asked quietly. Daisy bit her bottom lip and lowered her eyes. It wasn't that it still hurt to see Nathan. At one time, she had really loved him. But now that it was over, she had come to realize it would never have worked with him. She couldn't take back those 4 years, but she would never regret them. It's hard to maintain professional boundaries when your ex-boyfriend is involved, she admitted. I'd prefer to work with you instead. The ex-boyfriend's older brother isn't a boundary you have problems crossing? Gabe asked, as she heard the displeasure in his voice. He'd obviously thought he was going to pass her over to Nathan. That was not going to happen. You called me, she snapped, and you signed the contract. He regarded her for a few moments, and she stirred uncomfortably under the scrutiny of his intense blue eyes. They were the same shade as Nathan's, but they were somehow darker and more mature. His face was completely unreadable, and she hated that. She preferred people who were open books. Finally, he folded up the contract and stood. I'll have copies made for your records, he said abruptly. As I said before, I'll get in touch with you tomorrow about a schedule. You may see yourself out. Her mouth dropped open, and she put her hands on her hips. Wait one damn minute. I didn't get up at 7 o'clock this morning just to sign a damn paper and be brushed aside. Unfortunately, I have meetings that I can't put off. Simply because you decided to stage a protest doesn't mean I'm able to drop all of my work and cater to you, Gabe said patiently. I promise that I will fit you into the schedule, but it cannot be done today. Daisy rolled her eyes. Fine, but this is an inconvenience, she snapped as she marched past him. You have no idea, he murmured. She whirled around to confront him, and she saw his eyes snap back up. Was he checking out her ass? With a devious thought forming in her mind, she kept her mouth closed and swung her hips a bit more as she walked out of the room and down the hall. If he was going to inconvenience her, she was damn sure going to inconvenience him right back. And maybe she'd help him loosen up in the process. Chapter 5. At precisely 10 o'clock, Daisy leaned over her bathroom counter to apply her makeup. As she peered into the mirror, it shook when someone began banging on the walls from the other side. "You were sleeping with that hooker again, weren't you?" Daisy winced at the high-pitched scream. She held the mirror in place. Her apartment had thin walls, and she'd drawn the cosmic short straw when she'd signed the lease for this place. Located right between the real ghetto and the lower middle class, it housed mostly drug addicts and hookers. The landlord had claimed that there were no violent incidents, so Daisy, who was up to her eyeballs in student loans, figured she could deal with neighbors getting high and a few new female friends. Unfortunately, her neighbors were a very unhappy couple who constantly screamed at each other. Always. It happened so often that Daisy was actually able to tune it out, but it wasn't always that way in the beginning. She'd even gone over there once to ask them to quiet down, and what she got was a string of profanities and threats. They'd slammed the door in her face, and then they'd had screaming sex afterwards. Unwilling to repeat the experience these days, Daisy kept her complaints to herself. Now their screaming felt like home. When she finished her makeup, she rolled the top of her linen pants down so that it'd sling low on her hips. A small patch of bare skin peeked out at the bottom of her tank top, and that was the look she was going for tonight. A glance at the clock told her that it was time. She estimated that Gabe probably got up around 5 o'clock in the morning. She figured he'd need at least 6 hours of sleep, which meant that he was due in bed in an hour. And tonight, she was going to make sure that didn't happen. With a wicked smile, she pulled out her phone and called Gabe's number. He hadn't really thought it through when he'd called her on his personal cell phone. "Daisy, it's late," he growled. "I promise that I'll give you a tour in the morning." "That sounds great, but it's not what I wanted to talk to you about. I had some ideas that I wanted to run by you if you want to come over and talk about them." "We can talk about them in the morning," he muttered. "Oh, come on," she wheedled. "I'm really excited about them. Surely you can take an hour out of your time to talk to me." "An hour? What kind of ideas are we talking about?" "I can't talk about them over the phone. Come over so we can talk about them in person." There was silence on the other end, and she could almost see him rubbing his eyes. "Daisy, it's late," he repeated, but without much conviction. She let out a sigh. "Come on, what kind of relationship are we going to have if there isn't any give and take? Look, I'm getting ready to head to a friend's place tonight. Swing by and pick me up, and we can talk on the drive. You'll never have to leave your car, and I'll give you another date to give me that tour." She knew that last bit would hook him. Daisy had a feeling that Gabe had something big on his mind, and if he could get a whole day to work on it without her, he would take it. It felt like a victory when he finally said, "Fine, give me your address." She rattled it off, and he sucked in his breath. "Really? That's where you live?" "Not everyone can live in penthouse apartments," she snapped, before wincing. Her motto was never to apologize about any aspect of her life and never to explain herself. Now, here she was, acting defensive. "I apologize. That came out as a judgment. I'm sorry," he said in a stilted voice. "I'll be there in 20 minutes. He hung up, and she couldn't help but do a little dance around the apartment. Gabe was about to have an interesting evening tonight. Punctuality must have been a thing for him because he rolled into the parking lot in exactly 20 minutes. She let out a low whistle when the silver Jaguar pulled up. "Looking for a good time, honey?" she asked mockingly when he rolled his window down. He didn't even give her the satisfaction of blushing. "Should you be waiting outside at this time of night?" he asked as she slid into the car. "Relax, I live here. Besides, based on your reaction to the location, I didn't think you'd appreciate having to come inside. And you can relax. The party is in the posh side of town. She tugged on her seatbelt and took a moment to admire the interior of the car. She'd never be able to afford something like this. Of course, what she really wanted was a Prius, but she couldn't afford that either. Reaching over, he turned on the navigation system on his dashboard. Type in the address. She did as he asked, and they pulled out of the parking lot. Okay, what are your ideas? I did some research, and I know you primarily work with real estate. My concerns are in construction, and I'd like to know that I'm going to have access to building sites. Gabe turned his head to give her an incredulous look. This is what couldn't wait until the morning, or couldn't be said over the phone? I was afraid you were going to throw some bullshit at me, like how you don't have access to the sites. And I'm a face-to-face kind of girl. As in, I wanted to see your face when I broached the subject. The sexy Australian female navigation voice told Gabe to turn right, and he complied. Daisy frowned. Did he choose that voice? Did he have a thing for Australian babes? Daisy, I'm senior vice president of the company, and other than my father, I own the most amount of shares. I have clearance for all departments, he said dryly. So please put to bed these concerns of yours. Great. So you'll be taking me to a job site this week? I know you're working on a set of condos in the city. I'd love to see those. I will look at my schedule and try to fit that in, he said with a sigh. Anything else? She squirmed a little uncomfortably in her seat. Jordan is concerned about this arrangement, and he'd like to meet you. Fine. I'll schedule a meeting with him. Actually, he's going to be at the party. If you wanted to pop in and have a chat with him, you can get it over with tonight, she said softly. Suddenly, she wasn't so sure about her plan. Jordan did want to see him, but she really wanted to get revenge on Gabe for pushing her aside. Bringing Gabe to this party had seemed like a fun idea, but now, as she saw his body tense, she wondered if she'd made the wrong move. You told me that I didn't have to get out of the car, he said through gritted teeth. You don't, she pointed out. If you don't want to, you don't have to. I don't like not having all the facts, Daisy, he said quietly, and I don't like feeling that someone is holding out on me. His voice bordered on dangerous as she tugged nervously on her braid. It's only a party, Gabe. You really need to relax. Her words seemed to have the opposite to the desired effect. Instead of relaxing, he gripped the steering wheel. His knuckles stood out white on his hands. I'll meet with your guy, Jordan, but this is the only time that we conduct business affairs outside of office hours. Do you understand me? Crystal clear, she muttered. There was an uncomfortable silence as they continued the journey. When they finally pulled up to the hotel where her boyfriend was hosting the party, Daisy was very happy to fall out of the vehicle. The air inside was stifling. He moved more slowly, and her eyes widened when she realized that he was still in his dress pants and button-up shirt. All that he was missing was the jacket and tie. Was this how he relaxed at night? What kind of party is this? He asked as they entered the lobby. Graduation party. My friend is literally blowing all her graduation money on this party, Daisy responded as she hit the elevator button. Unwise, Gabe said quietly. Daisy shook her head. It's a graduation party. She put a lot of effort into her studies, and this is her one chance to relax before hitting the streets trying to find a job. Trust me, it isn't easy out there. You only live once, and she deserves a party. It's not an unwise investment at all. As the elevator started to ascend, Gabe cocked his head and stared at her. Interesting rebuttal. I concede your point. Did you throw a party like this when you graduated? That would have required her to have money, which she didn't. She'd spent her graduation night at the beach getting drunk with a handful of friends. While she was jealous of the idea of a posh party, she wouldn't change anything about that night. It had been exhilarating, being free of the textbooks, staring at the stars, and listening to the crash of waves. I did my own thing, she answered shortly. The hotel suite was already crammed with people. To Daisy, it was another party. She gave out a loud shriek when she saw her friend and immediately went over to hug her. The stench of weed hung in the air, but that was nothing new. It mingled with the alcohol and the raw smell of sweat. Gabe could not have looked more out of place as he stuffed his hands in his pockets and surveyed the room. "Jordan is over there," she said, as she pointed to the large man in the corner. Jordan was covered in tattoos, but he sported the hipster beard and long hair. When Daisy voiced her concerns about the group's reputation, Jordan had been the one to answer her questions. He'd taken her hand and told her that he ran things differently, even though she wasn't sure that was entirely true. But he had been so easy to talk to, she instantly felt at ease with him. Daisy was almost ashamed to admit that she'd fallen for his beautiful eyes. But, unlike Gabe, Jordan liked to play, and she didn't mix business with pleasure, no matter how many signals he sent her. Gabe grimaced as he looked around. She saw him move through the crowd, and she couldn't believe it. He'd managed to make it to Jordan without touching a single individual. The crowd simply parted for him, as if he was royalty. Of course, to someone like her, he was royalty. "Oh my God, Daisy, is that the guy?" Crystal asked. Her friend's eyes were already glazed over. "You didn't mention that he was smoking hot." "He's Nathan's brother," Daisy hissed. "All three brothers are drop-dead gorgeous. Besides, it's not like you haven't seen pictures. His face was plastered all over the news when Duncan Maxfield named Angie Lopez CEO. Yeah, but he didn't look like that. Can I have him as my graduation present?" Daisy frowned, as a sudden streak of jealousy ran through her. Crystal most certainly could not have him. Then, realizing that she was being absurd, she tried to shrug casually. "He's not mine. You're welcome to try." As Crystal made her way towards him, Daisy realized her mistake. Crystal was breathtaking. She was tall, blonde, willowy, and she had that sex appeal that Daisy would kill for. And Gabe's history with women was no secret. He showed up with a different woman on his arm at every big society function. And hell's bells, as Daisy thought it through, she realized that most of Gabe's women were blonde, and tall, and skinny. What had she done? Spying the cooler in the corner, she pushed her way through and swiped a cheap bottle of beer. After twisting the cap off, she started to chug. "Are you spending the night here?" Spluttering on the liquid, Daisy rolled around at the sound of Gabe's tight voice. He looked furious. "What? Why?" "Because I'm leaving, and I thought I should tell you that in case you were hoping that I could be your ride home. You like to leave out important details like that, I notice." Wow. Crystal must have really struck out. She saw the fury in his eyes and silently groaned. Obviously, there was something else going on here. What had Jordan said? "I wasn't treating you like a damn taxi driver," she said hotly. "I do have my own car." "Which, I'm sure, you were not planning on driving while you were under the influence," he said, as he gestured to her beer. "While you work with me, you are affiliated with Duncan Enterprises. You need to watch what you do. Now, are you staying here, or am I driving you home?" "I'll find my own ride, thanks," she retorted. "God, you're such a buzzkill. I bring you to a party to have a little fun, and you don't even make it 15 minutes. Immediately, he stepped towards her and leaned down. She felt his breath on her ear and she shuddered. "You don't think I have fun?" he whispered in her ear. "Honey, I assure you that I can achieve pleasure without the help of cheap beer and narcotics. If you ever lure me into a place like this again, I will put the entire weight of the Duncan Enterprises law team behind me and destroy what little reputation you have. Do I make myself clear?" Her jaw dropped open as she watched him spin around and stride from the room. After only a moment's hesitation, she put the bottle down and chased after him. He was already peeling out of the parking lot when she jumped in front of the car. The tires squealed on the asphalt, and her heart hammered in her chest as she slammed her palms down on the hood of his car. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" he yelled from inside the car. She clutched her braid and hurried round to the passenger side to slide in. "I could have killed you!" "You can't say something like that and then storm off!" She snapped angrily as she tugged on the seatbelt. It had locked after Gabe had slammed on the brakes, and it took a few tugs before it finally loosened. "What the hell was that?" "Your friend Jordan was so fucked up that he didn't even recognize me. He thought I was your new boyfriend, and he wanted to stake a claim on what he thinks is his territory. Everyone in that room was either wasted or stoned, and not all of it was weed." "It's a party," Daisy said, exasperated. "People do whatever they need to in order to loosen up." He put the car in drive and sped out of the parking lot. Daisy cried out and gripped her seatbelt. Gabe had clearly lost control. "Slow down!" With the terror in her voice, he immediately applied the brakes. When they were moving at the speed limit, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Things were different when I was a kid," he said softly, "especially after my mother died. Duncan and Stephen were always fighting, and Nathan was always trying to get in the middle of it. As the middle child, I became invisible, so I acted out. And I acted out often. I abused too many privileges. I abused too many substances, and I trusted all the wrong people. A friend of mine overdosed at a party, and everyone bailed. Everyone but me. The only reason I didn't end up in juvenile detention was my father's money. It was enough to scare me straight, but I still saw that crowd often. My friend died less than a year later under the same circumstances." Regret washed over her. She closed her eyes and pressed her hand to her heart. "I'm sorry, Gabe." "I'm not telling you the story for your pity," he said coldly. "I'm explaining my reaction to your friends. I do not like being around drugs or the people who use them. Ever." "Are you afraid you're going to relapse?" she asked, concerned. He sent her a chilling look. "I don't like to be reminded of that time in my life. Besides, my reputation is important. You would do well to remember that the next time you decide to pull a stunt like this." "Gabe, you can't push that part of your life aside. It's what makes you who you are," she argued. "I'm sorry about tonight, but I think you should take your reaction into consideration." "And I think you should stop analyzing me," he snapped. "I'm going to take you home, and we are not going to speak of this again. And Daisy, if I ever catch you using on Duncan Enterprises premises, that will be the end of our agreement." "I don't use," she snapped angrily. "Good. Keep it that way." He took a deep breath. "A piece of advice. If you plan on being a legitimate activist, I would use caution on where you spend your time and who with. If you hope to achieve anything with the companies in this area, reputation is everything." Daisy had no idea how to respond. Part of her wanted to be angry at his insinuations, but she also knew he was right. When he'd parked the car, Gabe got out and tried to walk her to her building. Panicked, she put a hand on his chest to stop him. "You really don't have to do this." His body was warm under her touch, and her mouth went dry. "I have driven you home. It's my responsibility to see you safely inside," he said neutrally. It was as if he wasn't even affected by her touch. Humiliated, she snatched her hand back and let him into the building. He started towards the elevator, but she shook her head. "It's not working. I'm not sure it's ever worked. We have to take the stairs." "Have you brought the issue up with your landlord?" he asked, as he followed her into the stairwell. "Around here, it's best to pay your rent and keep your head down. Besides, the exercise is good for me." Her apartment was situated right outside the stairwell, and she winced when she heard her neighbors screaming. "Okay, this is me. You have seen me safely to my door. You can go now." He lifted an eyebrow when he heard the string of obscenities unleashed from the apartment next door, but he didn't say anything. Fairly certain he wasn't going to leave until she was actually in her apartment, she slid her key into the doorknob. Unfortunately, it wasn't a clean exit. Her door sometimes stuck a little, and she had to jiggle it until the deadbolt would slide out. Finally, she practically fell through the doorway and shut the door quickly. With her back to the door, she rested her head against the wood and closed her eyes. The entire night had backfired on her, but she hadn't walked away completely empty-handed. It was nice to know that Gabe Maxfield hadn't always been Mr. Perfect. Now, she knew that it was possible to crack his cool exterior. She only wished that she affected him the same way he affected her. Chapter 6. When Nathan knocked on the door to Gabe's office, he discovered his brother was in a sour mood. Gabe had lost several hours of sleep over the past few nights, and the culprit was Daisy Levine. Every time he closed his eyes, her face popped up in his mind, and it was setting him on edge. "What?" Gabe growled as he looked up. His younger brother opened the door and glanced around. "Bad time?" "It's fine," he said with a sigh as he pushed the papers away. Actually, it wasn't fine. Angie would want the proposals finished before tomorrow, and he already had a walkthrough for a construction site with Daisy in a few hours that would take up the rest of his day. But if he were being honest, he really wasn't focusing on the proposals anyway. Nathan sat down and regarded Gabe closely. "You look tired. Got a woman keeping you up late at night?" he asked, jokingly. "What do you want, Nathan?" "Right, sorry. I forgot that your private life is private. I know you're taking Daisy out this afternoon, and I wanted to know if you had any questions or needed any pointers." "Pointers?" Gabe asked with a raised eyebrow. "Why would I need pointers? I walk people around real estate sites all the time. I'm sure a construction site is no different." "She's manipulative," Nathan said, as he squirmed around in the chair. It was obvious that talking about his ex-girlfriend was well outside his comfort zone. "You need to choose every word around her carefully, or she'll take it and twist it." Gabe had to suppress a chuckle. "Nathan, I know that this is difficult for you, but this isn't a relationship. I'm not walking on eggshells because I'm afraid she'll hold it over my head later. This is business, and if there is one thing I know how to do, it's present this company in a positive light." "I know that, but Daisy is passionate about this kind of thing, and if she doesn't see things going her way, she may take some radical steps to straighten the path. Be careful." "You're welcome to join us," Gabe said casually. He knew that Daisy said she didn't want to see Nathan, but if Angie was right, Daisy was lying. Gabe didn't really understand the games that women played, but he was willing to play along if it meant that he could get the damned woman out of his hair so he could get on with his life. "No," Nathan said immediately. Gabe didn't like the finality in his tone. "I don't know why Daisy is here, but I don't want anything to do with it. I've already played that game, and I lost." "You don't think she's here to get your attention?" "She's not that kind of girl," Nathan said with a shrug. "If she wanted to be with me, she'd call me and tell me that. I don't think she'd go after Duncan Enterprises unless she had to. Something else must be going on." That checked out with Daisy's story. So maybe this whole thing was because she was trying to impress Jordan and had nothing to do with Nathan. Gabe was tempted to tell Angie that she was wrong and pass this whole project off on somebody else. But he'd already signed the contract, which meant he had to see it through. "Anyway, be careful. I've got lunch with Stephen, but I'll check up with you later today." "You have a lunch with Stephen?" Gabe asked quietly. He tried never to indulge those middle child desires to be included, but sometimes they got the best of him. "Yeah, he wanted to chat about how some of my ideas can be implemented with Maxfield construction." "Ah, business. No need to be jealous of that." Gabe went back to focusing on his proposal as Nathan slipped out the door. Finally, the speaker on his phone came to life. "Mr. Maxfield, I wanted to remind you that you'll need to leave in 15 minutes if you want to make it to the site on time," his secretary said cheerfully. He sighed regretfully. "Thank you, Sarah." He needed to get this over with. Daisy was waiting for him at the job site. Dressed in jeans and an open flannel button-up over a low-cut tank top, she looked incredibly sexy in her yellow hard hat. Gabe tried to push the thought back as he took in the large and angry foreman that had her in a vice grip. "Mr. Maxfield," the man growled, "this woman says she's waiting for you." Gabe eyed Daisy warily. "Yes, she is waiting for me. What has she done?" "Caught her snooping around," You were supposed to wait for me, Gabe lectured sternly. She jerked her arm and glared at him. I got the impression that this tour gave me access to everything. What's the big deal if I get a head start? You're not hiding something from me, are you? The foreman loomed over her. I don't care what you look at around here, but you don't do it without someone here to keep an eye on you. There are parts of this site that are still unsafe, and I don't want to have to fill out the paperwork if you get killed because of your own stupidity. Her eyes widened, and for a moment, Gabe thought she was going to fight back. I've got it from here, thank you, he said smoothly. Can I get a hat? We won't be in your hair too much longer. Grumbling under his breath, the foreman went to fetch a hard hat, and Gabe shook his head. I give you all the access you want, and you're still causing me problems. Why exactly is that? Daisy rolled her eyes. I'd barely made it into the site when he nabbed me. I'm not stupid. I wouldn't have gone anywhere that looked dangerous. It doesn't have to look dangerous to actually be dangerous. Gabe grabbed the hat from the foreman and nodded his head. You get an hour of my time, so tell me what you want to see. An hour, she muttered as she folded her arms. You've got to be kidding me. Daisy, I am carving time out of my very busy schedule for you, so yes, you get an hour. If you wanted more time, I can call Nathan to come out here and give you a tour. He watched her carefully. There was a flicker of irritation at the mention of Nathan's name, but no anxiety or hope. For some reason, it pleased him that she didn't react all that much to her ex's name. Of course, the sooner he got her to admit that she was here for Nathan, the sooner he could get back to his own life. An hour will be fine, she muttered. Let's see what you've got. They walked into the site, and Gabe looked through the clipboard of papers in his hands. All right, we always do an environmental survey of the area. As you know, that's a legal requirement, but Nathan wants us to go one step farther. So we pay a little extra to do a more thorough study. Once we get the go-ahead, we start with materials. If we can get recycled materials, we do, but we can't sacrifice safety. Everything's inspected to ensure that it's up to code. Gabe reached out and touched one of the wooden posts. The truth was that while he knew the mechanics, building wasn't his forte. Before Stephen came back, Gabe tried his best to understand what was going on, but Stephen really changed the game for him. Daisy looked like she didn't understand much more either, but she looked around carefully. How often do you find that recycled materials won't work? That I don't know, but you'll have access to the building reports. Everything will be detailed there. Nathan has made quite a few changes in the design department. Popular trends today are no wasted space and energy-saving technology. All county codes differ, so he's working to figure out what we can and can't do. While solar panels are popular, they are not considered pretty enough for some home associations, he added wryly. Daisy frowned. And that's what's wrong with our country. Doesn't matter if the environment is going to hell, so long as everything looks pretty. What about water waste? If you're talking about the new technology to reuse water from bathrooms and showers for lawn irrigation, you have to understand that the technology is still relatively new. While it's testing grade, it's still far more expensive. At the cheapest, it can cost us $7,000 per house. If the budget allows for it, we'd be more than happy to implement it, but as you know, we're not always in charge of how much we can put into a project. Housing developments give us a little more leeway, but sometimes we have to use that money elsewhere. He watched the disappointment on her face. How much do you know about the construction development of projects? He asked. She avoided his gaze. I'm still learning, she mumbled. That was part of the reason why I came early. I was hoping to take a look around so I could ask a few halfway smart questions. If it makes you feel any better, I don't know much about it either. Working with you is forcing me to broaden my horizons. And you don't like that change? Daisy said with a wry smile. Nathan said you liked to be in control. Did he now? Gabe grumbled. Tapping the clipboard on the palm of his hand, he studied her. Dressed in jeans, a flannel shirt, and a hard hat in the middle of a dirty construction site, she shouldn't have stirred his interest. But the way the sun bathed in her light took his breath away. She looked up and stared into his eyes, and he felt a jolt of desire. Christ, what was wrong with him? From what I can tell, he's not wrong, she said teasingly. You're on time. You don't like deviating from your schedule. I guess I disrupt everything for you. You have no idea. Abruptly, he turned and walked to the back of the construction site. She scrambled behind him to keep up. I didn't mean to insult you. He didn't respond, but got straight back to business. If we order too many supplies, we usually return or sell them. We pay local waste companies to handle the trash, he said as he pointed to the compactor. Trash? What about recycling? She asked abruptly. Gabe flipped through the paperwork. No recycling. I think it differs for each county. If it's too expensive to move the product, we opt to toss it instead. And you don't see a problem with that? She demanded. You're kidding, right? We've been recycling for years now. How the fuck is it that you can't? Whoa. Gabe held up his hand and blinked. I get it, okay? The yelling doesn't help. Well, sometimes it's hard to be heard without the yelling. And seriously, I can't believe that you don't recycle. I said that I get it, he said softly. Something must have resonated with her because she stared at him. You get it? She repeated quietly. You probably would have heard that the first time if you weren't yelling at me. Seriously, Daisy, you need to moderate your views. And you need to do your homework. If you don't understand how a company works, how are you going to be able to change it? I tell you what, I'll send you 2 budget reports. One will be our budget report, and the other will be a report if we do everything the way you want us to do it. Maybe then you'll see the decisions that we have to make. Fine. Daisy folded her arms. I guess our hour is up. I will go home and do my homework. Why don't you stop by tonight for the budget reports? He said casually. He really needed to get things on the fast track with Nathan and Daisy. Not only was she right about how she was disrupting his schedule, but he couldn't seem to stop himself from thinking about how attractive she was. That was not part of the deal. Stop by your apartment? She stared at him for a long moment. Then before he could change his mind, she said, Sure, I can do that. I won't be at the apartment, he said quickly. I'll be at Duncan's house. Stop by around 6. She gave him a strange look. Can't you email it to me? Not a great idea. If an electronic copy of the wrong budget goes out on the server of Duncan Enterprises, it can be accessed by everyone, and that could spell disaster. I'll print off a copy for you to use, and then I can delete it. Okay, she said quietly. I'll be there at 6. She tugged on her braid before handing over the hard hat, giving him an awkward salute, and leaving the site. The foreman came to collect their hats. She's a spitfire. How did you end up with her? He said with a smile. Pulled the short straw, Gabe muttered, as he turned the hats over. But he wasn't really focused on the foreman. Tonight he was having dinner at Duncan's with Daddy Dearest, Stephen, and Angie. And Nathan. Gabe didn't feel bad at all about leading Daisy right into a trap. The way he saw it, it was payback. Chapter 7. Daisy felt strange as she pulled into the expansive drive at the Maxfield estate. When she and Nathan were dating, he'd never invited her over to his father's. She used to think that he was embarrassed by her, but then she quickly discovered it was because Nathan himself didn't like coming home. His family was the poster for dysfunctional families everywhere. There were several cars parked in the drive. Frowning, she got out and walked up the well-tended path. Flowers bloomed along the walk, and it was clear that the grounds were groomed every day. Rich bastards, she muttered. Although she was all for the environment, she couldn't even keep a cactus alive in her apartment. After a few minutes of hesitation, she rang the doorbell. What was her problem? She was here for a stupid piece of paper. It wasn't like she was coming over for dinner. Daisy, so glad you could join us, a familiar voice said as the door opened. Angela? Daisy asked with a frown. What was Stephen's wife doing here? We're just getting started. Dinner should be ready in a few minutes. And look, call me Angie. Angie grabbed her arms and pulled her in. Dinner? Oh, no, I'm not here for dinner, Daisy said.
I'm here to grab something from Gabe. If you could let him know that I'm here. Angie pushed through the double doors, and Daisy's eyes widened. Everyone sat at the dinner table. Gabe, Stephen, Duncan, Nathan. She'd been set up. With a dirty look at Gabe, she let Angie pull out a chair. I think everyone remembers Daisy, she said brightly, as Daisy sat down. Sorry, I'm not dressed. I didn't realize that I was interrupting a family reunion, Daisy said with a pointed glare at Gabe. Nathan cleared his throat. Gabe said you wanted to join us, he said quietly. Really? Because Gabe told me that he had something for me to pick up here tonight. I guess he thought me picking up a paper meant I wanted to have dinner with the Maxfields, she said dryly. It also wasn't lost on her that Angie had sat her next to Nathan. He was so close that she could feel the heat radiating from his body, but it wasn't Nathan that interested her. Gabe sat right across from her, and she briefly wondered whether she could give him a swift kick under the table to let him know how she felt. But knowing her luck, she'd kick the wrong shin and land in a heap of trouble. She had no idea what he was up to, but if he thought that it would shake her off the job, he was wrong. If she had to schmooze the Maxfields to make this project successful, then that's what she would do. Daisy, I'm sorry we never had you here before, Duncan said with a smile. I know our relationship wasn't quite as good while you were with Nathan. Most of that was my fault. Startled, she stared at him. You should never have to apologize for family, she said with a smile. Everybody has problems with relationships. How were you with your father? Duncan asked. Nathan cleared his throat rather loudly and tried to hide the fact that he was shaking his head to warn his father off that topic. But Daisy squared her shoulders. Duncan, Angie said in a warning tone. I'm sure Daisy doesn't want to talk about personal family matters here. No, it's fine. My relationship with my father is rocky, she admitted. We were close when I was growing up, but I quickly learned that his view of the world wasn't something that I agreed with. Like what? Stephen asked. Daisy tapped her fingers on the table and smiled as a plate of food was placed in front of her. A black bean burger? She asked. Nathan reminded us that you were a vegan, Gabe said. We decided we'd all try something new tonight. Black bean burgers for all. Plus, it's probably good for Duncan's cholesterol. Thank you, she said softly to Nathan. You were talking about your father? Stephen prompted. Daisy bit into her burger and nodded. Right. Well, my father told me that if everyone liked me, everything in the world would open up to me. I relied on my popularity for everything until I realized what he did for a living. He wrote ad copy for several successful businesses, and he helped them hide their dirty secrets through savvy marketing campaigns. I realized then that having people like me meant nothing if I wasn't doing good with my life. Doing good? Stephen asked, with a raised eyebrow. You were arrested several times. You completely disrupted an entire research facility when you broke in and released all their animals. You do more harm than good. Stephen, Angie hissed. She gave Daisy a small smile. Daisy's trying to change her ways. I am. I was young when that happened. Well, I say young. What I mean is that quite a lot has happened in the years between the woman who did those things and the woman I am today. I'm confident that with restored Eden's resources, I won't have to resort to such radical tactics. And if you saw the cages that they kept those poor dogs in, you would have released them as well. What do you mean by things that happened? You mean you and Nathan's breakup? Duncan asked suddenly. Dad, Nathan growled. We are not talking about this. Daisy's cheeks flamed, and she looked at Gabe. For some reason, she wasn't embarrassed about talking about her relationship with Nathan in front of Duncan. But she really didn't want to talk about it in front of Gabe. However, he was looking at her like he expected her to respond. Nathan was one of those reasons, she admitted in a low voice. We are not talking about this, Nathan interrupted. And the next person who brings it up is going to have to deal with me. Do you understand? Daisy put her burger down. No, it's fine. She took a deep breath. I am part of the reason that Nathan acted against Duncan Enterprises and walked away. I have no doubt that you all already knew that. But I feel like I should come clean. I had no right to ask Nathan to choose between his family and his beliefs. Gabe's jaw dropped, and he stared at her. What was happening here? He cleared his throat, dabbed his lips with his linen napkin, and then said, So you're saying you've given up on all that radical stuff? I'm saying I'm doing things differently this time. I've realized by now that I won't get anywhere by antagonizing everyone. On top of all that, if I want Duncan Enterprises to change, I need to be open to the fact that not everything is black and white. That's why I'm changing. She took a deep breath and looked around the table. Everyone was staring at her, and there was a smile on Duncan's face. I'm sorry I didn't get to know you sooner, Duncan said as he lifted his beer. These next few weeks are going to be fun. He and Stephen immediately started to squabble, and Daisy settled back to watch the scene. She and her father had never been on good terms after she started on her radical ways, but even when they were friendly, it was never like this. She had often tried to imagine what it would be like to have a big family. Stephen and Duncan were almost identical in how they conducted themselves. It was probably why they argued the most. Angie flip-flopped between defending her mentor and defending her husband, and Daisy could see why the family liked her so much. She was the perfect mediator. Nathan and Gabe kept quiet most of the time. She knew that Nathan was giving her sideways glances, but so was Gabe. Finally, when no one was looking, Nathan leaned over. Are you okay? It seems like you didn't know that you were joining us for dinner. I didn't know, and yes, thank you, I'm fine. She gave him a small smile. If this is the worst of my problems when it comes to dealing with Duncan Enterprises, I think I can handle it. Gabe told me that you didn't want to work with me. Is there something I should know? He asked quietly. She looked at him, and for a moment she wondered if there was still a spark there. If Nathan told her that he had feelings for her, how would she react? She had fond memories of him. She wouldn't trade her years with him for anything, but now she realized there was nothing there anymore. Even though we're okay now, I don't want our history to get in the way of my plans. I hope you're okay with that. He reached over and gave her hand a squeeze. I'm okay with that. Just know that I'm behind you all the way. When she returned her attention back to the table, she couldn't help but notice that Gabe was watching them closely. His expression was unreadable. Chapter 8. Daisy met Gabe out on another site a few days later. Getting there an hour early, she explained the situation to the foreman and asked if he could clarify some of the jargon on the budget reports. Unlike the previous site, this man was very happy to show her around. We've got a lull in the work right now. Client wanted to make some changes, so we're kind of at a standstill, he told her as he walked her around. It's costly because he still has to pay my men even though they're not working, but I guess the clients that work with Duncan Enterprises don't have to worry too much about money. Daisy had to bite her tongue. The budget showed significant cost differences in environmentally friendly structures and those that were not. But if clients could afford to pay men to sit around and do nothing, it seemed reasonable to suppose that they could pay a little extra for sustainable structures and eco-friendly working practices. Do you recycle here? She asked, as she carefully negotiated rubble and picked her way through the dirt. Nah, too expensive. We try to use recycled material, though. Of course you do. It's cheaper, she said. Doesn't the client have to pay a disposal fee? It's usually part of the price. The foreman squinted at her. It's not even our decision. But it could be, Daisy pushed. You could factor the price for a recycling bin and a trash bin all into one bundle. The client wouldn't have a choice, right? I suppose. That's something you'll have to ask the Maxfields. Just then a car pulled up to the site. Daisy looked around and frowned. Speak of the devil, she murmured. She had some choice words to say to him after the stunt he pulled with the Maxfield family dinner a few nights ago. Gabe got out of the car. He was dressed in his usual expensive gray suit, but this time he left his jacket in the car. Daisy watched as he stripped off his tie as well, then rolled up his sleeves. When he slowly unbuttoned a few of the top buttons on his shirt, her breath caught. Hell's bells. That man was sexy. He caught sight of her and frowned. "Are you pissing off the foreman again?" he called out. "No," she snapped back. He was more than happy to show me around. Apparently the client has no problems paying for the men to do nothing while he makes up his mind what he wants. But when it comes to shelling out a few more $100 for recycling, he's not rich enough for that. Gabe grabbed the hard hat and eyed her warily. "You seem unusually angry today. Let's get this over with," she snapped. "I looked over the budget reports, and I see what you mean by a price difference. I worked on this last night." She pulled out another piece of paper and handed it to him. "This is a sustainable structure, using the same budget that you have here, but there are a few differences." Narrowing his eyes, he grabbed the mock-up budget and frowned. "It's not bad, but you've left a few things out. You need to include extra braces for earthquakes territories, plus this doesn't factor in the weather. Companies don't pay their men during bad weather like rain or cold. There's no central heating system, and..." Daisy reached out and snatched the paper back. "It's California. What the fuck do they need central heating for anyway?" she grumbled. He sighed. "Don't get upset. It takes time to learn the ins and outs of a construction company. Your mock-up isn't bad, but it's not going to be perfect the first go-round. Now, I've called a recycling company in the area, and they're bringing a bin by later today. We can't bill the client for it since they've already signed a contract, so Duncan Enterprises will be footing the bill for that." Her eyes lit with glee, and she clapped her hands. "Gabe, that's fantastic. We need to go through your waste to pick out what can be recycled, and we need to teach the workers to know the difference between what can be recycled and what can't. If even one wrong thing goes in the recycle bin, the whole bin has to be thrown out." "Really?" he asked, startled. "I had no idea. Some instructions will be necessary. I don't want to lose all this money to have the recyclables tossed out. But we're not going through anything today. The recycling can start when the bin gets here." "No." Daisy planted her hands on her hips and stared at him. He wasn't seriously suggesting that she ignore all the materials that could be recycled. "Why? Why can't we go through the trash now? The men don't have any work to do anyway, and they're still getting paid." "Daisy, I have to go back to the office after this. I'm not sorting through trash." "You are unbelievable. How are you going to help change the world if you don't want to get your hands a little dirty?" "A little dirty? I think we both know that's an understatement. If you want to go through the bins, be my guest, but don't expect me to help you. When you're done, we can go over the design plans for the building." She frowned. "That reminds me. I noticed that there weren't any design plans in the bundle of information that you gave me." "You've already gone through all that information?" "No, of course not. But Jordan and the rest of the guys at Restore Eden are combing through it. Apparently they expected to see design plans." Gabe raised his eyebrows, and she saw the suspicion in his eyes. "Blueprints for all our designs in progress are available to the public. You have to go to the county commissioner's office to pull them. Any design that has not been approved by the commissioner is not available to the public, and I can't send you that information." "Don't you trust me?" "With Restore Eden's track record? Absolutely not. Anyone can take our plans and get them approved by the commissioner before we can. It happens more often than you think, and it's not something that we are willing to risk. If you want the blueprints, you'll have to go find them. If you want to talk about architectural design, you'll have to hit up Nathan. No hard copies of designs in progress will leave Duncan Enterprises." That made sense. Jordan probably didn't know the ins and outs of the county commissioner's office, and there was no way she was going to let her section do anything illegal. "Let's look at the blueprints before I start dumpster diving," she said as her stomach rumbled. Glancing up, she realized that the sun was already setting. Gabe had promised her an hour, and that hour was almost up. "Come on. I figured we'd be here until late. I have some sandwiches in the car, and you can grab us some coffee from the trailer. I'll meet you at one of the picnic tables," he said softly. She gave him a grateful smile. Not only was he offering to feed her, but he was offering more time than he'd promised. Maybe Gabe wasn't such a bad guy after all. Grabbing the coffee, she met him at the table where he had the plans spread out. "Why did you trick me into having dinner with you?" she asked. "Who says I tricked you?" he said mildly. "Maybe the dinner was sprung last moment." "Was it?" she demanded. "Daisy, if you're going to work with the company, you're going to have to work with everyone. Despite your obvious issues working with Nathan, I have to know that you'll set your feelings aside during this project. I have to know that you're not going to attack Duncan, and that you can put up with Stephen's temper. Had I invited you to dinner, you wouldn't have come. Consider it your initiation." "First off, I don't have any obvious issues with Nathan," she said, doing the air quotes thing. "I prefer to work with you so that when I make my reports, there is no confusion about my relationship with Duncan Enterprises," Daisy snapped. It really upset her to think that Gabe still thought she had feelings for Nathan. "Fine," he said, as he watched her carefully. "Not fine. Next time you need to be more transparent about certain situations. If you wanted to have dinner with me, all you had to do was ask. There's no need to put on a charade." The words were out of her mouth before she even realized what she'd said. Gabe moved quickly, pinning her to the table. Immediately, the air around them grew tense, and she felt her heart beat faster. "More transparent about situations?" he murmured. "Like you were the other night, when I found myself at a party. Who was asking whom out then?" "I'm sorry," she whispered, but he wasn't finished. His hands went to her hips, and her lips parted in anticipation. More than anything, she wanted him to kiss her, and she was embarrassed by that revelation. "If I wanted to ask you out, Daisy Levine, you can be damn sure that it wouldn't be in the company of my family. There will be no charade. When I want something, I'm not hesitant about taking it." He dipped his head low, but he hovered a few inches from her face. Unable to help herself, she lifted her lips and brushed them across his. It was a butterfly touch. It was meant to tease him, but the action was more than she could handle. Before she knew what was happening, Gabe pushed her back and pressed his lips to hers. As his tongue swept in, she reached up to grab his shoulders as she attempted to hold on. The entire ground beneath her feet shifted, and she heard herself moan. Gabe's hand trailed up her jeans until they brushed under her shirt, and with the immense pleasure of feeling him touching her, she felt a cold dose of reality. "Shit," she said as she pulled away. "No, we can't do this." He stood still as she quickly turned to gather up her paperwork. She wanted him to say something, to agree with her. "I'm going to go. I will see you at our next meeting," she said unsteadily. "You don't want to look at the blueprints?" he asked calmly. "I do. I really do, but it's more important to me that you don't think I go around mixing business with pleasure. I'm not interested in being entangled with the Maxfield family again. So, when we're both feeling more like ourselves, we can finish this conversation." Breathing heavily, she ignored the desire that inflamed her body, and she forced herself to walk slowly away. He didn't follow her. Part of her wished that he'd say something so that she'd know how he felt, but she knew she had to get away from him. The attraction was too much to deny, and she didn't want him to get the wrong impression. She was here to work. She sure as hell didn't need to get involved with another Maxfield. Rather than going home, Gabe stopped by the office. He was still shaking with anger. What the hell had he been thinking? Kissing Daisy was a mistake. It was more than a mistake. It was dangerous. It had been obvious the other night when he watched her and Nathan whispering that she still wasn't over his brother, no matter what she might declare to the contrary. Rather than feeling satisfaction that Angie's plan might work, Gabe only felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy. "Moron," he muttered, as he slumped heavily at his desk. What was going on with him? Not only was Daisy nothing like his usual type, She was dangerous. She could ruin what little relationship he had with his younger brother. And she was like a powder keg, ready to blow Duncan Enterprises to smithereens. He needed to get her as far away from the company and himself as possible. But damn, she tasted good. She lingered on his lips, and when he closed his eyes, he could hear her breathy moans. Despite his best intentions, he knew he wanted her. He would have to make sure they met only in public spaces, where the chances of anything so intimate happening again were severely limited. Cursing himself, he turned on his computer and scrolled through his emails. If he knew what was good for him, he'd go work off his frustrations with some other woman, but he knew that wasn't the answer. Right now, he only wanted Daisy, and trying to ease that ache with someone else would only add fuel to the fire. A bold subject line caught his attention, and he opened the email. The foreman on the first project where he'd taken Daisy suspected theft from the worksite. Glancing at the clock, Gabe saw it was late, but he called the foreman anyway.
"Mr. Maxfield,"
the man said gruffly.
"I tried to call you earlier, but your secretary said that you were out at a site. Did you see the email that I sent you?"
"I did, but it doesn't say anything specific. What's missing?" Things disappeared from construction sites all the time, but it was usually lumber and hardware. Generally, it was never a big deal, so for the foreman to have emailed him seemed to suggest that something of greater than usual value was missing.
"There's a lot of paperwork that's gone. Nothing damaging. Blueprints, contracts, background checks, that kind of thing. It's easy for me to get more copies, but it's odd to say the least. The work itinerary and shipment schedule is also missing," he said uneasily.
Gabe closed his eyes. What had Daisy said? Jordan specifically pointed out that none of the blueprints was included in the pack of information that he had given her. The foreman wasn't wrong. None of it was actually damaging. But it could be the starting point for someone who wanted to dig a little further into the company. And the loss of the shipment schedule was not a good thing. If someone wanted to hit a construction site the hardest, they'd make sure that bulk materials never made it to the site. "How long have they been missing?" Gabe asked uneasily.
"I'm not sure. It's not paperwork I check every day. I went to check the shipping files this morning, and I noticed the folder was gone. That's when I started to look around to see what else might be missing."
"Do you keep them in a locked drawer?" Gabe asked quickly.
"I do, but pretty much everyone on the site knows where I keep the key. I trust my men," he added defensively. "If they wanted this information, all they had to do was ask."
"Has anyone new been around? New hires that you haven't vetted yet?" Gabe questioned. The foreman was quiet for a minute.
"I did hire a new bunch of guys last week, but they had great recommendations, and the woman that you brought around was listed as one of the contacts. I thought it was part of the program. They're hard enough workers, though. I have no reason to be unhappy with their work or to suspect them of anything."
"Damn it," Gabe said quietly. Did Restore Eden usually put men undercover at construction sites? That was definitely not part of the deal. "Send me their information. I'll be out on the site tomorrow to look around. I want to talk to these men."
"Yes, sir."
The foreman hung up, and Gabe stared at the computer. What if Restore Eden wasn't trying to change their ways? What if they were actually working against his company? And what if Daisy knew? In her desire to make Nathan happy, had Angie invited the enemy in? Chapter 9. Before heading out to the site the next day, Gabe met Nathan and Angie in Angie's office. He told them about the information that was missing, and Nathan immediately jumped to Daisy's side. "She's not that person anymore. She's turning things around, and you need to give her the benefit of the doubt before you go accusing her," he argued. Stephen, who was not in town but listening on the conference call, felt differently. "Nathan, you haven't actually talked to Daisy in a while. When you were together, she was also trying to change. Then she went on a huge rampage and tried to convince you to turn on your own family. How do you know this isn't retribution?" "She was hurting and lashed out. Believe me, there aren't any residual feelings between us anymore. She has no reason to attack Duncan Enterprises or anyone in this family, Nathan insisted. Gabe folded his arms. Really? Because what I saw at dinner the other night didn't look like two platonic friends talking, he pointed out, although he decided not to bring up the fact that Daisy had also kissed him. You're seeing what you want to see. She's not like that. When she takes on a project, all other feelings go by the wayside. I'm telling you, this has nothing to do with me. What we were talking about the other night was how cool we were with each other. You have to stop thinking of Daisy as my ex-girlfriend and start thinking of her as a consultant. What could she possibly gain from hurting Duncan Enterprises? This is her chance to be seen as a serious environmentalist. Stop seeing Daisy as Nathan's ex-girlfriend? That would probably do more harm than good. Gabe shook his head in an attempt to push his lustful thoughts aside and tried to focus on the bigger picture. If Daisy was up to something, they needed to know about it. I don't trust her, Stephen said succinctly. And I think if we stopped looking at her as Nathan's ex, we would all feel the same way. Not necessarily, Angie said finally. I'm with Nathan on this one. I don't see what she has to gain by doing anything extreme. Of course you'd agree with Nathan, Stephen said grumpily. Angie winked at Nathan. Stephen, don't start. Let's look at the facts. She can't do too much with the stolen paperwork except possibly mess up the shipment schedule. Now that we know the information is missing, we can track the materials ourselves. If anything happens to it, we can deal with the situation before it goes too far. Problem solved. Gabe, have you talked with Daisy about this? Maybe she took it and didn't realize how it would look. We did give her open access to most of our files. You gave her open access, Gabe pointed out. I'm here completely against my will. He hesitated. There is also the possibility that Restore Eden is working without Daisy's knowledge. I've met the man under her, Jordan. He has a record as long as my arm, and he was stoned. I wouldn't put it past him to do something like this. Oh, that's not good. Angie rubbed her eyes, then took a deep breath in. Okay then, what do we do now? She asked. We can't discount Daisy so soon, but we don't have enough proof to outright accuse her of anything, Gabe began. There's a charity event in a couple of nights that includes some big names. Let's invite her and see how she reacts. If she can control herself, maybe we can trust that she has changed. But if she makes a scene, we have to conclude that she's part of the problem. Restore Eden might not be making changes that we want to believe in. Angie's eyes lit up with a huge smile. Oh, I love that plan. Nathan can take her. Gabe immediately felt a jolt of anger, but Nathan shook his head. I'm not going, and Stephen is out of town. Gabe will have to take her. She frowned, as if she didn't like the idea, but finally she nodded. Fine, Gabe will take her. Anything else? Are you kidding? We're facing someone with the power to destroy us, and we're taking her to a very expensive charity event? What kind of crap is that? Stephen grumbled. Go back to work, honey. I'll talk to you later. Love you, Angie said sweetly before hanging up on him. He's cranky because Maxfield Construction landed a huge job that's keeping him away a little longer than he'd hoped. Gabe, if there is nothing else to report, go ahead and take Daisy back out again. Tell her about the theft and see what her reaction might be. I want to believe that she's innocent, but let's not get taken for a ride over this. Gabe nodded and left the office. He couldn't even look Nathan in the eye. His thoughts were pulling in 100 different directions. More than anything, he wanted to believe that things were over between his brother and Daisy. He also wanted to believe that she didn't have anything to do with the theft. And he wanted Daisy, naked, with her legs wrapped around his waist. Damn it, he muttered. Things were getting more and more complicated by the minute. An hour later, he pulled up to the construction site to meet with the foreman. The man looked nervous as he fidgeted with his hard hat. Mr. Maxfield, I'm sorry you had to come all the way out here like this. It's not exactly on my list of things to do today, Gabe said. But I'm here. You've got the men in the trailer? The foreman nodded, and Gabe sighed. Let's get this over with. Inside the trailer were 4 men. They were built for construction work, but there was something uneasy in their eyes. Gabe didn't recognize any of them from the party Daisy had dragged him to, which so far was the only good thing in all this. Gentlemen, you're here because you listed Daisy Levine as a contact on your applications. I want to know your relationship with her. Daisy? She's our boss. One voice piped up. Your boss? You work for Duncan Enterprises now. How can she be your boss? The men exchanged looks. We're with Restore Eden. We were told that you guys wanted to hire some of our men to help with the project. We work for you and them. Gabe blinked. There was nothing in the agreement about hiring anyone from Restore Eden. Who told you that? Daisy told us that. Suddenly, the door to the trailer flew open and Daisy stormed in. What the hell is going on? She demanded. Glad you can make it, Gabe said coldly. Can you explain why these men from Restore Eden are now working for Duncan Enterprises on this site? Why do I have to explain that? You ordered it. I sure as hell did not order it, Gabe stated. Confused, she stared at him. I got a phone call 2 weeks ago from Restore Eden saying that you wanted men from the project to work directly on the job site. I thought it was some PR stunt, but I wasn't about to turn it down. That kind of working relationship would be great for us. Even if you didn't order it, I don't know why you'd be pissed about it. Aren't they good workers? Gabe nodded to the men. Get back to work, guys. We'll notify you if anything changes. The men shot Daisy a strange look before leaving the trailer. Okay, what is going on? I know you didn't call me in here because you think my Restore Eden section puts spies to work on your site. That's ridiculous. Is it? Daisy, there was a bunch of paperwork missing. Nothing too sensitive, but information that could possibly damage us. Information that a radical group like Restore Eden would love to get their hands on, Gabe said quietly. The theft didn't occur until after these men started working here. She narrowed her eyes. We're going to get back to the part where you're accusing me of theft. Right now, I want to focus on the missing paperwork. What do you mean by damaging? If there's something that you're hiding from me, you need to tell me. Because if I find it and go to the press with it, things are going to get ugly fast. Not that kind of damaging. Background information on the other companies working with us, shipment schedules, blueprints. This is the kind of paperwork that radicals can use against us. I'm not talking about stuff we're doing wrong. I'm talking about information that you can use against us illegally, Gabe said angrily. And if you didn't know about these men, then what kind of organization are you running? You are in charge, aren't you? Of course I'm in charge, she snapped. Restore Eden might have a reputation for radicalism, but we're changing that. It's all in the past. We didn't steal anything, and I resent the accusation. Then what's your explanation for it? Because it looks like someone is talking to Restore Eden, and they're not going through you first. Daisy opened her mouth before clamping it shut. Her chest heaved, and Gabe suspected that she knew something she wasn't telling him. Is it your friend, Jordan? If you know something, you need to tell me, he said carefully. She lowered her arms and began to tap her fingers on her legs. Daisy was a horrible liar, and Gabe knew that whatever she said next wasn't going to be the truth. I trust Jordan. He wouldn't do anything without my consent. Gabe's heart sank. This whole mess was a big mistake. Jordan was obviously going to be a problem for them. He could simply terminate the contract, and maybe that would be for the best, as he could get back to doing his job. Granted, Angie would be upset with him. What would Nathan think? He did say there was nothing between them anymore. You're a terrible liar, Daisy Levine. Maybe it would be best if Duncan Enterprises terminated your contract. Before he could say more, she interrupted him. Tugging on her braid, Daisy shook her head. Gabe, no. Technically, we aren't in violation of the contract. Yet, she agreed. I realize that this doesn't look good, and yes, I am defending Restore Eden. Jordan has given me no indication that he's deviating from our plan. But if it makes you feel better, I'll go to our offices and look around. If I find your missing paperwork, I'll let you know. You'd better. If I think for 1 minute that you're not being honest with me, the deal is off, Daisy. Do you break your end of the contract, and Duncan Enterprises will crucify you in the courts. Do you understand?" She paled, and Gabe immediately regretted his words. If Nathan was right and Daisy didn't have anything to do with it, he was lashing out at her for nothing. He was on the point of apologizing, but she held up her hands to silence him. "Fine, you don't need to say anything else," he said stiffly. "I'll go look right now." Gabe walked past her and opened the door. He saw the sudden shadow hanging over him before he heard the shouts of the workmen. Looking up, he saw a load of lumber swinging above him. Before he could take a breath, there was a snap, and the wood began to fall. With a muffled curse, he leaped back into the trailer, turning to shield Daisy with his body. A cloud of dirt and dust rose into the air, and immediately they were all hacking and coughing. "Are you okay?" he finally asked her. There was fear in her eyes when she nodded. "Are you?" she asked in a trembling voice. Her hand was on his chest. He touched it briefly. He wanted to lean down to kiss her and tell her that everything was okay. But he couldn't shake the suspicion in the back of his mind. Turning, he leaned out the door again. A group of men had circled the fallen lumber and were yelling angrily at each other. The foreman went out to calm them down and find out what happened. "Something's wrong with the crane," he said finally when he came back to Gabe's side. "Apparently, the trolley was jammed and refused to move, causing the jib to tilt, releasing the lumber." Gabe lifted an eyebrow, understanding half of what the foreman said. "The equipment is checked regularly. If there was a problem with the crane, we would have known before it was brought to the job site." The crane operator climbed back into the cab and tried to get to work, but it didn't even sputter to life. "I don't know what's wrong," he exclaimed. The foreman ignored Gabe's suspicious looks and went to check it out himself. Gabe took a deep breath. Had the lumber landed on the foreman, it would have set the work back by several weeks, maybe even more. And that would have been bad enough. But if it had taken out Gabe or anyone else working on the site, Restore Eden would have been able to make a powerful, highly damaging statement about the safety issues on the site and get construction halted pending investigation. And if it had taken out Daisy, Jordan would have been able to step up and take her place. The thought of that made Gabe's blood boil. Gabe was about to pack everything up and head home for the day when there was a soft knock on the door. Looking up, he saw Daisy hesitating in the doorway. "Did you find the paperwork?" he asked without preamble. "No. I spoke to Restore Eden. They said you'd corresponded through some emails, but when I read them, I realized that there was a misunderstanding. Restore Eden thought you were proposing to have some men work on the site. It was a simple mistake, Gabe. There's no conspiracy behind it." Leaning back, Gabe studied her. The foreman said the lift had run out of gas. He said it happens all the time. The chain used to secure materials to move across the site was the wrong size, which caused it to jam. He's investigating, and someone is going to lose their job, but it seems like it was an accident. Relief was written all over her face. "Gabe, I know you don't trust me or Restore Eden, and I get it. I do. I've done some things in the past, and Restore Eden has done worse things. But if you don't start trusting us, none of this is going to work. You have to get over me as Nathan's ex-girlfriend, and you're going to have to trust me. Can we start over?" Gabe ran his hands through his hair in frustration. "I can't get over it, Daisy. I want to trust you, but believe me, if I forget that you're Nathan's ex-girlfriend, we're really going to have problems." "You're talking about the kiss," she said softly. "It doesn't have to be a big deal. You're a playboy. It's sort of what you do." It wasn't what he did, but he didn't point that out. "I tell you what, we can try to put all this behind us and start over. Clean slate. No history or backstory, but you have to do something for me." "What?" "I need you to look me in the eye and tell me that you're over Nathan. I need to believe it." She gave him a sad smile. "I can do that. I can tell you that Nathan and I were over long before we broke up. I can tell you that Nathan and I were never really in love with each other, but were more in love with what we were doing together. But if you don't want to believe it, nothing I say can ever make you believe it. I can tell you until I'm blue in the face, but the rest is up to you. We could do great things, Gabe. We could be good together. You have to believe that.
Closing the door softly behind her, she left him to his thoughts. Gabe sat back and closed his eyes. When she said they could be good together, did she mean professionally? Or did she mean something else entirely? Because maybe that was what he was afraid of. Chapter 10.
More, baby, more. Harder, harder. Oh, God.
Daisy was so caught up with listening to her neighbors that she almost didn't hear the knock on her door.
Daisy, are you in there?
Daisy practically fell off her couch. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Most of her friends were probably waking up or getting over their hangover. Who the hell was this? Peering through the peephole, she gasped. Angie Maxfield was on the other side. What was she doing here? Had she come by to tell Daisy that they were about to kick her off the project? Had something happened?
Daisy, I can hear you breathing through the door. Although that's only between the intermittent moaning of your neighbors. Can you let me in?
Angie said dryly. Daisy unhooked the chain and undid all the locks on the door.
Angie, what are you doing here?
The CEO of Duncan Enterprises pushed past her carrying a large tote bag and a garment bag.
What do you mean, what am I doing here? Aren't you expecting me?
No, Daisy said, puzzled.
In fact, I'm supposed to meet Gabe at a function of some sort in a few hours. Yes, you are. That's why I'm here. I'm supposed to help you get ready. Didn't Gabe tell you that?
Angie draped the garment bag over a ripped, once blue chair that Daisy had gotten free off the internet, and she put the tote on the floor. Daisy scowled.
He did not, and I do not need help getting ready. I'm a grown woman. I can dress myself. So you have a gown ready? A gown?
Daisy sputtered.
What the hell do I need a gown for?
Angie laughed.
Daisy, this is a black tie affair. Gabe thought you might not have anything appropriate to wear, so he asked me to come over. Don't worry. I used Gabe's personal credit card to get you this dress.
Barely hearing Angie, Daisy sat down heavily. Her heart was pounding. She looked up in dismay.
Black tie affair? Why would Gabe invite me to a black tie affair? Christ, I've never been to any place nicer than an Applebee's. Why would he do this? You said you wanted to meet some people. Politicians, businessmen. This is how you do it. Angie frowned. I should tell you that Gabe is the only Maxfield brother who is going to be there. Stephen is working in the Bay Area, and Nathan doesn't go to these functions. Is this a date?
Daisy asked quietly. Angie raised an eyebrow.
Do you want it to be a date? Of course not.
She answered too quickly as she stood. She rubbed the damp palms of her hands on her jeans and took a deep breath. The thought of being on Gabe's arm excited her more than she was willing to admit, and the thought of being on his arm at a black tie affair practically gave her a panic attack. But she was a smart woman. She could make this work to her advantage, and she could be classy.
Yeah, I can be classy, she affirmed aloud. I'm glad you've decided that,
Angie said in an amused voice.
Okay, let's get started.
She unzipped the clothing bag and held up the gown for Daisy's inspection. It was a stunning midnight blue with shimmery detail at the mermaid cup top and at the bottom. The dress would cling to her hips, then flare out around her legs to give movement and grace. And it clearly cost money. Like, a lot of money.
I should probably shower before I put that on, Daisy said after swallowing hard.
Angie chuckled and nodded her head before Daisy hurriedly scrambled for the bathroom. Adrenaline pushed her through the fastest shower of her life, and finally she was wrapped in a towel and seated on a stool in the bathroom.
You have beautiful hair,
Angie murmured as she spritzed some product through it.
Why do you always braid it?
Daisy shrugged.
It's easier, I guess. Keeps it out of my face, and it doesn't require any maintenance. Looks have never been super important to me. It helps that you're naturally pretty. I think some curls would be perfect for tonight.
Daisy held her breath as Angie pulled the blow dryer from the tote
and began to work on her hair. After blow-drying and curling, Angie parted Daisy's hair to the side and slid a discreet pin up one side to clip the hair out of her face. The other side fell freely and flowed down over her shoulder in soft, shimmery curls. "Wow," Daisy whispered. "I don't think I've ever looked so pretty." Angie beamed. "We're not done yet. After a little makeup, you're going to be a knockout." Just then, the wall began to shake as the neighbors began to scream at each other again. "A few minutes ago, they seemed to be madly in lust." "All they do is screw and fight," Daisy said wryly. "But they've been together for years, so obviously something is going right for them." "Why don't you complain?" "You sound like Gabe. If you want to survive in this place, you don't complain about your neighbors." Angie paused as she pulled out her makeup bag and gave Daisy an odd look. "Gabe was here? In your apartment?" "Not in the apartment, in the hall," Daisy said hastily. She didn't want Angie to get the wrong idea. "He insisted on walking me to my place after a party." "Gabe went to a party with you?" Angie questioned as her tone rose an octave. "Sort of. Jordan wanted to meet him, and he was at a party at the time. It wasn't a great meeting. In fact, the whole thing was a total disaster. Everyone was drinking and doing drugs, and Gabe freaked out. I had no idea anything could break that cool exterior. But he's really scary when he's angry." Angie chuckled and began to dab some powder on Daisy's face. "I've been working with Gabe for a long time, and I don't see him lose control very often. But when he does..." Stephen talks about Gabe's past sometimes. He wasn't always so cool and collected. I think being the middle child had an interesting influence on him. "How are things with you and Nathan?" "Nathan?" "Yes. You don't talk about him much. It makes me think that maybe you're hiding something." Hell's bells. Angie thought Daisy was still sweet on Nathan because she didn't mention him. All this time, Daisy was hoping people would get the opposite impression if she kept her mouth shut. She clearly needed to take a different approach. "I don't talk about him because there isn't anything to talk about. We don't see each other these days." "Yes, Gabe told me that you don't want to see Nathan," Angie said quietly. "Nathan still means a good deal to me. I know it's probably causing a rift that I'm here, and I don't want to make things even more complicated by being around him all the time. My relationship with Duncan Enterprises is purely professional, and by avoiding Nathan, I can keep it that way," Daisy said carefully. "Why is Gabe talking about it?" Angie smiled. "I'm CEO of this company. I need to make sure that all parties involved in this unusual project are keeping a cool head about them. Gabe seems to hate his visits with you less and less. In fact, he's actually touting some of your ideas as practical." Daisy felt her heart flutter. For Gabe, that was a huge step. "Thank you," she said softly. "He's easy to work with." "I don't think that's true," Angie said with a laugh. "Okay, your makeup is all done. All you have to do is slip into the dress. Gabe will be picking you up around 7. Food will be served at the party, so you won't need to eat dinner. I have to go get ready and pick up Duncan." "Duncan will be there?" Daisy asked, with renewed interest. She'd only met the man once when she was dating Nathan, and since the start of her Restore Eden project had only met him that one time at dinner at his home. "Yes, so try and sheathe the claws," Angie warned. "I don't have anything against Duncan, but Nathan never spoke highly of him. None of the brothers speak highly of their father, but some recent health changes have made him see the error of his ways. He's making an effort. At least, he's making an effort with Stephen. I think Gabe and Nathan are still keeping their distance. Anyway, I have to run. Don't touch your hair," Angie warned with a smile. Daisy nodded and thanked her, and as soon as Angie left, she slipped on the dress. As she gazed at herself in the mirror, the only thing she could think about was how she was going to throw Gabe right off his feet. A wicked smile crossed her face. Tonight was going to be fun. Chapter 11. Gabe grimaced as he pulled up to Daisy's apartment complex. He tried not to be too judgmental about where she lived, but it looked more like it belonged as part of the backdrop of a post-apocalyptic movie than an actual residence. Driving carefully over the cracked and crumbling parking lot, He slipped smoothly into a guest parking space. At least, he assumed that's what the sign said under the graffiti. The security lights that blanketed the building and parking lot either had broken bulbs or simply had ceased to work some time ago. Stepping out of the car, he met the interested glances of those people hanging out in the parking lot dead on, and each one eventually averted their gaze as he stared them down. Locking his Jaguar, he strolled calmly towards the building entrance. He had installed an anti-theft alarm that only a sophisticated car thief could hack, and he didn't think anyone in this apartment building was that good. But it wasn't his safety, or the safety of his car, that he was worried about. He could always get another car, and he could take care of himself. But how did Daisy fare in such a dangerous situation? For once, her floor was blessedly quiet. He smoothed his hand down the front of his tuxedo jacket before he knocked on the door. She opened it quickly and gave him a small smile. "I'm ready." It was like being hit in the face by a ton of bricks. Or lumber. Daisy looked stunning. The midnight blue dress showed off her California tan, and for a moment, he couldn't help but wonder why he didn't see any tan lines. Did she sunbathe naked somewhere? Blinking, he swallowed hard and tried to steer his thoughts away from her naked body. Her hair fell in curls over her shoulder, and her makeup was soft and light. He almost didn't recognize her without that braid. "You look beautiful," he said softly. Immediately, he regretted the words. This was a professional outing for her to meet some of the influential people in the area. This was not a date. He would have to keep reminding himself of that. "Thanks," she said breathlessly. "You don't look so bad yourself. When you said that we were going to a function, you didn't mention that it was black tie." Gabe shrugged and smiled crookedly. "I have to keep a few surprises to myself. Come on, let's get out of here before one of your neighbors downstairs decides my car is worth more than their freedom." Her eyes rounded and she nodded. For a moment, Gabe thought about giving her his arm, but she was already bustling down the hall. She showed little interest in being on his arm or even being seen with him. Of course not. She wasn't doing this for him. She was only involved with Duncan Enterprises because of Nathan. Something else he needed to remember. The party was already in full swing when they got there. The valets opened their doors and they both exited the vehicle. A few reporters were out front snapping photos and asking questions, but he grabbed her arm and steered her out of the way before she could answer any of them. It wasn't unusual for Gabe to show up at a function with a different woman on his arm, so he knew that the press wouldn't make that big of a deal about it. Unless, of course, they actually dug into her history and found out whom she was. "Oh my," Daisy whispered as she looked around. "There are so many wealthy people here. Is that the actress from Fast Track?" Gabe shrugged. "Maybe. I don't think I've seen it." "But even if you haven't seen it, surely you know who's in it. There were billboards all over the city a few months ago." Gabe shook his head and Daisy laughed. "You clearly need to get out and have a little more fun." His hands immediately went to the small of her back as she turned around, and he felt her twitch under his touch. But she didn't pull away. "I have plenty of fun," he whispered in her ear from behind. "Based on the way some of the women here are looking at you, I can believe it," she murmured. "Am I about to be public enemy number one because I arrived with you?" "Those women knew that I wasn't playing for keeps," he shrugged. "I always have a different woman on my arm." Daisy raised her eyebrows. "Oh, really?" she said teasingly. "So, what? Tonight's eye candy?" It was on the tip of his tongue to ask her if that's what she wanted. Instead, he chose a safer route. "This is business." "You should have told Angie that. I'm sure as hell not dressed like it's business," Daisy said with a wicked smile. No, she wasn't. It took all his effort for Gabe not to drop a kiss on her shoulder. The urge was insane. This was his brother's ex-girlfriend. "Then you shouldn't have invited her to be your date," a small voice whispered in his head. He blew out his breath. Part of him didn't even think twice about it. He attended these events all the time, and while she looked around with stars in her eyes, he was completely jaded. He had simply thought that inviting her would make her happy because she'd be able to meet some important and useful people. He hadn't once thought about what she might think or how she might feel, or how he would feel having her on his arm. It was time to nip this kind of thinking in the bud right now. "Listen to me," he said in her ear as he pulled her close. "You are not to mention Restore Eden. Do you understand? You can give your name and discuss your partnership with Duncan Enterprises and your goals for the future, but you mention that radical group even once, and I will have you thrown out." She turned in his arms and stared at him. It was evident by the hurt on her face that he had gone too far. "What?" she asked in disbelief. This was his chance to backtrack and explain himself, but he pushed forward instead. "Restore Eden has a reputation for being overly radical. I don't want that kind of reputation attached to my company." "No one is ever going to believe that my section has changed if you don't let me talk about it," she hissed back furiously. "Your words are meaningless without your actions to back it up. Prove it with the work you're doing with Duncan Enterprises, and then maybe people will start to believe you," he said mildly. "And don't start a fight with my father." She narrowed her eyes and studied him cautiously. "If you're so embarrassed to be seen with me, then why did you invite me?" she huffed and stalked away. Gabe stared after her for a moment. The swing of her hips was mesmerizing. "She looks beautiful even when she's angry," Angie said softly from his right. He turned his head and frowned. The Latino busty beauty was dressed in a daring red evening gown that would, no doubt, get the men talking. "Her looks are not my concern right now," Gabe said shortly. "It's her attitude and lack of filter." "Just because she's passionate about something doesn't mean that she doesn't have a filter. You two grew up in different circles, and you learn to handle situations differently. I should know." "You're a hothead as well," Gabe grumbled. "Of course you'd take her side." "I'm not taking anyone's side. I'm saying go easy on her. If you treat her like she's trash, she'll have more of an excuse to act like it." "I'm not treating her like she's trash. I'm simply letting her know what's acceptable," Gabe objected. Angie folded her arms and shook her head. "You invited her to a high-class function, Gabe. That tells her that you trust her, and she's more likely to watch what she says around people. But when you start the night off with laying down a set of rules, she's going to think that you consider her low-class trailer trash in a fancy dress." "I don't think that at all," Gabe said with a sigh. "I know what Nathan has told me." "Shit. She's talking to Duncan. I'll be right back." He saw Angie shaking her head, but he ignored it as he pushed his way through the crowd. Before he reached Duncan, someone reached out and grabbed his arm. "Gabe Maxfield. It's been a while," a silky voice murmured. Gabe turned to see a beautiful blonde gripping him tightly. She ran her fingers up and down his bicep in a suggestive, even possessive manner. She looked familiar, and he racked his brain to come up with a name. "Diane," he said finally with a forced smile. He'd spent a couple of nights with her around a year ago. She was the daughter of a senator. "Are you here alone?" she cooed. Her meaning was clear, and Gabe remembered why. Even though those few nights with her were amazing, he'd never called her again. Diane was clingy. "I'm not, actually. And if you'll excuse me, I'm about to join my date," he said, as he removed himself from her grasp. A veil of disappointment dropped over her eyes, and he breathed a small sigh of relief when she didn't follow him. "Duncan," Gabe said, stiffly, as he joined his father and Daisy. He and his father had always had a tense relationship, which was made worse when his father chose an outsider as CEO. Gabe had been furious. How could his father pass his own flesh and blood over for someone else? Angie was good, but so was Gabe. And he was family. Duncan had never spoken to him about it, and Gabe never asked. Honestly, he didn't really want to know the truth. Duncan may have patched up his relationship with Stephen, but Gabe wasn't quite ready to forgive the old man. "Gabe, Daisy was telling me about the changes she's implementing with Duncan Enterprises. No one has really kept me up to date on your partnership," Duncan said with a shrewd look in his eye. "Blame Angie," Gabe said simply. "Mr. Maxfield, you have nothing to worry about. Gabe has upheld every part of our agreement, and I know that Nathan has already begun to make some changes within the company." I had no idea how far you had come, and Gabe has been open to all the suggestions that I've made. I think Duncan Enterprises might lead corporate America into the Green Revolution era. You should be proud of Nathan." Proud of Nathan? Gabe frowned. Before this moment, Daisy had never mentioned anything about Nathan's involvement, and now she was practically gushing.
"I should have listened to Nathan's ideas years ago," Duncan said. "That was a big mistake, and I'm glad you're here to help us, Daisy, my dear. I'm sure Gabe and Nathan are enjoying your company."
"I've said some terrible things about you in the past, but at least you're a straight shooter. You say what you mean, and you're not afraid to admit when you're wrong." Daisy shot Gabe an angry look. "You don't send out mixed messages. Now, if you'll excuse me, I see someone I'd like to meet."
Gabe opened his mouth to stop her, but she was already walking away. Duncan whistled low under his breath. "Wow, and what exactly did you do to piss her off?"
"According to Angie, I'm treating her like trash all dressed up," Gabe grumbled. "This company has a reputation to protect, and while Daisy hasn't broken our contract, her history and the fact that she has teamed up with Restore Eden gives me pause. I invited her to this function on a whim, and I have a feeling that I'm going to regret it." "Gabe, I'm concerned about you," Duncan said quietly. "Oh, now you want to be concerned about me?" Gabe snapped. "What about the other 30 years of my life?" Without waiting for Duncan's response, he stormed off in Daisy's direction. After a few minutes of searching, he was pulled aside by someone else. "Gabe Maxfield, always a pleasure seeing you." Gabe turned, and immediately his anger intensified. Jacob Preston was swirling his glass of gin with a cool smile plastered across his face. Preston had been part of the legal department at Duncan Enterprises up until a couple of years ago, when Gabe had to fire him. Information about the company was being leaked to the press, and Gabe had tracked its source for months, until it landed him at Preston's desk. The man had always held a grudge against him for that.
"Preston," Gabe said neutrally. He didn't even bother to pretend to be friendly.
"I haven't seen you since your father named Angela Lopez CEO of the company. I'm sure you had a say in the matter. Duncan Maxfield wouldn't pass you over and force you to work under a woman unless it was your choice." Gabe clenched his jaw and narrowed his eyes. Preston clearly wanted to goad Nathan into making a spectacle of himself, and Gabe was not going to rise to the bait. "Angela Lopez is an excellent choice for the company, as I'm sure your company has seen by our soaring profits. It's been my pleasure to work with her for a number of years, and we're lucky to have her," he said simply. But Preston wasn't finished. "I was curious about the beautiful woman that you walked in with, so I asked around. Daisy Levine. I wouldn't mind working under her, that's for sure. Does this mean that Duncan Enterprises is in bed with Restore Eden? That would certainly be a turn." Balling his fist, Gabe nearly took a swing at Preston. The thought of him under Daisy was enough to make his blood boil. But before he could follow through, a shout of anger got both of their attention. "I will not have you sully my reputation like this!" As Gabe and Preston turned, Senator Massey was turning so red in the face that he was almost purple. The woman that he was yelling at was none other than Daisy Levine. "Shit," Gabe said softly. Preston chuckled. "You're losing your woman to a man twice your age. You must be losing your touch. Didn't you sleep with Senator Massey's daughter?" Gabe ignored him as he moved frantically through the crowd to reach them. Daisy had lowered her voice, but was still challenging the senator. "I'm not sullying your reputation. It's well known that you turned a blind eye to the removal of toxic waste. There are regions of Nevada where the water is practically poisoned because of that." "Senator Massey," Gabe said smoothly, as he grabbed Daisy's arm. "I think your daughter was looking for you." The older man eyed Gabe and Daisy. "Get your bitch under control," he growled before turning and leaving. "Bitch?" Daisy gasped. "I'm no bitch, and I'm certainly not your bitch. Get your hands off me," she hissed. "What on earth were you thinking? You were verbally assaulting a senator in the middle of a charity event? That is not why I brought you here." Daisy rubbed her wrist, and Gabe almost felt guilty when he saw the red marks. I was talking to your father about it, and he suggested that I bring up the matter with the senator. I kept things polite until he became rude and obscene. You're lucky I didn't slap the fat bastard." He shook his head angrily. "We're leaving." "What? We haven't even been here an hour." "Exactly. We haven't even been here an hour, and you've already caused a scene. I should have known that you'd pull something like this. Put you in a pretty dress, and you're still—" Gabe bit his tongue in an effort not to finish the sentence. Daisy's eyes widened, and he could see the hurt in them. He'd gone too far, and they both knew it. Without a word, she turned and headed for the exit. Gabe watched helplessly as her shoulders slumped. What the hell was wrong with him? Why had he lashed out at her like that? She hadn't said anything to Massey that wasn't either known to be true or at least widely suspected. "She's fiery. She reminds me of your mother when we first met," Duncan said, as he materialized to Gabe's left. "I like her." "You would," Gabe muttered. "A few years ago, you would have tossed her out on her ass for pulling a stunt like this. You know you only sent her after Massey because you hate the man. It should give you pause that you're acting like I would have done a few years ago. You've always thought that Stephen took after me. I guess you haven't looked in the mirror recently. Be careful, Gabe. Don't get so twisted up in the reputation of this company that you fail to see what's right in front of you." "Stop!" Gabe snapped. "That is Nathan's ex-girlfriend. She's only here because she's still in love with him. You heard her gushing over him. I wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole. And the sooner I can get the two of them together, the sooner I can clean up this mess." His father chuckled. "You think she's in love with Nathan? I never took you for an idiot, boy." Duncan shook his head and moved away, melting into the crowd. Gabe turned abruptly and left. He was consumed with an odd mix of anger and guilt, and it was all because of Daisy. It was getting harder and harder to pretend that he was doing this because Angie had ordered him to. He followed Daisy out and found her waiting for the valet to pull up with the car. She shivered, and he put his coat around her shoulders. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. She stared straight ahead and didn't say a word to him. Chapter 12. As soon as Gabe pulled up at her apartment, Daisy reached for the door handle. Immediately, he reached over and grabbed her arm. "Daisy, please wait," he pleaded. "What?" She snapped angrily, shaking him off. He took a deep breath. "I need to walk you to your door. I don't want you to storm off in anger." "Really?" she said. "Fine. Whatever." She stalked towards the building, and he followed her past the busted security lights and into her building. They made their way up the staircase in silence until they finally reached her door. Without even thinking, he reached out and touched the small of her back. "Daisy," he said helplessly. He had no idea what to say to fix things between them. She tensed under his touch. "Look, we both know this evening was a disaster. It was obvious that you were concerned about how our partnership could jeopardize the reputation of Duncan Enterprises. You thought that if you covered me with money and glitter, you'd be able to put a positive spin on this whole thing. I know what we're doing is convoluted at best. I work for an organization that is renowned for its radical actions. I dated your brother. Duncan Enterprises isn't known for compromise. Maybe if you had told me that up front, this whole stupid charade would have gone down a little better. Instead, you pretended as if you did all this for my benefit. I thought tonight was about making connections, and when I tried to do that, you threw a fit." She turned and stared at him. "What did you expect me to do tonight? Hang on to your arm and simper like an idiot? That's not the kind of woman I am." Gabe studied her. She wasn't completely wrong, but there was an aspect about tonight that he hadn't mentioned. The truth was that he had been looking forward to tonight because he wanted to show her off. She was beautiful, and he wanted to spend a pleasant evening with her discussing something other than business. But he just hadn't been able to come out and tell her that until now. "You're right," he said finally. "I should have been upfront with you.
But if I even push a little, you push back twice as hard. I was concerned that if I came out and stated that this was about the company's reputation, you would have taken great pleasure in shredding it into a million pieces. Your reputation— Stop, Daisy said and held up her hand. You're basing everything that you know about my life on whatever you remember hearing from Nathan. I can't even begin to tell you how unfair that is. Everything I said back then about Duncan Enterprises when I was with Nathan was because of Nathan. You, Stephen, and your father treated him like nothing. He felt so ignored by everyone. I thought if he took a personal stand against the company and tried to show you guys how passionate he was about what he believed in, you would finally listen to him, and I'd have back the man that I fell in love with. As those final words hit home, Gabe stiffened. The man you fell in love with? He said softly. Nathan was brilliant early on in our relationship. We had the same beliefs and were passionate about the same causes. But even after I fell in love with him, it became clear that the cause was the only thing our relationship was built on. When he started to lose belief in the cause, our relationship slipped. I knew I was losing him, and I thought that pressuring him to take a stand against his father's company was the only way to save us. I'd like to say that Duncan Enterprises was why I lost him to begin with, but we were over long before that. Nathan is a nice guy who doesn't want to hurt anyone, she said bitterly. But the point is, my drastic actions over Duncan Enterprises then had nothing to do with the company. Our partnership right now has nothing to do with Nathan. Restore Eden has a global contact network, and I want nothing more than to tap into that and make a difference. And if I can do that while changing Restore Eden's reputation of being aggressive and radical, then I'll have it made. Duncan Enterprises is my way of doing that, but I can't do it unless you trust me. Gabe inhaled slowly. He could hear the pain in her voice, and he didn't know whether he had caused it or if talking about Nathan still hurt her. Slowly, he met her gaze, and in that moment, the world stilled. She looked so vulnerable and so hopeful, and for one crazy moment, he thought he saw a spark of desire in her eyes. In a moment of insanity, he leaned closer towards her as his hand fell to her hip. He wanted to kiss her. He wanted to slip his tongue inside and taste her. He wanted to make her moan until all thoughts of the party tonight were banished from her head. Her lips parted as though she knew what he was thinking, and he stilled. What was wrong with him? This was Nathan's ex-girlfriend. Immediately, he jerked his head back off her and leaned back. He looked away from her gaze. I apologize for embarrassing you this evening. I'll try to do better in the future, he said as he cleared his throat. Daisy's eyes widened in surprise. After a second, she muttered, Right. And she turned and slid the key into the lock. I'll see you later, Gabe. I'll make sure the dress gets returned to you. Keep it, he said hoarsely. It looks good on you. She opened her mouth, and for a moment, he thought she would protest. Instead, she shrugged and opened the door. Good night, Gabe. Good night, Daisy. When the door shut, he leaned softly against it. Confusing thoughts swirled around him. How had things gotten so out of hand in only a few days? He was a master of control, yet right now it seemed like he had no control at all. Part of him wanted to bust down the door and sweep her off her feet, and part of him wanted to walk away and hand her over to someone else. His head was a complete mess, and he had no idea how to fix any of this. Walking slowly down the stairs and out of the building, his thoughts were so preoccupied with Daisy that he didn't even see the men until it was too late. Pain exploded through him as someone landed a solid punch to his stomach. As his breath left him, he crumpled over, but he saw the next one coming. Pushing away the pain, he blocked the blow and swung his fist up. It connected with something solid, and someone moaned in pain. But it wasn't enough. There were 3 of them. No, make that 4. And Gabe couldn't block all of their blows. and when something solid connected to his neck, he fell to the ground and groaned. As he turned his head and looked up, he saw hooded men standing over him. One was swinging a baseball bat. "Let this be a lesson to you," one growled. "We are everywhere, and we will never stop until you people start listening to us. Next time, we'll leave you with more than a few bruises." They took off, and Gabe gritted his teeth as he pushed himself off the sidewalk to stand unsteadily on his feet. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his phone, only to discover it had been busted in the attack. This attack was the work of Restore Eden. It had to be. Nothing else made any sense. No one else had any reason to do this to him. And either Daisy was completely wrong about her group, or she was behind this whole thing. Chapter 13. Daisy peeled off her first ever evening gown and stood in front of the mirror. The woman staring back at her was beautiful, but she was a stranger. Curls and glitter. That wasn't her. Never in her life had she felt the need to change who she was or what she believed to impress someone. But at the beginning of this evening, she'd hoped for more than anything that Gabe would actually see her. Oh, he had looked at her all right, and he'd seen something that he didn't like. "Hell's bells," she muttered, as she grabbed the washcloth and began to scrub off her makeup. When her fresh, shiny face stared back at her, she combed her fingers through the carefully arranged curls and ripped out the pins. When she'd put her hair in the familiar braid and slipped into her pajamas, she finally felt like she could breathe a sigh of relief. The beautiful dress was crumpled on the floor. Contemplating leaving it there, she found she couldn't do it and picked it up. Holding it to her, she placed it back on the hanger and hung it up. Gabe wanted someone who wore dresses like this. He wanted someone who oozed glamour and flirted politely with bureaucrats and didn't berate them for being hypocritical. But for one moment at her door, she could have sworn that he was going to kiss her. She'd been ready for it. She'd been ready for him. Oh, how she had been ready. Her heart pounded now, thinking about it. The more she thought about his hands on her, and the more she thought about the look in his eyes, the more aroused she became. She wasn't just attracted to Gabe Maxfield. Every cell in her body craved him. "What the hell is wrong with me?" she muttered. She'd never felt this way with Nathan. She'd never felt this way about anyone. The sound of her phone ringing startled her. Hoping that it was Gabe, she scrambled towards it. It wasn't. The caller ID showed her what was probably the last name she wanted to see right now. "What do you want, Jordan?" she demanded. "Your picture is all over the internet. Tell me, Daisy, are you looking to bring Duncan Enterprises down, or are you looking to jump into bed with those bastards?" Jordan snarled in disgust. "Can it, Jordan? It was a political event which afforded me the opportunity to make some contacts. And I thought you'd be proud of the fact that Gabe got me kicked out after I confronted Senator Massey. Apparently, I didn't handle the situation very well." "You almost sound disappointed. Afraid your precious Gabe is going to find you out?" "Find what out? What the hell are you talking about?" "You're supposed to be using him to get to the heart of the company. Find the evidence we can take to the media," Jordan snapped. "Or have you conveniently forgotten the plan?" Horrified, Daisy tugged at her braid. "What are you talking about? That was not the plan. We're working with Duncan Enterprises to make changes we can all agree with. There was never any talk about using anyone." "You are so naive, Daisy. Step up your game, or we'll step it up for you." The line went dead, and Daisy gasped. Never had she heard Jordan sound so angry. Immediately, she Googled Gabe Maxfield. The first picture to pop up was the one where she and Gabe were walking into the function together. Christ, she was looking at him like a starry-eyed, lovesick co-ed. No wonder Jordan had hit the roof. While Daisy had always denied that Jordan had any feelings for her, she was beginning to suspect that he'd like to take things further if she gave him the least little bit of encouragement. He was reacting out of jealousy.
He would never actually go through with the threats. He knew what they had agreed. The phone rang again, and Daisy nearly dropped it. She exhaled a relieved breath when she saw that it was Angie. She probably wanted to apologize for Gabe's actions tonight. "Hi, Angie," Daisy said as she tried to sound cheerful. "I need you at Gabe's apartment now," Angie said tensely. "Gabe's apartment? Why?" Daisy asked warily. "Someone attacked him, and he's saying it's your group that did it." Daisy's heart sank as the phone went dead. What did Jordan do? She grabbed some mismatching sneakers, her keys, and rushed for the door. Her beat-up and rusted car looked completely out of place amongst the streamlined, expensive cars in Gabe's parking lot. A few people heading to their cars gave her concerned looks, but she ignored them. As always, she had to slam her car door as hard as possible before she could lock it. "Like someone would actually steal this piece of shit," she muttered. "I should be so lucky." She hurried to the building entrance, tried to get in, and found it locked. Of course. They can't simply let people walk in off the streets. She pulled out her phone and called Angie. "I'm here, but I have to be buzzed in." She glanced around and rolled her eyes. "And if you don't hurry, someone is probably going to call the police." The door buzzed and unlocked. Daisy hauled the door open and hurried inside. Inside the elevator, she began to pace. Part of her didn't want to believe that Jordan would hurt Gabe, but somehow she knew that it was a possibility, and knew that she would never forgive herself if he had. But she took heart. If Gabe were seriously hurt, he'd be at the hospital. He wouldn't be at home. That made her feel better, and when the elevator doors opened, she felt a little calmer. The front door of Gabe's condo was directly across from the elevator. Daisy checked the address from her phone again and raised her eyebrows. It shouldn't surprise her that Gabe had the only apartment at the top. His family was worth billions. Obviously, he would have a penthouse. Why would she expect anything different? "It must be nice to not hear your neighbors screaming all the time," she muttered under her breath. When she was nervous, she talked to herself. She really needed to get a hold on that. Tugging at her pink pajama top, she knocked rapidly on the door. Angie opened it and shook her head. "Please tell me that Gabe is wrong," was the first thing out of her mouth. "I certainly want to," Daisy said as she pushed past her. Going through the kitchen, she found Gabe there, shirtless, as he tried to twist himself around to press some gauze to an open wound on his side. She took one look at his gorgeous body, and then all she could see were the cuts and bruises that had formed. "Gabe," she breathed as she raced forward to grab the gauze. "Stop twisting like that. What if your ribs are broken or cracked? Why aren't you at the hospital?" "I don't need a damn hospital," he growled. She met his gaze and flushed. He was angry. Of course he was angry. Why wouldn't he be? "What happened?" "I was attacked in your parking lot after I dropped you off. There are other ways to get my attention, Daisy." She gasped and stepped back. "You really think I had something to do with this? My apartment complex is not exactly in the nicest or most law-abiding area, Gabe. People get mugged there all the time." "Do all the muggers in your apartment complex warn their victims that they won't stop until people like me listen, and then fail to rob me of anything?" Daisy stepped towards him and shook her head. "Gabe, I'm sorry. I swear that I didn't have anything to do with this. I wouldn't. Surely you can't believe..." She took a deep breath. "You should call the police." Gabe reached out and tipped her chin with his finger. "You are Restore Eden. If I call the police, you'll be in the crossfire." She was confused. Did he really think that she had a hand in his attack? Or did he worry about how she would look? "Your safety is more important than Restore Eden's reputation." "Police and reputation aside," Angie interrupted, "maybe we could talk about what happens next. Daisy, I need to know how far your group is willing to go to get what they want. I will not allow my employees' lives to be placed in danger." "I'll talk to my people. This will not happen again," Daisy vowed. "Fine. Gabe, I would really urge you to call the police, but if you aren't going to do that, then I need you to figure out our next move. I think maybe we are done with Restore Eden. I don't want anyone else to get hurt." Gabe gave Angie a steely look. "This was your idea, remember? Sure. When I thought she was here for Nathan, and that this was some extravagant over-the-top gesture of love.
Daisy turned and stared at her.
I'm sorry. You thought what?
Angie put her hands up in apology.
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to manipulate everyone. I wanted Nathan to be happy. Daisy, you know Restore Eden. I know you want to think that they're turning over a new leaf, but you have to see the truth. If we don't call the police and we break our agreement with Restore Eden, they'll tear us apart in the media. But we can't continue working with them if people are only going to get hurt. What do we do? I'll figure something out, Daisy promised. There has to be another explanation.
Staring at her, Angie nodded.
Nathan trusts you, so I'll trust you.
She glanced at the clock.
I have a shareholder meeting in a few hours, but I'll talk to you afterward. Try to come up with a plan. Gabe, if you're not going to the hospital, then you're going to stay here and heal. Don't even think of coming to the meeting.
She smiled softly, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. Daisy felt her stomach twist into knots as Angie left. Alone with Gabe, Daisy put her hands on her hips.
Did you agree to let me get involved with Duncan Enterprises because you thought I wanted to win back Nathan?
Really? I was beaten by 4 men, and this is what you want to focus on? He grumbled. Daisy fought the urge to smile at his sullen response. Was he really wanting sympathy?
I really didn't want to focus on that part,
she finally said, tugging on her braid in annoyance.
Hell's bells. You're going to have so many bruises. Gabe, you should go to the doctor. Please.
Gabe rolled his eyes and reached for his shirt. All a doctor is going to do is offer to give me pain medication, which I won't take. So let's talk about our next move. I don't actually think your plan is going to work. You simply telling Jordan how unhappy you are that he attacked your ex's brother is not going to do the trick.
My ex's brother? Is that how you see yourself?
She asked angrily as she folded her arms.
Are you actually planning on implementing any of the ideas that I've had about the company? Or are you coddling me until Nathan comes to his senses and decides he's still madly in love with me? Did you even listen to one word I said all this time?
We were talking about your plan.
Really? Because I thought that we were talking about Nathan. That's what all this seems to be about.
Do you want to talk about Nathan?
No, I don't want to talk about Nathan.
Then stop, Gabe said angrily. Let's talk instead about what you are planning on doing about Jordan. I imagine that if you offer to sleep with him, he'll do just about anything that you want. She narrowed her eyes and stared at him.
I'm sorry that you were attacked, but there's no reason to be so brutal to me. I trusted my group, and I will handle this.
His features softened.
You're right, he said tiredly.
You'll handle it. I'm going to grab a few hours of sleep so I can prepare myself for how shitty I'm going to feel in the morning. As he collapsed on the couch, she reached over to pull the blanket off the back and cover him.
I have no doubt that you're still going to get up at the crack of dawn, she whispered.
He didn't stir, and she knew that he was already asleep. A bruise stood out along his jawline, and she felt her own jaw clench in sympathy. She had a few choice words for Jordan. Chapter 14. The sun was peeking over the horizon when Daisy left Gabe's. As the gorgeous orange rays spilled over her crappy car, she folded her arms and glared. She wasn't in the mood for nature's glory. She needed to give someone a piece of her mind. Slamming the car door behind her, she phoned Jordan as she started the car. The motor turned over a few times before it finally roared to life. He didn't pick up the first time, but that didn't stop her. After 10 minutes of redialing, he finally picked up.
What the hell have you done?
She growled. I haven't done anything, he said calmly, but there wasn't a trace of sleep in his voice. Daisy knew he hadn't been sleeping. Most likely, he'd been waiting for her to call, and he purposely left her waiting for kicks.
Don't play games with me, Jordan. I am the only reason he didn't call the police. How the hell do you expect this organization to get anywhere if you use violence and brutality to get what you want?
Jordan chuckled. And what exactly do you know about what we want, Daisy? Because the last time I checked, hanging from a millionaire's arm wasn't part of the agenda.
Daisy slammed on the brakes as the traffic light turned red. Her car squealed so loudly she was afraid it would fall apart around her, but she didn't even care. We are not circling back around to this. You had guys waiting for him last night, which meant that you were planning this long before you saw the damn picture on social media. You're only bringing that up to make me feel like this is my fault.
What is the point of this phone call, Daisy? You're only going to continue to accuse me of something that I'm going to continue to deny. I can still get a few hours of sleep instead,
he said neutrally. Next time we meet, Daisy, I'm sure you'll have something more interesting to report. Don't you dare hang up on me, she hissed as she pulled up outside her apartment complex. If you so much as think of pulling another stunt like this, or if you touch a single hair on his head, I will go to the police and get you and all your stoner buddies arrested. And his lawyers will make sure you spend the rest of your lives in a prison cell. Oh, don't tell me little Daisy is pissed because her handsome boyfriend got his face a little marred, he said snidely. You get your shit together, and we get this done. I want Duncan Enterprises massacred. Massacred? For what? Jordan, this is about changing a company for the good of the environment. It's not about crucifying anyone. Nothing gets changed unless there are changes on both sides. And we're never going to get anywhere or get taken seriously if we're too busy crucifying the Maxfield family. Oh, my dear, sweet Daisy, Jordan sneered.
We chose you because you are so naive.
I can see that we chose well, maybe too well. Why don't you go play with your dollies and let the big boys get to work? The line went dead, and Daisy was left staring at her phone. What the hell was Jordan talking about? He made it sound like environmental change wasn't even his priority. Daisy walked on shaking legs to her apartment. At this early hour, everyone was asleep, but she couldn't even enjoy the peace. Fear unfurled in her belly as she thought over Jordan's words. He didn't sound like the pot-smoking, environment-loving man that she'd always taken him for. He sounded cold and calculating. He'd obviously been planning this for a long time. But why? Her phone beeped, and she glanced down. Someone else from the organization had emailed her. As she clicked through, she realized that the attachment was a grainy picture showing Duncan Enterprises trucks at Greenman's Corporation.
Oh no. Gabe, please tell me that this isn't true, she whispered.
Greenman's Corporation was a huge company that had touted environmentally friendly construction until reports were made public that the corporation was actually dumping waste illegally, and even in some cases using flimsy and cheap materials. Their public image was only skin deep. When the media started digging deeper, they ripped Greenman's apart. The company paid millions out in lawsuits and eventually went under. If Restore Eden could prove that Duncan Enterprises was in bed with Greenman's, Duncan Enterprises would stand to lose everything. But if it was true, then the public needed to know. Daisy sank into the cushions and stared at the picture. Her passion, her mission in life, was to take down businesses like Greenman's, and it was looking very much as if Duncan Enterprises would have to answer some tough questions. With shaking hands, she set the phone down and slumped back on her couch. Maybe Jordan was right. Maybe her vision was clouded by her personal attachments to the company. Her first and unwarranted attack on Duncan Enterprises had been to get Nathan's attention. And now that she had the attention of Duncan Enterprises, she was being held back by her feelings for Gabe. She didn't want to do anything to hurt him. Feelings? She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Feelings seemed like too strong a word. It wasn't like she had a deep affection for the man. She just sort of liked him. Right? Confused and upset, she finally drifted off to sleep on her couch. It seemed like only a few minutes had passed before her phone started to ring again.
Hello?
She said sleepily. She peered at the clock. Several hours had passed. Daisy, please tell me that you have Gabe there. Nathan's voice was panicked, and Daisy sat up straight, immediately awake. Nathan? She said as she rubbed her eyes. Yes, for the love of God, tell me that Gabe is with you. Maybe you two went to talk to your organization together? Nathan sounded upset and impatient. Gabe isn't here. When I left his apartment earlier this morning, he was asleep on the couch.
You were here last night? He asked.
God, was he jealous now? Angie called me, Daisy explained. Gabe was attacked outside my building after he dropped me off. She called you and not me? That's awesome, Nathan said. Angie told me what happened, and I came over to check on him, but he's not here. Daisy clutched the phone and closed her eyes. She sent up a silent prayer that this wasn't what Jordan was talking about. Maybe he went to the hospital, she said weakly. I called the hospital. He's not there. Daisy, this place looks like a crime scene. The table is smashed, and there's blood on the floor. I swear to God, if you had something to do with this, I trusted you. I convinced Gabe not to have you arrested, and you pulled shit like this? Where the fuck is he? What exactly are you insinuating? This is exactly the kind of stunt that Restore Eden would pull. You and I both know that they're not above breaking the law to get what they want. They've kidnapped Gabe, and they're going to hurt him to get what they want. I had nothing to do with any of this. How could you even think that? Daisy snapped. I've pulled some stupid and illegal stunts before, but I would never intentionally hurt anyone. If you think he was kidnapped, you should be calling the damn cops. Nathan was silent, and Daisy narrowed her eyes. Nathan, if you think Gabe is in trouble, you need to call the police, she insisted. If I call the police, they're going to assume he's being held for money. They'll process the apartment as a crime scene and wait for a ransom call, but this isn't about money. This is about him doing what they want, and we both know how stubborn Gabe is. I have a bad feeling this isn't going to end well for anyone. We need to find him now. Daisy blew out the breath she had been holding. I can get close to Jordan, but I don't think he's going to give up Gabe. He thinks I've gone soft and that I care more about Duncan Enterprises than I do about the cause. We both know that's not true, Nathan said softly. Daisy felt her heart break a little. Is that really what you think? Nathan, I've always cared for you, even when we both knew things weren't working out. I tried to hold on, to give you what you wanted. It turned out to be a complete disaster, but I always put you first. Yes, but they didn't kidnap me, did they? They kidnapped Gabe. So I guess what I'm concerned about now is whether you're willing to put his safety first. Daisy didn't know what to say because she didn't know what Nathan was asking. Deep down, she knew that Nathan understood that she'd never do anything to hurt anyone. If he was asking this, he wasn't questioning her integrity. He was questioning her feelings for Gabe. I'll find him. I don't know how yet, but I will, she said finally. She heard Nathan inhale sharply. She hadn't answered the question he was asking, and they both knew it. Go find Jordan and keep your phone with you. When you find Gabe, text me. I'll have security track your phone. What? You can do that? Yes, Daisy. We have billions of dollars and quite a few secrets to protect. We can track your damn phone, he said tersely before disconnecting. Secrets to protect? Like the secret that they were at one time in bed with a huge scandal? She tried to push the thought from her mind. Her first priority was Gabe's safety. Even as she thought of him being hurt because of something she'd done, she felt as if a fist squeezed around her chest. Once he was safe, then, and only then, she would have to choose. Chapter 15. She thought about phoning Jordan, but he'd be expecting that. Instead, she would find him and confront him in person. The truth was that Jordan was weak. He allowed others to do his dirty work while he blustered and shouted. When it came down to it, he would cut and run rather than risk jail time. If she played her cards right, she'd be able to wrap him around her little finger. Changing out of her pajamas, she chose a pair of tight jeans and a spaghetti-strap top that showed off some of her midriff. Brushing her hair, she rebraided it, leaving a few tendrils hanging around her face. She knew Jordan's type, and she knew he would be a little distracted when he saw her. The thought made her skin crawl. Musing, she looked around her kitchen. If she was going in, she couldn't go empty-handed. She needed a weapon, and she knew just the thing. Opening and closing cabinets, she pulled out the necessary ingredients. Mixing quickly, she fished through her freezer for the organic strawberries she had frozen. Blending everything, she poured the contents of her blender into 2 thermoses. It had been a while since she had tried anything like this, and she hoped she got the mix right, as there would be no second chances. After getting her gear together, she packed a bag and slung it in the car. The first place she checked was his apartment, but he wasn't there. Jordan wasn't much of an early riser, but it was possible that he never went home after grabbing Gabe. Even though Gabe was hurt, Jordan wouldn't have been able to pull it off alone. In fact, she wasn't even sure he did it at all. It was possible that he was handling everything behind the scenes. After checking a few of his favorite coffee shops, she finally found him at the park a few blocks from his apartment. Dogwood Park was not nearly as picturesque as it sounded. It had, at one time, been the dream of some of the residents on Billionaire Row. They'd wanted a huge private park for their kids to play in, but like many ideas of the rich and famous, it had been abandoned. They sold it back to the city, and it was one of the open spaces now inhabited by those on low incomes and the homeless. Normally, there were some kids hanging around on bikes and skateboards, but this early in the morning, there were only a few people wrapped up in sleeping bags. And Jordan. He leaned against the fence and drank from his coffee cup as Daisy approached. She could see the exhaustion in his eyes. Jordan was past his prime partying days, and the late nights were catching up to him. "A little early for a walk in the woods, isn't it?" she called out. His eyes slowly raked over her body, and he shrugged. "Our conversation kept me up. I couldn't sleep." She bit her bottom lip and reached to tug on her braid. It was a subconscious move, but his gaze followed her movement, so she let her hands linger. Daisy had never been a great liar, but she tried to do her best now. "As a matter of fact, I couldn't sleep either. That's why I'm here." "You're not here because of your lover boy?" "He's not my lover boy. And no, while I'm pissed that you went to the extreme, it's opened my eyes." Holding up her phone, she pulled up the article that someone had sent her. "And so did this. I feel like such an idiot. I want to believe that this is in the past, but what if Duncan Enterprises is emulating Greenman's? What if everything Gabe said to me is a lie, a cover-up? Maybe they're just using us to legitimize their activities." He narrowed his eyes and cocked his head. It was obvious that he didn't believe that she wasn't here to find out what happened to Gabe, but she tried to keep the truth from showing in her face. If he knew for sure, she'd never get anything out of him, and that could cost Gabe dearly. "A few hours ago, I accused you of going soft. I expected that you'd be here to slap me," he said slowly. "Last night, I also told you that violence was wrong. I don't think that slapping you would help my cause," she said. She sighed and leaned against the fence next to him. "What happened to me, Jordan? A few years ago, I was ready to change the world. Now I can't even find a way to put Duncan Enterprises in their place. I was afraid that Nathan would cloud your judgment. I had no idea you'd move on to the next brother. You know that the oldest one is married, right?"
Daisy felt a surge of anger, and she almost did slap him.
"It's not Gabe," she snapped. "It's not Nathan either. I want to show that we can get what we want without going to such extreme measures. But if this report is true, then I guess my way isn't working. The only thing I can do now is talk to Gabe and squeeze the truth out of him." "Do you want to talk to Gabe?" Daisy twirled her braid around her finger. "Well, if you're right and he is infatuated with me, I could probably get him to tell me the truth. Nathan is barely talking to me, and Duncan and Angie will protect their company no matter what. Gabe might be my only way of getting to the truth." Jordan chuckled. "So, you're willing to use Gabe now? I saw the eyes that you were giving him in the picture." "Those eyes got me into a party where I got to talk to some high-profile people. Something that would never have happened if I had gone by myself. I needed him to get me into that party," she said, as she gave him a sly smile. "The most important thing is whether he was giving me those eyes back. You know men, Jordan. Do you think I can use this to my advantage?" She resisted the urge to stick out her hips, but it didn't matter. Jordan was already hooked. He turned and put his arms around her. That's my girl. There were some things she couldn't do. She slapped her hands on his chest and stepped back out of his reach. Easy there, Tiger. Don't get too excited. This is only a plan. I still have to go through with it. I need to go check on him anyway. The whole nurse thing might work for me, but don't go thinking this lets you off the hook for what you did. Next time you want to pull a stunt like this, you talk to me first. I'm still the head of this section, and I don't like you pulling your weight like that. So, it doesn't turn you on when a man takes charge? No, it doesn't, she said as she folded her arms. But it has provided me with a great opportunity, so thanks. Time to go play nursemaid. She pushed herself off the fence. Inside, she was screaming for him to tell the truth. He gave in. You won't find Gabe at his apartment. Suppressing her urge to do a victory dance, she turned her head. What do you mean? I may have done something else that you aren't going to be too happy with. But it doesn't mean that your plan won't work. In fact, it might work even better now. If you played the nurse last night, you could probably play the hero now. Hero? Why would I need to play the hero? She asked quietly. Gabe isn't at his apartment, Daisy. I told you last night to wait and see. I've upped my game. To? She asked slowly. Jordan was taking his sweet time admitting that he'd broken the law again. She gave him a slow smile. Adding a teasing little giggle to her voice, she said, Jordan, what did you do? Gabe is in one of the cabins in the woods behind the park, so we'd have some place more private to talk to him. Jordan shrugged like it was no big deal, and Daisy inhaled sharply. At least she didn't have to pretend anymore. You kidnapped Gabe Maxfield? Putting her hands on her hips, she blew out her breath while she tried to figure out what to do next. Okay, I guess I will play the hero. How long were you planning on keeping him? Until he agrees to play ball. Christ. Jordan wasn't even going to release him today. This was bad. What makes you think they aren't going to call the cops when they realize that he's gone? Jordan, you're in way over your head here. They aren't going to call the police because I'm going to let them know that if they do, I'm going to release the photo of them hanging out with Greenmans, and much more. The media will destroy them. Much more? What are you talking about, Jordan? I only just showed you the email. Shrugging his shoulders, he gave her a sly grin. The information we provide to the media doesn't have to be entirely accurate. Duncan Enterprises will be massacred by public opinion while they scramble to prove their innocence. Either way, we win. Shit. Nathan and Angie would have to choose between Duncan Enterprises and Gabe's safety. In the end, they would probably choose Gabe, and Jordan will have won. Truth be told, it probably wouldn't even matter. No matter what they did, no matter what promises he made, Jordan would still give up the information. There was no way he could be trusted to keep his word. Interesting plan. How about you let me talk to him so we can move this along and not get arrested, she growled. We'll go together. She'd never be able to break Gabe out if Jordan was there. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. How am I supposed to flirt with him if you're hovering over me? You think I've lost my edge? Let me prove to you that I've still got what it takes to get shit done. Jordan smiled. I'll be waiting here for you when you return. You have an hour, Daisy, and then I'm coming for you. He shifted, and Daisy's eyes widened as she saw the gleam from his waistband. Since when did Jordan carry a gun? 30 minutes, she said, as she gave him what he hoped was a winning smile. Any more than that, and I'll know for sure that he isn't interested in me at all. 30 minutes. She could smuggle Gabe out to safety in 30 minutes, right? Chapter 16. The woods behind the park were less picturesque and more dense and overgrown. There were 3 cabins erected out there, but they weren't easy to get to. It had been years since Daisy had been out here, and from the looks of it, the paths haven't been maintained at all. She followed the narrow dirt path and soon passed the first 2 cabins. Vandals had gotten to them and busted out the windows. Her stomach twisted as she imagined Gabe lying hurt in one of these vermin-infested structures.
"He'll probably get rabies," she muttered. "This is ridiculous. Who the fuck kidnaps people these days? What's wrong with simply threatening them on the internet and calling it a day?"
Swearing, she realized that she chose the wrong path and ended up crashing through the brush. Brushing dirt and leaves off her jeans, she looked up to see two of her men sitting in front of the third cabin. Actually, she realized they probably weren't her men anymore. They were Jordan's. Had she ever had any kind of control over her section? She called out to them as soon as they saw her.
"Morning, guys. I'm here to have a little talk with Gabe. Jordan said y'all have been out here all morning, so I brought you some breakfast."
She pulled out the 2 thermos cans and some snack bars. The men looked at her suspiciously.
"You know about Gabe?"
"I didn't until Jordan called me. I'm not in love with the idea, but what's done is done, and we need to use this to our advantage." She waved the snack bars at them, and they grabbed them eagerly. She waited until they were drinking deeply from the thermoses before giving them a smile and going inside. Gabe was sitting on the bench, leaning against the wall. She was relieved to see that at least he wasn't tied up.
"Gabe, are you okay?"
she asked softly as she knelt by him. Chuckling, he raised his head and stared at her. "Really? I'm imprisoned in a cabin in the middle of nowhere. What part of that makes you think that I'm okay?"
"Of course you'd make a big deal about this,"
she snapped.
"A big deal?"
He bit off and shook his head.
"What are you doing here, Daisy? Are you here to demand that I change my company or die? I'm curious about what happens if I choose death. Is Nathan next? Then Steven? How about Duncan or Angie, since they actually have controlling interest in the company? Why me instead of them?" "Keep your voice down," she hissed as she peered out the window.
The guys outside were shifting around uncomfortably. She estimated that it would take only a few more minutes before they started running to find a place to relieve themselves. The herb mixture she'd included in their drinks was designed to give them instant diarrhea, including a tremendous amount of painful cramping. She'd only wished that Jordan were one of the recipients instead of these two.
"Why? Your men outside seem to think that it's about time you acted like you belonged to restore Eden." "No," she growled. "I'm telling you to shut the fuck up so I can bust you out."
Gabe snorted. "Oh, good. So you're going to play the hero, so I'll do whatever you want? Is this a gender swap thing? Isn't it usually the men who rescue the damsel in distress and sweep them off their feet?"
"I don't think the women usually give the men this much trouble," Daisy grumbled.
The guards out front stopped fidgeting and began running for the hills. "That's what you think?" Gabe said.
"For once in your life, will you do as I ask? Jordan is crazy, and I can't guarantee your safety unless we get the hell out. We can't go back to the park because he's waiting there, so we're going through the woods."
Gabe stood unsteadily, and she reached over to grab him. He swayed and looked down at her.
"This isn't a trick? You didn't have anything to do with this." "I wanted to change the world, but I hadn't planned on doing it illegally. I can't do much of anything from behind bars."
She helped him out the door.
"What did you do with the guards?" "Gave them the runs. It should keep them occupied for a while, but we probably only have about a 20-minute start before Jordan comes looking for us. He still doesn't trust me."
The dirt path narrowed, then ran out completely after a few yards, and they stumbled into a dense woodland. After walking for about an hour, she finally sat down.
"Okay, Nathan is supposed to track us down with my phone."
"Nathan, huh?" Gabe grunted. She gave him an annoyed look.
"He's the one who realized that you were missing."
Reaching inside her pocket, she found nothing but another snack bar.
"Shit."
"What?" Dread washed over her.
"I left my phone in the bag, which is in the cabin."
Looking around the woods, she started when she heard the sound of twigs snapping. In a hushed voice, she added,
"Jordan will already be out looking for us. We can't go back."
"Then we keep moving. You're an environmentalist. Tell me that you know these woods like the back of your hands."
"We're right by the city. As long as we keep walking in a straight line, we'll hit the edge of the woods eventually. It's not like we're in a national forest that goes on for miles."
Gabe stood, and she was pleased to see that he was steady on his feet.
"How are you feeling?"
"My ribs hurt, but other than that, I'm fine." I like to kill your friends, but I guess that can come later. Kidnapping is a crime, Daisy. I'm calling the police on them." She knew that he was right, but she couldn't help but feel despair wash over her. Everything that she had achieved recently would be ruined. When the news hit that Restore Eden was back to its old ways, nothing she did would matter anymore. All the good would be completely overshadowed by the fact that the organization she belonged to was run by a bunch of extremist idiots. But Gabe could have been seriously hurt. He had been seriously hurt, and if they didn't get to safety soon, there was no telling what Jordan would do next. "I know," she said softly. Her shoulders slumped into defeat. "Gabe, I'm so sorry about this. You have to understand that I didn't intend for any of this to happen. I really thought that my section wanted the same as me, and that I could use Restore Eden's resources for good. If I had known." She trailed off. He looked at her strangely. "It's okay, Daisy. It's not your fault. You see the good in people." For a moment, she stared at him. Despite everything, he was still trying to make her feel good. Her lips parted, and all she wanted to do was lean into him so he could wrap his strong arms around her. "We should get going," she said abruptly. There was no point in fantasizing about things that would never happen. "Jordan is probably too stoned to track us, but the more distance that we put between us and him, the better. Let me know when your ribs start to hurt and you need a break." "I'll be fine," he said. They walked in silence. Daisy did her best to keep them in a straight line, but the more she tried to visualize how the park looked on a map, the more she realized she had no idea how big the woods were. The park and camping facilities were only situated along the outskirts, and as the woods got denser and denser, she worried that they could end up wandering for days. "I need a rest," she said finally, as the sun started to set. She leaned against a tree and slowly slid to the ground. The bark bit into her back, but she didn't care. Her legs and feet were sore, and she was exhausted. Gabe looked like he could still go for another few miles. He sighed and looked around. "Are we lost?" "We were lost the moment we left the cabin. I thought if we walked in a straight line that eventually we would hit the city. But I don't have any idea how big these woods are. I'm sorry, Gabe. I don't think we're going to find anything before nightfall." She shivered, and he sat down next to her and put his arms around her. "Cold?" he whispered in her ear. She was dressed for the sunny California days, but the nights could be chilly. "We can rest for a bit, but we really need to find some place to take shelter for the night. I imagine there are plenty of mountain lions and bobcats in these woods." Mountain lions? She didn't even think about that. She was going to get them both killed. If she had the energy, she would have cried. His stomach grumbled, and she reached into her pocket and pulled out the stale granola bar. "Last meal?" she said jokingly as she handed it to him. He ripped the foil off and broke the bar in half. Shaking her head, she pushed it away. "I'm too anxious to eat." "You say that now, but in a few hours you're going to be hungry and cranky. Believe me, I do not want to be stuck in these woods with you when you're cranky." She laughed hollowly and took her half. Biting into it, she winced. The damn thing was stale and crumbly and tasted like cardboard. "Nathan probably told you, but as environmentalists go, I didn't actually spend all that much time outside as a kid. My parents were all about the comfort of the indoors. It wasn't until a fishing trip with a friend when I saw how littered the waters were that I wanted to get involved. I felt sorry for the fish." "Sorry for the fish?" "I can see that. Before my mother died and Duncan threw his heart and soul into the company, he took us camping. Stephen tried to be the bold and brash one. He wanted to go hunting and fishing, but we didn't really need to do any of that. We always had plenty of food packed with us. And Nathan used to get so upset when Stephen would talk about killing animals. I guess that's where his passion for saving the environment grew from. I guess you two have quite a bit in common." She heard something that sounded almost like bitterness in his voice. "What about you?" she whispered. "How did you like those camping trips?" Gabe looked down at her thoughtfully. Life with Stephen was something of a competition. If he wanted to go hunting, so did I. But the truth was that I really liked the camping trips. Duncan could only do so much business over the phone before he would lose cell service. It wasn't as though the campgrounds had Wi-Fi back then. Most of the time, it was just us. It was nice to have that kind of attention from him. Stephen wouldn't be with his friends, so he hung out and joked with us. They were always protective over Nathan, so they'd listen to him spout random facts about nature. It was nice. It was quiet. I guess it brought a sense of peace to me. It probably doesn't seem nearly as peaceful now, she said, as she finished off the granola bar. Come on, we probably don't have much more than an hour of sunlight left. Let's see if we can't find someplace to hunker down for the night. Gabe got up and stretched before reaching down to help her to her feet. I know it seems helpless, but we're together. It could be worse. Things must be bad if you're giving me a hopeful speech, she said with a tight smile. He reached over and put his arm around her waist. She had a feeling he thought of it as a brotherly move, but she couldn't help but shiver with desire. Every time he touched her, she lost all ability to think straight. You try to pretend that everything is fine, but I know you worry. You have the most genuine smile I've ever seen. And when you fake it, it's hopelessly obvious. Don't worry, Daisy. I'm going to find a way to make everything okay. Just as she was about to melt against him, he removed his arm and started walking again. With a sigh, she started to trail behind him. She knew that his ribs had to hurt, but he seemed to push right through it. And if he could do it, then so could she. Ignoring the pain in her feet and her legs, she quickened her pace to keep up with him. Controlled breathing and positive thinking, she reminded herself. Gabe's family had money and power on their side. Even if she and Gabe didn't find the city, someone would find them. And hopefully that someone wouldn't be a jealous and enraged Jordan. Now that you're all back in the same city, how are you guys? She asked. Part of her wanted to pass the time, and part of her wondered how close Nathan and Gabe were these days. It was touch and go in the beginning. Even though I'd worked with my father for a while, we weren't close. I asked Stephen and Nathan to come back when Duncan threatened to sell off parts of the company, and in the midst of all the drama, we found out just how sick Duncan was. He wanted to blame all his actions on the company and tear it apart, but really, the company was the only bond we had left. Duncan and Stephen are now on good terms. It's almost strange to say that. We're all busy. Stephen has a son and his own company, so he's gone quite a bit. And, of course, he's recently married Angie. Nathan is busy with the architecture and design department, and I focus mostly on real estate, but as senior VP, I have to keep an eye on everything. Were you and Nathan close growing up? He gave her a strange look. Nathan, huh? He said softly.
I can't say that Nathan is the archetype for the younger child.
But most of that is because of Duncan. He didn't get nearly as much attention as he should have, and Stephen was always trying to be like Duncan. It sort of fell to me to be a role model. Nathan actually caught me smoking one day after school. I saw that look in his eyes. He thought it was so cool, and I knew right then and there that I had to be careful. Nathan looked up to me, and I had so little control over my actions. Unless I wanted Nathan to grow up to be like me, I had to stow the rebel streak. I guess I have him to thank for straightening out my life. I'm sure you were a good brother, she said softly. She had a feeling that Gabe excelled at everything he did. Without warning, the skies opened up and there was a loud crack of thunder.
As the rain fell down on them in sheets, Daisy shrieked.
Gabe grabbed her hand and they started running. Where are we going? She yelled, but it was hard to make herself heard over the pounding rain. Within seconds, she was soaked. As Gabe pulled her along, she looked around desperately for a place where they could take shelter. The sun was barely peeking over the horizon, and under the trees, the light was almost gone. There, he shouted suddenly. She looked and saw a small clearing. She had no idea why they were running towards it until they got closer, and she saw the cabin.
Filled with relief and renewed energy, she began to run faster.
Reaching the door first, she pounded on it. Gabe peered through the windows, and finally he reached up and grabbed the window frame. It opened, and he beckoned her. "That's breaking and entering," she shouted, and shook her head. Restore Eden was in enough trouble without her illegally entering a cabin. "You've got to be fucking kidding me," he muttered as he wrapped a hand around her waist. She shrieked as he lifted her and had no choice but to duck in through the window. She slid through and rolled when she hit the ground. Turning, she watched as Gabe hoisted himself up with a grunt of pain and pushed himself through. He slammed the window shut and took a deep breath. "There's no one here," he said softly. "It's probably a hunting cabin, and from the looks of things, it hasn't been used all season." It was true. Everything was covered in dust. "Look around. See if you can find a phone or some food. I'm going to try and get the fire going." Wringing the water from her clothes and hair, Daisy began to explore the place. But it soon became clear there wasn't much to explore. The place had a small bathroom, a kitchenette, and one big main room, which held a table and a couple of chairs on one side, and the sofa, and a bed in the corner. While the furniture looked clean, enough dust had settled on the countertops to indicate that no one had been here in months. "No phone, but there is some food. Non-perishable canned foods, some soup, some dry cereal, and some chips." She turned on the faucet and immediately clapped her hands. "And there is running water. Oh my God, maybe the shower works. I am covered in grime." The fire roared to life in the grate, and she gave Gabe a big smile. "You have no idea the things I want to do to you for getting that fire going." He lifted an eyebrow. "Do tell," he said in a husky tone. Her breath caught in her throat. She knew he was joking, but she couldn't help but feel her whole body warm under his gaze. Suddenly, all she could think about was sex. "For one thing, I'm going to take a shower so I don't smell like a wet dog anymore," she joked weakly. His expression didn't change, and she knew the atmosphere heating up between them had nothing to do with the fire. She tried to tell herself it was the circumstances. There was the hint of danger plus adrenaline and a sexy man at close quarters. Of course, his naked body was on her mind, but that didn't mean that he was thinking the same thing about her. Practically fleeing from him, she closed the bathroom door and leaned against it. She needed to adjust to her actual scenario, and then maybe her hormones would calm down. The water that first ran out of the pipes was orangey red, but after living in several low-cost apartments, she was familiar with the concept of built-up rust. A few minutes later, the water began to run clear. It wasn't hot water by any means, and there was no soap, but she enjoyed the sensation of clean water running over her. "Daisy," Gabe's voice echoed off the bathroom walls. "I'm going to put your clothes by the fire so they'll dry quicker. I'll bring them back when you're finished." The door opened, and Daisy immediately covered herself. The shower curtain was clear, with a frosted design, and if he looked hard enough, he could probably see her naked body. But he was a gentleman, and kept his head turned away. Her breath quickened, and she ached to invite him in the shower with her, but she pushed the desire down. "Thanks," she called out, keeping her voice light. He gathered her clothes, and she closed her eyes. What the hell was wrong with her? Gabe Maxfield was a billionaire. He was the senior VP of a company she often thought of as the enemy, and he was her ex-boyfriend's brother. There were too many red flags, but that didn't seem to deter her body. The days leading up to this moment had been foreplay, and now that they were alone, she couldn't deny it any longer. She wanted Gabe Maxfield. Jordan's accusation didn't seem so empty anymore, and she mentally chastised herself. Even as she lectured herself about the dangers of mixing business with pleasure, her hands began to roam over her body. As they slipped down her breasts and over her abdomen, she couldn't help but picture Gabe's hands in their place. Even though he was a desk man, there were still calluses on his palms. Every nerve in her body tingled with the very thought of Gabe touching her naked body with those rough hands. "Get a grip," she hissed. At any other time, the small hunting cabin might be romantic, but she wasn't looking for romance. It was simply shelter from a storm and a lunatic. She needed to remember that. Feeling a little better, she shut off the water and stepped out. A towel hung from the bar on the wall, and after inspecting it carefully, Daisy was relieved to find it clean. Wrapping it around herself, she stepped carefully out of the bathroom and towards the fire. Gabe was in the kitchen with his back turned. "I'm heating up some soup," he said, and when he turned his head, his eyes immediately darkened. "Did you call for your clothes? I didn't hear you." Her mouth dried, and she immediately turned and stared into the fire. "I wasn't in the shower long," she mumbled. "I didn't think they'd be dried in time." She reached down and touched the clothes. They were still soaking wet. "Christ," he muttered. "I'm sorry."
Of course they're still not dry. Daisy, you don't have to feel threatened in here with me. You're safe, I promise."
She turned her head and stared at him. "I don't think I am." Turning off the stove, he stirred the pot a few more times. "Soup's ready," he said in a tight voice. She was hungry, but it wasn't for soup. "You're very popular and admired in this city. The paparazzi follow you around, and every gossip magazine is dying to know which woman will be on your arm next. You're kind of a playboy. There are no paparazzi out here." The words were out of her mouth before she could stop them, and she hurried to cover her tracks. "It must be peaceful." He turned from the stove and took a few steps towards her. Part of her wanted to back up, but she was already against the wall. There was no place to go, and in any case, the other part of her didn't want to run. The other part of her knew exactly what was going to happen next and welcomed it. "Nothing about being with you is peaceful," he whispered, as he closed the gap. Standing only inches from her, he pressed his hands against the brick on either side of her, but he didn't touch her. "You've turned my carefully controlled life completely upside down. I have been threatened, beaten, and kidnapped because of you." "I know." She cast her eyes down. "I'm sorry." "The worst part is that I know I should stay away from you." He leaned down so that his lips were only a breath apart from hers. "You are so much trouble, Daisy Levine. But I want you more than I've ever wanted anyone in my entire life." She opened her mouth to tell him every single reason why this was a bad idea, but the only thought that stayed in her head was that he wanted her. He swooped in and covered her mouth with his, and all logic fled. Wrapping her arms around him, she pulled him closer for a dizzying and spine-tingling kiss. For several minutes, he stole the breath from her lungs, and when he finally pulled back, there was a dark intensity in his eyes that scared her. "Daisy, if you don't want this, you need to tell me right now," he said hoarsely. "I can't," she whispered. "I can't tell you a lie." Closing her eyes, she waited. It wasn't long before she felt a finger trace from her collarbone down to the edge of the towel. He could simply jerk it away, and she'd be naked and open to him. But he took his time.
Sorry, readers. Here's where we fade to black due to YouTube explicit content guidelines. If you dream for the steam, you'll need to take a look in the book.
As her body slowly, achingly returned to normal, she couldn't help but wonder how he would feel when reality hit. Chapter 17. It wasn't until the next morning that they reheated the soup. It was thick and bland, but it filled his stomach and gave him some energy. His ribs didn't hurt nearly as bad, but the pain wasn't what was on his mind. The tension lay heavily between them. Sometime during the night, he'd woken her, and they had moved to the bed. Maybe it was the afterglow of finally being inside her, or maybe it was the exhaustion of their escape, but he'd slept peacefully with her in his arms. Normally, he would have cringed at being in a strange bed, but everything seemed right. With the rising of the sun came the tension. She avoided his eyes as she dressed, and they ate in silence. "We'll probably find an access road leading from here to the main road," he said gruffly as he washed the dishes. It only seemed right that they try to leave the cabin in the same shape that they found it. "Sounds good," she said in a strained voice. "Daisy," he began softly, but she cut him off. "Let's not do this." We're both consenting adults, and we've been working together closely of late. It only makes sense that recent events and being in such close quarters pushed us over the edge. I don't think there's any need for us to make a big deal about it.
Gabe set his jaw. The implication in her words was clear. She regretted last night, and she didn't want to talk about it. That was fine. If she wanted to run right back to Nathan's arms, he wouldn't stop her. Fine, he said shortly. It looks like it's stopped raining. It might be a little muddy out, but it looks clear. Hopefully we won't run into any more rain. Great. Now he was talking about the weather. Perfect. Angry at himself for letting his desire take control last night, he rifled through the cabinet until he found a jar of peanuts and some granola bars. Stuffing his pockets, he finally turned to her. Ready?
Yeah.
Now they were only speaking in one-word answers. The walk back to civilization was going to be more strained than his kidnapping. They left the house in silence. Sure enough, a small dirt track led away from the cabin. Taking a moment to thank his lucky stars that hunters existed, he followed behind her at a slow pace. Finally, he couldn't stand the silence any longer. What are you going to do once Jordan is arrested?
Our deal still stands. I might not be as effective once this section of Restore Eden is disbanded, but I won't turn my back on what I believe in. Hopefully, if I show that Duncan Enterprises is capable of change, it'll be enough for me to broaden my influence. Maybe instead of finding an organization that I can work for, I can start my own.
One that doesn't include attacking and kidnapping people? Gabe quipped lightly. She turned to look at him over her shoulder, winking.
Well, at least not the way you've experienced it.
He chuckled before rubbing his jaw thoughtfully. Violence and kidnapping aside, Restore Eden has the right idea. I mean, everyone is responsible for their own carbon footprint, but I suppose bigger companies have to take the main responsibility, especially with the amount of waste we generate. We have to set a good example. Plus, the media attention wouldn't be all that bad.
Daisy snorted. Try to think about the world we're leaving for our children, not about your reputation.
Children? Did Daisy want children? Gabe never really thought about himself as a father, but he loved his nephew. Watching Ben and Stephen interact made him wonder about kids, and now it sent a jolt through his system when he thought about having kids with Daisy. Never going to happen, he reminded himself. Daisy was obviously not over Nathan, and it was already bad enough that Gabe had slept with Daisy. Thinking about a future with her did more than step over the line. It would probably destroy Nathan.
What do you know about Greenman's Corp?
She asked suddenly. Her voice sounded odd, somehow strained. Gabe frowned. I don't think I know all that much about it. I know when they first went public with their radical ideas of improving the company. Many other businesses got on board. I wasn't senior VP at the time, so I didn't have a whole lot of say in the matter. But I remember some ideas getting tossed around. Duncan grumbled about the change quite a bit, kept saying Nathan would love it if he were here. But then Greenman's was exposed and the talk died down. Why? Did you have something to do with Greenman's? She studied him before finally shrugging.
No, I was too young.
Gabe narrowed his eyes. He had a feeling there was something that she wasn't saying, but he didn't push it. It's no secret that Duncan Enterprises hasn't always been environmentally aware. I think most of the changes that Duncan did make were because he felt guilty about the rift between him and Nathan. They had a huge fight about it while Nathan was in college. Duncan swept his ideas aside as if he was an annoying mosquito. Nathan took it so badly that I wasn't even sure he'd come back when I called. Now he's a bigger nuisance than ever, but he's pushed his ideas through, and they've been sound. I think Duncan is proud of him.
Really? And are you? Daisy asked suddenly. Or do you regret having him work for the company again?
Before Angie was named CEO, I had my doubts about Nathan. His time with you didn't help. I'm still stressed about the company. I know everything Angie does reflects on me, but I'm no longer the one who makes the final decisions. So it's easier for me to listen to Nathan, even when he isn't making sense. But yeah, I am proud of him. He's come a long way,
And not only for his push that Duncan Enterprises become more environmentally friendly, he's a damn good designer. So as a brother, you're proud of him, but as a businessman, you're no longer stressed by him? Daisy shook her head. Wow. No. Angry, Gabe reached out and grabbed her arm. That's not what I said. Daisy, I love my brother. I think he has some great ideas, but sometimes he's unrealistic about the execution. If I could protect him from the stress and pressure of corporate America, I would in a heartbeat. It was his choice to rejoin Duncan Enterprises, so all the hits that he takes now aren't only on him. They affect the company as well. I'm proud of what he's doing, both as his brother and as a colleague. That doesn't mean I don't have concerns. Don't confuse the two. Her features softened, and she relaxed. I'm sorry, she murmured. I guess I'm a little stressed, and I'm taking my anger out on you, which is totally unfair considering that you are the victim in all this. Gabe snorted. I'm no victim. I might have been outmaneuvered, but I wasn't worried. You knew that I was going to save you? Hardly. Gabe gave her a withering look. I can save myself, but it doesn't hurt to have some company. He stopped himself before he said too much. She didn't want to talk about last night, so he didn't push it. They walked the next few miles in silence, but it was no longer as tense. Finally, he saw her giggling to herself. See something that was funny? He asked dryly. Just something that I was thinking. Duncan wasn't quite what I expected. I never thought he'd actually like me. When you were dating Nathan, he hated you. Does that help? She cocked her head and stared at him. But now that I'm actually monitoring the company, he should hate me even more.
Duncan's different now,
Gabe said softly. Not much had changed with his relationship with his father, but it wasn't really from lack of trying on Duncan's part. There were a lot of old wounds that hadn't quite healed. He's trying to make amends for his past. I can understand that, Daisy said softly. Gabe felt like a fist squeezed around his heart. She was obviously talking about Nathan. The more he got to know her, the more he realized that she wanted to patch things up between his brother and herself. But last night, there was no hesitation on her part. She had moaned his name. He was the one who made her fall apart. What did that mean? She loved Nathan but lusted after him? That wouldn't make things awkward during the holidays at all. Gabe, I see the road! Daisy laughed hysterically and pointed. Sure enough, they walked through the trees and came out on the main highway. Careful, he muttered as he grabbed her elbow. Jordan might be patrolling this road looking for us. Stay on this side. She shrieked a little as he pulled her against him, but then she melted in his arms. It felt so right to have her wrapped around him, and he couldn't help himself. He leaned down to kiss the top of her head, but she suddenly pushed him back. Car! She hissed as she ducked behind a tree. Tensing, Gabe watched as the car slowly drove past them. It was going well under the speed limit. It was obvious the driver was looking for something or someone. Relief spread through him as he recognized the car. Stepping out to the street, he waved his hands until the car slowed down. It's Nathan! Gabe heard the delight in Daisy's voice and immediately felt tense again. Having Nathan here was like a dose of reality. The dream of having Daisy to himself was over, and it was time to face the consequences. I have been out of my mind with worry, Nathan shouted as he got out and slammed the door shut. Daisy launched herself into his arms and buried her face in his chest. You were supposed to call me. I traced your phone to the cabin, but you were gone. I found Gabe there, but when we made our escape, I forgot about my phone. Then I was too scared to go back for it, she mumbled. Christ, Gabe, are you okay? I've been looking for you two all night. I figured if Daisy's crackpot group didn't kill you, the damn animals would. Stephen flew back in to help, and Angie is stressing everyone out. In 3 hours, I was about to call the damn police. The lack of sleep was evident on his face. It was drawn and worn as he looked down at Daisy. A little sore from my tumble with them yesterday, but no harm done, although we should call the police. Jordan is too dangerous for us to let this slide. Daisy slowly moved away from Nathan and nodded her head. He's right. We should call the police. Really? Nathan said as he lifted an eyebrow. It's not going to look good for us or Restore Eden. For fuck's sake, I was kidnapped, Gabe said through gritted teeth. That should trump your environmental crap. All right, Nathan nodded. He pulled out the phone, and Daisy turned and looked at Gabe. Whatever happens, our deal is still in place. Gabe couldn't help but smile. She'd risked herself to rescue him. She'd dragged him through the woods, and now she was facing some harsh media fallout. But she was still Daisy, a bulldog that wouldn't let go until she got what she wanted. As Gabe waited for the police, he couldn't help but wonder what else Daisy wanted. Hours later, Daisy was showered and fed. Nathan had wanted to check in on her later that evening, but she told him that it wasn't necessary. She didn't want him to see that her living situation was still as crappy as when they were together. And anyway, he wasn't the Maxfield brother she wanted worrying about her. Not anymore. Definitely not in a very long time. Gabe, however, had barely said a word to her since the police showed up and escorted them to the station to take their report while officers headed to both cabins. After several hours of questioning, they released her with a warning that they would contact her to follow up with any questions. Exhausted, she only nodded her head in reply. She could see Gabe watching her the entire ride home, and as much as she wanted to lean into him and feel his arms wrapped around her, he didn't touch her. Things were tense. He obviously regretted sleeping with her, and she couldn't seem to get it off her mind. Thankfully, everything was kept quiet, but it didn't keep the news stations from eventually finding out. As she looked over the files on her computer, she could hear the news anchor speculating about the involvement of Gabe Maxfield in Restore Eden, as one of its top men was arrested today. Her name didn't even come up. Daisy didn't know whether that was a good or bad thing. Grabbing the remote, she turned the television off. She already had enough to worry about without the media getting involved. Perusing the company files on her computer, she searched as far back as possible. After talking with Gabe about Greenman's, Daisy knew one of two things to be true. Either Gabe was telling the truth and the involvement with Greenman's was before his time and without his knowledge, or Gabe was deliberately lying to her. And it killed Daisy to think that Gabe had lied to her. The couple next to her started screaming again, and this time Daisy didn't even care. She wanted to scream along with them. How had everything gotten so complicated? She was supposed to turn things around at Duncan Enterprises and help the environment and impress the headquarters of Restore Eden. Now she'd gotten one of her own top members arrested, and she'd slept with Gabe Maxfield. None of this was in the Restore Eden manual. You are not in over your head, she reminded herself quietly. You have this. Sure, she'd been slowed down by a few bumps, but she was still on a mission. So when she found several documents with Greenman's name on them, she felt her heart sink. Glancing through them, she realized that Duncan Enterprises not only bought supplies from Greenman's, but knew of their elaborate pretense to fool the world about going green. Heartbroken, Daisy pressed a hand against her mouth and shook her head. What was to say the same thing wasn't still going on right now at Duncan Enterprises? How did she know Duncan and the rest of the Maxfields weren't simply pretending to change in order to boost the company's public image? Knowing that she wasn't going to get any sleep tonight, Daisy shut down the computer and slipped it into her bag. Gabe was going to be pissed, but that wasn't going to stop her. She wanted answers. Chapter 18. Jordan was arrested. Gabe thought he'd feel more smug when he watched the action on television as a cell phone camera showed him in handcuffs being placed in a police cruiser. But soon realized he was only listening for Daisy's name. He felt a small streak of satisfaction when her name was never brought up. Turning off the television, he got up from the couch and poured himself 2 fingers of scotch. Tossing it back, he stared at the empty glass. How had everything gone wrong? He was supposed to get Daisy and Nathan back together so she could get out of Duncan Enterprises' business. Instead, he'd slept with her, and now she was literally in bed with Duncan Enterprises. I don't think I've ever fucked up this bad, Gabe murmured with a small chuckle. He picked up the scotch again, and then there was a soft knock on the door. If it was the press, he was going to throw a fit that rivaled Alec Baldwin. "Who is it?" he growled.
"It's Daisy. If you want some peace and quiet, I understand, but there was something I wanted to talk with you about."
"And it couldn't wait until tomorrow?" he said when he opened the door. "Where have I heard that before? Come in." When she came in, she was carrying an armful of papers.
"I didn't get a chance to tell you the other night when you were in so much pain, but your apartment is very nice."
She gave him a strained smile, and he raised an eyebrow. "Daisy, I've seen your apartment. It cannot be any further from mine. A prison cell looks nice compared to your apartment."
"That's only because I could not even afford your very expensive coffee maker. Really, all it needs to do is make coffee, Gabe. Why does it have like 50 buttons on it?"
She gestured nervously. "Instead of talking about my coffee maker, why don't we talk about why you're here?" She set the papers down on the counter and stared at him. For a moment, he saw all the vulnerability in her eyes.
"I'm not going to lie, Gabe. I don't really know what I'm doing here. I don't know what I'm doing with you at all. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing. All I know is that whenever I'm near you, I forget everything. And I mean everything."
"Hey." Seeing the distress on her face, he quickly closed the distance between them and tipped his finger under her chin. "It's okay. I mean, I feel a little insulted that it upsets you that you feel this way, but it'll be okay. But I need you to be clear with what you want."
"I don't know what I want," she confessed.
Frustrated, Gabe dropped his arm and shook his head. "God, if you can't decide between Nathan and me, then you can't be here, Daisy. I'll find someone else to work with you. It won't come between you and my brother."
"Nathan?"
She gave him a confused look.
"Are you serious? I thought I made it clear in the beginning that this has nothing to do with him. We're over. We were over before we broke up, and I realize that now. I love Nathan. I will always love Nathan. But it's not the kind of love that has any sort of future."
Gabe shook his head. "You called Nathan to come rescue you. You talk about him all the time."
"Nathan called me to rescue you. And the reason I talk about Nathan all the time is because Angie said I clearly still liked him because I didn't talk about him. So I thought if I talked more about him, you'd realize that we were not a thing anymore."
Daisy shook her head, and he saw that she was near tears. "Daisy," Gabe said softly, "after last night, you said you didn't want to talk about it. You brushed it off like it was nothing." She spread her arms out and stared at him.
"Are you kidding me? You didn't say a word all through breakfast. What I said was damage control, Gabe. You are not the kind of man who sleeps with women like me. I could work my entire lifetime and still not make what you make in a year. I couldn't hold a candle to the women who usually decorate your arm. What I said this morning was to protect myself."
Without another word, Gabe reached out and drew her close. Bending her back, he did more than taste her. He devoured her. He'd been thinking about her ever since he'd held her during the night. The way she felt was amazing, and the way she moaned his name turned his head. But the way she tasted sealed the deal for him. He wanted to kiss her forever.
"What was that?"
she whispered when he righted her. "That was my response to everything you said," he murmured with a smile. "What I wanted to tell you this morning was that last night was amazing. Even after being kidnapped and after spending the night in a dirty hunter's hovel, being with you meant everything to me." Daisy closed her eyes and rested her forehead on his chest.
"You have no idea how that makes me feel."
"Putting Nathan, Duncan Enterprises, and Restore Eden aside, how do you feel about me, Daisy?" His voice cracked as he spoke. With a single word, she could shatter his world.
"It's not that simple," she whispered.
"Then let's make it simple. Only feel." Grabbing her, he hoisted her up onto the counter and kissed her until she was whimpering.
Sorry, readers. Here's where we fade to black due to YouTube explicit content guidelines. If you dream for the steam, you'll need to take a look in the book.
Sometime in the night, after a few hours of sleep, he woke up again and turned to her. He'd sated them both twice already, but seeing her naked in his bed made him stir all over again. He pulled out her braid, and her hair spread out over his pillow. She looked like a woman who had found pleasure. and he'd been the one to deliver it. Licking his lips, he realized that his throat was as dry as sandpaper. Instead of waking her for another round, he carefully eased out of the bed. Grabbing a pair of sweatpants, he pulled them up and shuffled over to the kitchen. After pouring a glass of water, his eyes slid to the mound of papers that Daisy had brought in. Curious, he flipped on the lamp and opened the folder. Inside, he found some old documents about Duncan Enterprises. As his eyes roamed over the information, he saw the same name pop up over and over again. What do you know about Greenman's Corp? It looked like Daisy wasn't asking random questions. Obviously, she'd been looking into Greenman's Corporation and its connection with Duncan Enterprises. Shit, he whispered. Apparently, there was quite a big connection between the two companies. It was 10 years ago, but Greenman's name was still well enough known that the association could be damning. The question was, how did Daisy get this kind of intelligence? She'd have to pore over the files for weeks to go back this far and find this. Someone gave her a tip.
Gabe?
Her sleepy voice drew his attention away from the files. She shuffled to the doorway with the sheets wrapped around her, and he could only stare at her. She was so beautiful, and she could bring Duncan Enterprises to their knees.
What is this, Daisy?
He said softly as he lifted the paper. There was a flicker of sorrow as she lowered her eyes and wrapped the sheet tighter around her.
That's what I came here to talk with you about, she whispered. It's extensive information about the relationship between Duncan Enterprises and Greenman's Corporation.
I can read, he said coldly. So you came here to seduce me before you dropped the bomb? Is that it?
Seduce you?
Shaking her head hard.
I came here to find out if you knew about this, and the next thing I know, you're turning my head with all this sweet talk. I tried to talk to you about this yesterday.
Gabe shook his head and ran a hand over his face. I told you before that I didn't know anything about Greenman's Corporation. This was 10 years ago, Daisy. Duncan Enterprises has changed a lot since then.
Really? Look again, Gabe. You're using the same marketing language they use to cover up their deceitful practices. It's as if you lifted it directly from their corporate materials.
Balling his fist, he hit his desk and she jumped. Did you think that I seduced you to keep you quiet? He demanded as he went to confront her. Maybe you seduced me so that I'd be on your side when the shit hit the fan. Duncan Enterprises has enough money and lawyers behind them that we could... He bit his tongue before he finished. Daisy turned away from him and began hurriedly dressing. Slipping on her shoes, she turned to him, tears in her eyes.
So that you could what?
She asked softly, her voice cracking as she spoke, betraying her emotions.
Make me look like an idiot? That won't be hard. I trusted Jordan and Restore Eden because they said they wanted to change. I trusted you because you said you were interested in my ideas. I guess I really am an idiot.
Passing in front of him, she went to his desk to retrieve the papers he had strewn about. Gathering them together, she shoved them into her bag.
I'm leaving.
Clenching his jaw, he rested his head against the wall and closed his eyes. What are you going to do?
I'm trying to do something good. This is what I've wanted to do my whole life. As a high-ranking member of Duncan Enterprises, it's your job to make sure that you're a good role model. You said it yourself.
Daisy, it's not that simple. Hearing her words in his mouth made him cringe. But there was nothing he could do or say. It was all true.
You're right. It's not that simple. Changing is hard, but sometimes it's the only way. I'm fighting for our future, everyone's future.
It was a mistake, Daisy. We fell into bad habits. Give me a chance to make this right before you go public. Quietly.
Quietly?
Daisy shook her head.
You mean bury it so deep that no one will find out about the company's shady dealings?
There was nothing shady about our practices back then. We were simply doing what everyone else was doing. He practically roared as she backed toward the door, tears now flowing freely down her face. Even he knew that what he said was wrong as she looked at him. Shaking her head sadly.
Don't villainize me, Gabe. I'm not the bad guy here. And I'm sorry that you don't see it that way.
She paused at the door, turning to look at him one last time.
Goodbye, Gabe.
For a long time, he stared at the door. 15 minutes ago, he was thinking about a future with her, and now he was in danger of losing everything. His job, his family, his woman. Chapter 19. Stephen was the first to call him. Gabe had stayed up for hours tossing back scotch, but by the time Stephen called, his buzz was long gone. "What the fuck is going on?" Stephen demanded. "I told you to handle Daisy. Now I find out from Nathan that she has files that show we're just like Greenman's Corporation? Do you have any idea what this could do to our credibility?" "Stephen," Gabe said tiredly, "now is really not a good time." "Not a good time? When is a good time, Gabe? After Daisy takes her findings to the press? After we're demolished by public opinion? When, Gabe?" "What the fuck do you want me to do?" Gabe shouted suddenly. "You and Angie told me to give her whatever she wanted. Angie gave her the files. Angie approved the agreement for her to go to the media. Angie had to know that she would find this information. She thought all Daisy wanted was Nathan. She thought she was doing something good for our family," Stephen roared back. "Don't you worry. Angie and I have already been through this." Great. Gabe cradled his head in his hands. Stephen and Angie were fighting. Sure, they bickered all the time, and usually it was in front of everyone. But they didn't fight. "Stephen, I'm sorry. There's really nothing I can do," Gabe muttered. "Go back to plan A. See if Nathan is really what she wants. Christ, maybe we can pimp out our own brother and—" "Really?" Gabe said with a dry laugh. "That's our plan? Daisy gives us damning proof of something we're doing wrong, and you want to pimp out our brother to cover it up? You are more like Duncan than you will ever know. Besides, she doesn't want Nathan. She made that very clear." "What?" Stephen grumbled. "You already tried it?" "She doesn't love Nathan." Stephen must have heard the strain in his voice. He heaved a sigh. "Gabe, please tell me that you didn't sleep with Daisy." "It's early, Stephen. I need some time to figure out what to do." Gabe didn't even listen to Stephen's response as he disconnected the call. He already knew what Stephen would say anyway, and his eyes slid to the bottle of scotch again. It would be so much easier to push the blame onto someone else. This wasn't his problem. This wasn't even his damn idea. Everyone thought they knew what was best for everyone else, and no one actually listened to anyone. And now, no one wanted to face the consequences. It was always his job to clean everything up. When they were younger, he covered for Stephen. He protected Nathan. And now that hell was breaking loose, everyone assumed that he would be able to clean it up as usual. Gabe, the good son. Fuck that. Drinking by yourself and talking to yourself. I guess you do feel guilty. Speak of the devil, Gabe muttered, as he turned to see Nathan standing in the doorway. I don't remember giving you a key. The door wasn't locked. Angie called. I guess you didn't handle Daisy like everyone wanted. Rather, it seems like you handled her in your own special way. Well, it couldn't have been Stephen who told you, because I only just told him. Gabe sighed and reached for the scotch. Nathan was faster. Snatching the bottle up, he turned and smashed it against the wall. Daisy told me that you tried to seduce her. At first, I couldn't believe it. You're a stuffed shirt. You're the most uptight person I know. And you seduced my ex-girlfriend to keep her from spilling company secrets? That's the kind of thing Stephen would do. Gabe ran a hand through his hair and swiveled his chair around to stare at his enraged kid brother. Physically, the Maxfield brothers didn't look all that much alike. I slept with Daisy before I found out about Greenman's Corporation, Gabe said with a sigh. Before Gabe could even react, Nathan moved like lightning and swung. Gabe moved with the punch, but it wasn't enough. He fell from the chair and sprawled out on the floor, but Nathan wasn't done. He straddled Gabe and raised his hand for another punch, but Gabe was taller and heavier. Just like when they were kids, Gabe easily got the upper hand and rolled them over. He raised his fist back before realizing that he had no reason to hit Nathan. Unfortunately, his younger brother didn't feel the same. When Gabe hesitated, Nathan took advantage and kicked out with his foot. His knee landed dangerously close to Gabe's groin, and Gabe growled and smashed his palm against his brother's chest. "Damn it, Nathan, stop! I know you're pissed, but beating me doesn't change things." "It makes me feel better," Nathan growled as he kicked out again. "I may not be with Daisy anymore, but that doesn't mean you can use her." "I'm not using her." Gabe scrambled off his brother, but Nathan swung his fist and hit him again. They continued to grapple on the floor, but they weren't really hitting each other anymore. "Damn it, Nathan, I love her." Nathan dropped his fists and stared at Gabe.
"What the hell did you just say?"
"I said that I liked her," Gabe said, as he blew out his breath heavily. Seeing that his brother wasn't going to swing at him anymore, he dropped his head against the floor. When he had planned his day, it didn't actually include getting into a physical fight with his youngest brother.
"You didn't say like,"
Nathan muttered as he got up and brushed himself off.
"Fuck, I need a beer."
"I had scotch, but thanks to you, it's now all over the floor," Gabe said, as he also picked himself up. "There's beer in the refrigerator." Nathan snagged the bottle and tossed one in Gabe's direction. Gabe caught it easily. "You think I've seduced your ex to keep her quiet, and you're ready to kill me. I tell you how I feel about her, and it drives you to drink. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to take this."
"It's been a weird few weeks. My ex shows up and threatens to take the company down, and my sister-in-law comes up with a plan to give her access to all the files. Then Daisy finds something and calls to warn me what's going to happen, and she's mostly yelling about you. Now you're telling me that that you have feelings for her? I think that warrants at least one beer."
Gabe nodded. "Probably two." Nathan shook his head and chuckled, and Gabe almost felt sorry for him. Nathan had been protected his whole life, and here he was smack in the middle of a huge scandal. In Angie's defense, she thought she was helping you. She thought that Daisy wanted to get you back. Nathan nodded. "Well, that's nice of her, I guess. Anyway, what exactly does Daisy have on Duncan Enterprises? I've been working on all aspects of our company. We've made quite a few changes, and as far as I know, we're not doing anything that the media would deem dangerous." "It's not what we're doing, but what we're saying," Gabe said tiredly. "I'm sure you're aware of Greenman's Corporation. Apparently Duncan and Greenman's were in each other's pockets at one time. When Greenman's went down, Duncan made sure that his company was completely uninvolved with them, but he didn't change our policy on how we handled the media. We touted total change, but we didn't really change all that much. Usually, we did whatever was trendy. When they went down for how they dumped their waste, we showed everyone the steps we took to recycle our products." Nathan closed his eyes and shook his head. Now he was beginning to understand. "But we only showed them one department." "Exactly. We recycled from the design department, but we dumped everything from the construction sites. It was a classic diversion tactic." "But I've made some big changes within the company. She can talk about our policy all she wants. We put our money where our mouth is," Nathan protested. Gabe shook his head. "We're implementing some of your policies, but it's slow." Nathan shook his head. "Duncan Enterprises will survive. We'll be in the spotlight for a bit, but it won't kill us. Any press is good press, unless you're hiding something else that I don't know about. Of course, the lawyers can bury Daisy. She says one wrong thing and we can sue her for slander. But I'm sure you already know this. I don't know what Angie will want to do. If it weren't for Daisy, we'd be doing that. And I warned her about it. She thought I was threatening her." "She doesn't know how you feel?" Gabe tipped his beer bottle. "I'm not sure I know how I feel." "So you don't love her?" "I don't know how I feel about the situation," Gabe said softly. He was avoiding the question, and Nathan noticed, but he didn't push. "You know, you used to be fun," Nathan muttered. "Stephen might have been my older brother, but I wanted to be you when I grew up. You didn't care about what people thought of you. You didn't care about Duncan or Stephen. You enjoyed life. What happened to you?" "What happened to me? I have a good time. I've got the damn pictures to prove it. I'm not talking about your damn sex life. I'm talking about your life." Gabe shook his head. "I realized that you were watching I didn't rebel because I didn't care. I rebelled because I did care, and I realized that my little brother actually looked up to me. I didn't want you to fall in with the wrong crowd like I did."
Jesus.
Nathan rolled his eyes.
Gabe, I looked up to you, but I could still think for myself. I would be me whether you grew up to be a stuffed shirt or not. Now you live a painfully controlled life, and I'm considered the rebel. The way my life turned out was due to more than you."
Staring at his brother, Gabe smiled.
"I was always proud of you, you know."
Stephen left because of his pride, and I stuck around because of my pride.
But you left because of something you believed in.
Probably makes you the best man out of the whole bunch of us.
You're kidding, right? Stephen went on to start his own company, and when everything threatened to fall apart last year, you were the glue that held us all together. I got a couple of degrees, but I haven't done anything with them. Daisy might be crazy, but she's passionate. I've never been like that."
"She's crazy and passionate," Gabe grunted.
"But you're logical. Just because you two execute things differently doesn't mean that you don't believe in something. For the record, I think she's good for you. Daisy might be over the top about her beliefs, but she has a good heart. She's lovable and spontaneous. It might be good for you to lose a little control over your life."
Gabe chuckled. "The whole thing's a mess, but this is what happens when we all get together to do something. We end up with one big mess."
"I don't have feelings for Daisy anymore. There was a time when I thought I loved her. There was a time when I did love her, but it was because we were working together for a cause we both believed in. We knew long before it was over, but we'd spent so much time together that neither one of us wanted to admit that we were a failure. Duncan had been telling me to break up with her for years. I didn't want him to be right. She thought if we both went after Duncan Enterprises, it could save us. In the end, it's what drove us apart. I might have disliked my family, but that didn't give her a right to attack them."
Nathan shook his head and smiled.
"She doesn't need to be with someone like me. She needs to be with someone like you."
"I appreciate that," Gabe said as he took a deep breath, and he meant it. He would never have been able to move forward with Daisy if he didn't have Nathan's permission. But now that he was being honest with himself, he had known all along that Nathan would give him permission.
"But this isn't about my relationship with Daisy. It's about what we're supposed to do now." "Not we. You. This is about what you're going to do next."
Gabe glared at his brother.
"You come into my apartment, hit me, drink my beer, and then give me crappy advice? Thanks." "Did Stephen do any better?"
"He didn't crash my place, but no. He mostly yelled at me."
"See?" Nathan winked at him. "Some things never change. Thanks for the beer. Now that I no longer have to do that weird, awkward thing where I protect my ex-girlfriend's virtue from my older brother, I'm going to go to bed. Like I said, weird week."
Gabe watched his younger brother leave and laughed to himself. At least now he didn't have to worry about his relationship with his brothers. No matter what happened, they stayed the same. But that didn't solve his other two problems. After stewing and sobering up for a few hours, he grabbed his keys and headed for the last place he expected to go. Duncan Maxfield didn't even blink when he handed Gabe a bottle of water.
"You don't have anything stronger?" Gabe complained.
"Angie called me. You think alcohol is going to solve your problem, but you don't have a problem." Duncan moved slowly as he settled himself into a chair. Gabe watched his father closely. Over the years, after Stephen and Nathan had left, Gabe had watched his father age. Duncan was a man of iron will, and it was hard for Gabe to watch his health decline.
"I don't have a problem?" Gabe asked carefully. He might need to double-check the pills his father was on. Now, on top of everything, he didn't need to learn that his father was in the early stages of dementia.
Duncan smiled. "You think that because I chose Angie over you that I haven't been watching you?"
"Oh, no." Gabe shook his head. "I know you watch me. You've made that abundantly clear over the past few years. But this isn't about our relationship. This is about how I fix the media storm that we're going to face."
"Boy, don't interrupt me," Duncan grumbled. He leaned over and coughed into his hand. "See what you made me do."
Gabe rolled his eyes and leaned back. "My apologies, Duncan. Continue."
I chose Angie for 2 reasons. The first is that she wanted it more than you did. She worked hard for that position. She had the fire in her that you lacked. And the reason that you lacked it was because you spend so much time surpassing yourself. What? You think I didn't notice it? You used to be such a little hellion, and then suddenly you cleaned up your act. I suspected it had more to do with Nathan than it did with me, but I was happy. Fewer police calls. Less wondering if you were even coming home. I didn't like that, Gabe, but I also didn't like the one who replaced him. You threw yourself into the company because it was the only place you fit in with your newly controlled life, but your heart wasn't in it. It's never been in it. I gave the company everything, Gabe growled, but Duncan put up his hand. You were very good at your job. You are very good at your job. You're as good as Angie, and it was hard for me to pass you over for her. But I don't regret that decision, Gabe, and I think that deep down, neither do you. You like having Angie in charge because it's freed something inside you. What's wrong with you, Gabe? You're not Steven. You were never meant to turn into the corporate man. You were never meant to be me. Gabe slammed the bottle of water on the table and stood. I'm not you. I'm nothing like you. You put that company first all your life, and then last year you tried to destroy it? With no regard for what that might do to me. You're right. My soul is not in that company, but I've put in enough work that I do actually give a damn about what happens to it. And now we're going to face a lot of flack because you couldn't make a few simple changes. Duncan waved his hand nonchalantly. Please. Greenman's is old news, and frankly, I forgot all about him. This isn't about Duncan Enterprises. This is about you. Me? I wasn't even here 10 years ago. Not you and the company, just you. For the first time in a long time, you have to make a decision, and it's based entirely on you. It has nothing to do with the company. It has nothing to do with the family. You're going to have to face yourself, Gabe. Gabe shook his head. You're unbelievable. I came to you for advice, and you spit this crap into my face? I guess some things never change. As he walked past his father, he couldn't help but see the small smile on Duncan's face. Despite his anger, he knew that Duncan was right. He had a decision to make. Did he side with Daisy, the woman he'd known for less than a month? Or did he side with the company he'd tried so hard to lose himself in for the last 10 years?
Chapter 20. The neighbors were having another marathon screw, but Daisy barely heard them. Her eyes were glued to the news. Recently, Duncan Enterprises, the mega corporation specializing in design, construction, and property sales all across the country, has been making headlines touting changes about becoming a greener company. But now, there is new evidence coming to light that show that they are the next Greenman's Corporation. Based on policy changes that haven't been updated in 10 years, it now looks like Duncan Enterprises haven't made nearly as many changes as they claim. Stay tuned for more information tonight at 10.
Oh, God, Daisy whispered. How did they find out?
With Jordan in jail, did someone else at Restore Eden send those files to the media?
What have I done? Your job. You did your job. Well, almost.
She never got the chance to tell Gabe that she had no intention of contacting the media. That she had understood that their actions were in the past, and she knew that Nathan was working to turn Duncan Enterprises around. Now Gabe would think it was her. That she had done it out of some sort of petty revenge for their argument. Daisy, more than anyone, knew that everyone could change with the right incentive. That while the past might shape us, it didn't control our actions in the present. Grabbing her keys, she made a beeline for Duncan Enterprises. It was still early. Maybe she and Gabe could come up with a plan to get ahead of things. Of course, after the way she left his apartment, he probably didn't want to work with her. And Angie would be furious. Nathan might be her only ally. Life was getting stranger by the minute. Her heart sank as she pulled up outside the company. There were already hundreds of protesters in the parking lot. No doubt, Restore Eden organized this.
They like to take advantage of companies' weaknesses rather than working with them to fix things. That had been her mistake. Honking her horn, she slowly eased her bucket of junk through the crowd. People banged on her car and jeered at her. They didn't even realize that she didn't work for Duncan Enterprises. They didn't really care about the environment. They just wanted to protest against something, anything. No doubt, they were snapping Instagram photos and posting selfies and videos on Snapchat. For them, it was about instant gratification. What was it for her? As she parked, Stephen Maxfield stood outside the building with his arms folded. "I figured you'd show up to gloat," he said in a dark voice. "Stephen, don't talk. My wife let you in here on good faith, and you've practically served her up on a silver platter for the media to devour. Did you think of that before you pulled this little stunt of yours? This company has some flaws, but we employ many people. We treat our people with respect, and we do a hell of a lot for this country's economy. But that was the point, wasn't it? Try to take down a giant business and make a name for yourself?" "Stephen, I didn't. That is to say, while I thought about it, Daisy pleaded softly. "Save it. I don't even care. I'm glad that you're here. You'll get to see what happens when a company scrambles to save more than their reputation. Usually, after a stunt like this, people lose their jobs to cover for loss of profits." Daisy lowered her eyes and shook her head. "I'm here." "Yes, you are. Upstairs. Now." Stephen opened the door and waited for her. When she tried to move through, he grabbed her arm. "I always knew that you and Nathan wouldn't make it, but I still didn't like the way he looked when it was all over. Now I hear you have eyes for my other brother. Why Gabe?" "I didn't plan on Gabe, and we're not—" Daisy took a deep breath. "I don't know if we were ever together, but we're certainly not together anymore." Stephen stared at her. "Did you care for him?" "Nathan? I loved him." "Not Nathan. Gabe. Did you care for Gabe?" Clenching her jaw, she pushed past him. "This isn't about Gabe. This is about your damn company, so let's focus on that." Security stepped forward to stop her, but Stephen must have waved them away because they let her through. In the elevator, he folded his arms and stared at her, and she met his gaze. Maybe she had done something wrong, but she wasn't going to back down now. When the elevator stopped and the doors opened, Stephen mockingly swept his hands aside to let her go through first. In the glass conference room, everyone turned to stare at her. Angie stood at the front and glared at her. Nathan and Duncan stood inside with several other prominent members of the company. Gabe was missing. "Daisy Levine, so nice of you to join us," Angie said softly when Daisy came in. "We're just discussing our next move." "What the hell is she doing here?" one man grumbled. "She shouldn't even be allowed on the premises." Daisy turned and faced the man head on. "Yes, I'm the one who discovered the information about Duncan Enterprises' attempt to mask some of their practices. I admit that I may have handled the information poorly, and I should have brought it to someone's attention sooner. If you want to fix this, you need to face the truth head on." The man snorted. "Sweetheart, you have a lot to learn if you think companies like this face up to the truth." "Then that's your damn problem." Daisy whirled around. "You want to blame me, but if you keep burying the problem, then you're only going to find more and more people like me to show the world the truth. Duncan Enterprises has made some changes, and you have the potential to do so much more. You're the driving force behind this company. You collectively can fix this." "Or you can come forward to say that your information was wrong." Daisy rolled her eyes. "Really? I didn't start spreading rumors. The files came from your office." "Then we can create more files that will make your paperwork look outdated. Problem solved." "Enough," Angie said, holding up her hands. "We're not going to lie to the media. Daisy is right. Lies got us here, and lies are not going to solve the problem. Any more ideas?" "You let her in here," the man grumbled. "This is as much your fault as it is hers." Stephen rose to his feet to defend his wife, but a new voice interrupted them. "Careful. That's your boss." Daisy's breath caught, and she turned her head slowly to see Gabe leaning in the doorway. For a long moment, no one said a word. He was wearing jeans, a t-shirt, and carrying a protester sign. What the hell? He locked eyes with her and gave her a wink, but Daisy was too shocked to do anything in response. What was going on?
Gabe, nice of you to join us,
Angie said slowly.
That's a new look for you. Please tell me that you were not out with the protesters.
I was, Gabe said casually, as he tossed his sign on the table.
Okay. Did anyone recognize you? Take a picture of you? It's one thing to look like liars, but it's another thing completely to look like we're not a united front,
Angie said in frustration. We're not a united front, Gabe muttered. I'm the one who sent the news station the files, not Daisy. He sat down at the table and propped up his feet. Daisy nearly fell out of her chair. This couldn't possibly be the same Gabe that she knew. But it was gratifying to see there was one thing she had been right about. He looked damn good in those jeans. Angie shook her head.
Christ. Really, Gabe? Is there something in the water that I don't know about? Or are the Maxfield men all insane?
Hey, Stephen chimed in. Duncan grumbled as well, but Nathan and Gabe stayed quiet. Daisy couldn't help but notice that Nathan kept staring at her. Was nothing going to go easy today?
Okay.
Angie held up her hands and glared at Gabe.
Exactly what was going through your head when you sent the media-dated files on our past practices? Are you looking for a reason to get fired? Because Maxfield or not, this is grounds for—
I have a suggestion, Gabe interrupted as he jumped on the table. Everyone craned their necks to stare up at him as the room grew instantly silent. For too long, this company has been operating under the misguided notion that what the public doesn't know won't hurt them. But I had recently been told that simply saying we're going to make changes isn't enough. We actually have to do them. And what better way to spur our actions on than by making it public? So I suggest that we bite the bullet. We admit that we've been a company that couldn't bend when the winds changed. We did something that was cowardly. And even though we're changing now, we're not changing fast enough.
Why are you on the table? Angie muttered.
How exactly are we supposed to do that? Duncan piped up. He sounded interested and alert. Daisy looked at him quizzically, and Duncan gave her a wink.
Hell's bells, Daisy muttered. Maybe there really was something in the water.
Daisy still works for Restore Eden. Now, she wanted to believe that Restore Eden had changed, but there were still a few rogue agents involved. Those men are behind bars, and under Daisy's leadership, I think Restore Eden could flourish. To make amends for our actions, our first step should be a sizable donation to help Restore Eden get back on their feet.
You want to do what?
Stephen and Angie both roared. Even Daisy had to pinch herself. What in the hell was going on with him? We build sustainable green buildings for Restore Eden to broaden their reach in the city, and we own up to everything that we've done. We take Nathan's ideas and push more power behind them. And we hold a press conference now to change the way the news presents us tonight, Gabe said as he jumped from the table. Duncan Enterprises is looking into the mirror. Faced with our mistakes, we have a decision to make. The public loves a sinner on the path to salvation, but it's more than that. We need to change. We need to look towards our future. Our legacy isn't the buildings that we erect, but the children that we raise. And it's important that we provide a secure, clean environment for them. Stephen grabbed his arm. Outside, now, he growled. Nathan stepped forward.
Hold on, Stephen. I think Gabe has some great suggestions here. Anything we do now is going to look like damage control. We have to be more proactive than that. Helping Restore Eden is a huge step.
Of course you would agree. It would push forward your plans, Stephen grumbled. He turned to Gabe.
You were supposed to cut a deal with Daisy. Instead, you bedded her.
Daisy gasped, and Gabe tightened his fist. Careful, brother. I don't care to tumble with another one of you this week. I could have you fired, he hissed.
I could have him fired, Angie said loudly. Stephen, sit down. I know you think this reflects poorly on me, but this is not helping. The truth is that I think this is a good idea. It might work.
Nathan started to chuckle, and everyone turned to stare at him.
I'm sorry. This has been a really crazy week. Please tell me you all agree.
Letting go of Gabe, Stephen ran a hand through his hair, confusion and frustration written all over his face. He's not wrong, but I'm just not used to seeing you like this. It's okay, Gabe said with a smile. I've had a lot to think about this week. I've learned a few things about myself. He turned to stare at Duncan and gave him a small nod and a smile. Angie smiled. Let's take a vote. All in favor? There was a resounding but unhappy aye throughout the room. Excellent. Daisy Levine, as the head of the new section of Restore Eden, would you accept our donation as our proof of Duncan Enterprises' commitment to change? Me? Oh, I don't think so, Daisy said quickly. I'm sure Restore Eden will appoint someone else. You misunderstand me, Angie said softly. The donation will only go to Restore Eden if you are head of the section. Restore Eden is still dangerous. I want to make sure there is someone I trust who will truly do some good in this city. Someone you trust? Daisy repeated. How could anyone trust her after everything that happened? Even if she wasn't the one who went to the media. A hand clapped her on the shoulder, and she looked up to see Duncan standing by her side. I like the idea. If anyone isn't on board, you're welcome to clean out your desk. We'll make it known that we cut the unwelcome fat before making this decision. The room was so silent that Daisy was sure everyone could hear her heart beating. Yes, I think it's a great idea, she finally said. And I am honored to accept your donation to Restore Eden. Excellent. Call the press. We have an announcement to make. The room was suddenly alive with activity, and Daisy could see Gabe making his way towards her. But she couldn't talk to him. She had absolutely no idea what to say. Was he doing this for her or for his company? To be honest, neither choice was good. Ducking her head, she turned and ran. Chapter 21. Daisy finished rearranging her desk and stepped back to look at it. For the first time in a long time, she felt like she could really make a difference. Restore Eden was no longer going to attack companies. They were going to consult with companies on how to change their policies and help brighten the future for their kids. A knock at the door distracted her, and she glanced at it with her heart in her throat. A few weeks had passed since she had last seen Gabe, and she often wondered if he would show up unannounced. After all, she'd left the conference room without a word to him, and he really wasn't in charge anymore. Angie had been handling the details. Part of her desperately wanted Gabe to come after her. She owed him an apology, but she wanted to be forgiven first. Life didn't work that way. Opening the door a crack, she frowned when she realized that while it was a Maxfield, it wasn't Gabe. Nathan, what are you doing here? There was an alarmed look on his face as he glanced down the hall. Daisy, your neighbors are threatening to stab each other. No, it's fine. Give it a couple of hours and they'll be screwing like the lovebirds they are, she said dismissively. Come in. Thankful that she had cleaned up earlier, she stood aside to invite him in. To what do I owe the pleasure? Pleasure, huh? He grunted. A month ago you were avoiding me. Now it seems I'm the preferable one of the Maxfield brothers. Her cheeks flushed, and he waved his hands. Angie appointed me as the head of the Sustainability and Green Building Commissions within the company. Nathan, Daisy smiled. That's wonderful. It is. Angie's determined to straighten the company out, and Duncan is doing everything he can to help. It's actually weird. Anyway, the new organization wants to hire you to work with Duncan Enterprises so that we can provide an example to other companies around us. That is, if you're willing to work with us. Willing to work with you? I figured you would all run me out of the city. Instead, you've appointed me head of the Restore Eden section and are helping me straighten them out. Everything is great. She forced a strained smile. She wasn't lying. Everything was great. Everything would be perfect if Gabe was by her side. Nathan saw right through her. Daisy, we were together for a long time. You don't think I can tell when you're lying to me? I'm not lying. Some aspects of my life are really working out great. Some are a little more complicated, but that's life, right? Nathan folded his arms. You know, when we weren't working out, you went over the top to try to fix things. Now, when things aren't working out, you're just turning your back and walking away. That's not the Daisy I knew.
how I acted with you had disastrous consequences. Besides, Gabe and I aren't like you and I. We haven't been dating for years. We've actually never been on a date. We're simply tangled up in a dangerous, adrenaline-pumped situation, and we let our emotions get the better of us.
So you're not in love with him?
Daisy blanched and nearly choked. Of all the Maxfield men, why are you the one here talking with me about it? I'd prefer Duncan or Stephen.
Duncan is watching from the sidelines, and Stephen is busy. You know that I actually got into a fight with Gabe over you? A physical fistfight. I defended your honor and everything.
What?
Daisy planted her hands on her hips.
You're kidding me, right? I'm an adult woman. I can see whomever I want.
At the time, I didn't realize that he had feelings for you. After finding out that he was the one who leaked the files to the media, it was obvious. And I sat back to see what would happen next, which was a big fat nothing. It seems clear to me that you're scared. So, here I am, to find out what you're scared of.
Nathan, I know it's complicated because we used to be together and Gabe is your brother. But this is none of your business. There was a time when you couldn't care less about your brothers. Now you're getting involved. It's way too strange, she said. It's not that I don't appreciate you trying to help, but you're wrong. Gabe and I had a fling. That's all it was. Yes, it was intense, but there is no doubt in my mind that he hates me. And I'm trying to figure out how to approach him so that we can still maintain a business relationship.
Ignoring him is not working, Nathan pointed out.
And neither is going out of my way to push myself on him, Daisy snapped back. So talk to him. Quit stewing on what you think and go figure it out for sure. At the very least, you owe him an apology.
She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Just thinking about it was giving her anxiety.
I know, she said. I know. I do owe him that. For the record, I'm okay with you and Gabe.
It might matter more to Gabe than to you, but I'm okay with it.
Daisy blew out a breath. It matters to me too. You and I were pretty special at one time, but we weren't right for each other. You and Gabe complement each other. You're exactly what he's missing, and he is what you need. And if you don't act soon, you might lose him, Daisy.
He gave her a straight look. He was right. She never was very good at lying to him. Closing the door, she gave him a big hug and sighed.
Thank you, Nathan. You're right. I do need to act.
Don't dismiss you two so quickly, Daisy. Okay? She gave him a small smile.
Okay.
Deep down, she wanted him to be right, but she was afraid that he didn't know his brother as well as he thought. She had almost betrayed Gabe. She could have ruined his career, the entire company. She needed to own up to her side of everything that happened and apologize. Even if he said hurtful things. Even if he said it never meant anything and he never wanted to see her again. She had to face up to it. No more hiding. Chapter 22. Oh, the elevator. Gabe raced across the lobby as a hand reached through the closing doors. They opened back up again and he slid in. He turned to push the button for his floor and found it already lit. Thanks, I'm running a little late. I'm never usually late, he said as he turned around. Immediately, it seemed like all the air left the elevator.
Hello, Gabe,
Daisy said softly. It had been a month since they smoothed things over with the media, and in those 4 weeks, Gabe hadn't once seen Daisy. She'd slipped out during the board meeting, and although he'd thought a dozen times about calling her, he knew that if Daisy wanted to see him, she'd come around. And here she was. But she wasn't at Gabe's apartment where they might have a little bit of privacy. She was at Duncan Enterprises. Therefore, it seemed most likely she was here to meet with Angie. Hello, Daisy. Here to see Angie? She's quite pleased with the progress that we've made with Restore Eden. I think if Angie had more time, she'd take over the section. Anyway, I hear that you're ready to move forward with the new group in San Francisco. Need to iron out a few more details?
Something like that,
she said quietly. He frowned as he looked her over. She was wearing a high-waisted, A-line skirt with a button-up blouse and black pumps.
Her hair was pulled back in a tight bun. She looked beautiful, but she didn't look right. "You look like you're about to head up a board meeting," he said softly. There was no inflection in his voice. He didn't like her new look, but he didn't want to insult her either.
"And you're out of your jeans," she noted.
Gabe didn't say anything as the doors opened. Walking out, he listened to her heels click on the tiled floor. "Well, I hope your meeting goes well. It was nice seeing you," he mustered as he stopped by his office and unlocked the door. When she didn't respond or walk on, he looked over his shoulder and frowned. "Daisy?"
"I'm your 8 o'clock appointment," she said softly.
"I'm sorry. You're what?" He swung the door open. Daisy didn't make appointments. She normally charged in and demanded whatever it was that she needed.
"I made an appointment with your secretary yesterday afternoon."
Gabe took a deep breath. "I see. I'm fairly certain that Nathan is taking over all correspondence with Restore Eden."
"I'm not here to talk to Nathan."
"I'm not here on behalf of Restore Eden." She fidgeted nervously.
"Can we go into your office and speak? I feel a little uncomfortable standing in the hallway."
She tugged at her skirt, and Gabe nearly laughed. Sweeping his hand, he gestured for her to go in. 8 a.m. is a bit early for you, isn't it?" he said as he set his briefcase down and booted up his computer. She continued to pull at her clothes, and it was starting to distract him. If she were so uncomfortable in them, he'd be more than happy to help her take them off. He'd missed Daisy. Despite all the positive news coverage and sweeping changes they were making in the company, the weeks dragged by. He looked for her at every meeting. He looked for her every time he went out to the lobby. He looked for her on the damn streets. It was getting irritating. Gabe was used to getting what he wanted from women, but if they weren't happy, they usually made their feelings all too clear. Daisy slunk into the shadows and disappeared. He drove by her apartment on numerous occasions to make sure that she was still alive, but it wasn't necessary. Restore Eden was quite vocal about all the meetings they had with her. All he really wanted was to see if maybe he could catch a glimpse of her.
"I'm doing things a little differently these days."
Her voice was soft and low. "I see. Well, it's a little past 8. What is it you wanted to see me about?" he asked as he folded his arms on his desk and looked at her expectantly. If she wanted a business meeting, he could play the part.
"I have apologized to everyone in your family and in the company, except for you," she said. "I realize that none of this would have ever happened if I hadn't targeted Duncan Enterprises through Restore Eden, but—"
"Stop." Gabe held up his hand and shook his head. "We're not going to do this, Daisy."
"Please," she begged. "I need to tell you."
"No." His voice was colder than he had intended, and her eyes widened. With a sigh, he stood and walked around his desk. Leaning against it, he cocked his head and stared at her. "Daisy, what are you wearing?" She looked down at her outfit and frowned.
"I borrowed it from Angie. If I'm going to work with companies, I need to learn how to work with the system. That means fitting in. I figured I'd do a trial run with you. I thought maybe if I looked more like the woman you—" Her voice trailed off, and she cleared her throat. "If I looked like the women you usually work with, maybe you'd be more open to listening to my apology."
Gabe folded his arms. He didn't think she ever looked more vulnerable than she did right now. "I like my suits," he said abruptly. "And I'm not giving them up, but I admit that I need a little more flexibility in my life. Somewhere along the way, I had buried myself in this company. I guess in that respect, I'm not so different from my father as I believed. I have to admit, it felt good to let the rebel in me out." Daisy stood.
"Gabe, I'm sorry."
"Wait,
"What?"
I'm not done," he said mildly. She said nothing, and he continued. "You coming into my life, despite how you did it, was what I needed. If Duncan Enterprises had continued down the same path we were on, nothing would have changed. The truth is that I needed someone to shake me up and remind me of whom I used to be. And I have you to thank for that. You woke me up, Daisy Levine, with your tight jeans that frame your curves in all those delicious places, your tiny tank tops, and your passionate outbursts. Although I have to admit that the lesson worked both ways. I'm trying to be more flexible.
You're trying to be less of a sledgehammer. So really, there's no need to apologize. If we both wanted to admit the truth, things worked out in both our favors. Is there anything else that you'd like to say?
So you forgive me?
Nothing to forgive. She nodded and reached down to grab her purse.
Then I guess I'm done. I won't waste any more of your time. I'm glad you're not mad at me.
Gabe let her take a few steps towards the door. I didn't say I wasn't mad. I'm actually furious with you, more so this morning than I have been in the past few weeks. Frowning, she turned to stare at him.
You're upset?
What are you doing, Daisy? Making appointments with me? Dressing like Angie? This isn't you. She looked down at her outfit.
I told you that I'm trying to make some changes.
Daisy, you can't let this change you. You can't become somebody else. Things work because you are you. It works because you show up in jeans and flannel shirts and with that sexy braid of yours. It works because you show up unannounced and shake up the system. It works because you speak your mind. If you change all that, if you try to act like you're some corporate clone, you're going to become the problem.
So you're mad at me because of my clothes?
He couldn't hold his tongue any longer.
Where the hell have you been, Daisy?
She immediately looked down at the floor.
I've been busy.
This isn't about Duncan Enterprises or Restore Eden. This is about us. If you didn't want to see me anymore, you didn't have to disappear from my life. You could have called me or come to see me. You told me that if I didn't agree with you, you'd understand, but you never gave me a chance. Why? Daisy took a deep breath and looked up to meet his eyes.
I was scared.
Why?
The last night I spent with you before you saw the paperwork was probably the best night of my life. I've never felt that way with anyone, and I started to realize that maybe it could work. Maybe we could work. But when we started arguing and it all came crashing down. And then, when the media found out, I was sure that Restore Eden was behind it, but then I found out it was you, and I didn't know what to think. I avoided you because I didn't want to find out that you had gone against Duncan Enterprises for the same reason that Nathan had. I couldn't bear it.
Gabe uncrossed his legs and pushed himself from the desk. He walked over and stared out the window. He knew what she was going through. That night had stuck with him. It was the best and worst night of his life.
I'm sorry if I looked like a coward. I needed time to process everything before I felt like I could face you.
And now you're ready? He turned his head to stare at her. Now you're ready for me to tell you how I really feel? She nodded her head and he smiled. This was what he'd been waiting for. I think I'd like to start over, but with a different arrangement. Nathan might be taking over implementing the changes in Duncan Enterprises, but I like to remain the liaison for Restore Eden.
Okay, she said slowly. I'm a little confused, but if that's what you want.
It is, but this time things are going to be different. We won't be sneaking about and doing things that we know are wrong.
Right,
she nodded her head, and he could see that she was upset.
No, I get that. Completely professional.
Smiling wickedly, he crossed the room and finally touched her. After weeks of remembering how she felt in his arms, he nearly lost control as soon as he swept his fingers over her skin. She stiffened against him and he slowly tilted her chin up. Not professional, Daisy. I'm going to do absolutely everything that I've been fantasizing about.
But you said...
I know what I said. I'm proposing new terms. Ones that end up with you as my wife. Her eyes rounded.
What?
I love you, Daisy. I've known for a while how I felt about you, and if you'd stuck around, I would have told you. You made me realize that I was always living my life for other people. That for once in my life, I needed to do something for me. Now I am. Marry me, Daisy. She closed her eyes and leaned against him.
I love you too, Gabe. I've spent this whole time thinking that I had hurt you.
You did. By disappearing, which is why I figure I need to do something a little more permanent to keep you around this time. Marry me. All I need to be happy is to have you by my side for the rest of my life. Turning my life upside down.
She laughed and lifted her head to look at him.
I've never thought of myself as the marrying type. It's so conventional.
Well, after the wedding, we could have a big party with lots of influential people to donate to your causes. And since you'll be the woman of the hour, no one will be able to turn you down.
No.
She shook her head, and his hopes plummeted.
I don't want to share my moment with a bunch of people that I don't know. Small affair. Family and friends. And a honeymoon in the woods in that cabin we found.
Gabe stilled and stared at her.
Did you just agree to marry me?
Daisy's face broke out into a wide smile.
Think you can handle it?
Leaning down, he framed her face with his hands and kissed her. In that kiss, he tried to express everything that he was feeling. Relief, joy, love. Daisy may have had a rocky relationship with the men in the Maxfield family, but now she had a more permanent one, and he would spend the rest of his life loving her. Epilogue. Daisy looked around the apartment, feeling a little wistful. This had been her home for so long. It was cheap, broken down, and was surrounded by some questionable characters, but it was hers nonetheless. It had seen her through all her crusades, but this chapter in her life was now closed. And it wasn't the boxes that were piled up in the corner that really closed the deal, but the ring on her finger. "Mrs. Daisy Maxfield?" Gabe muttered, as he put his arms around her and nuzzled her neck. "Are you happy?" Daisy Maxfield. The name still sounded foreign to her ears. She held up her hand and stared at the diamond and gold band on her finger.
"I would have been happy with a ring pop and eloping," she said with a chuckle.
He nipped at the sensitive skin on her neck, and she shivered. He'd given her the small wedding and the honeymoon cabin, but none of that changed the fact that she'd married into money. Gabe tried to insist that she move out of her apartment immediately after he proposed, but she balked. Although she'd spent almost every night with him, she was still a traditional girl. But the honeymoon was over, and it was time to step into her new life.
"You keep looking around this place like you're sad to see it go."
Turning, she hooked her arms around his neck and slid her fingers through his hair.
"I am a little sad to see it go. You have no idea the things I did in this apartment."
"You forget that I have a whole file on you," he said, before he dipped his head and kissed her slowly. "I know exactly what you did in here, the protest rallies you planned, the pickets that you drew up, the petitions you drafted and hounded politicians to sign." The rumors that the heat died down after the honeymoon weren't true. Her heart still fluttered as his hands slid down her body.
"This apartment was my inspiration."
"This building houses drug addicts and thieves," he muttered as he squeezed her ass cheeks. She inhaled sharply as he pulled her closer towards him.
"I lived here," she reminded him, "and I'm neither a drug addict nor a thief."
Lifting her slightly, Gabe pushed her up against the wall. "But you are definitely addictive. You know what I think might help make the transition a little easier?"
Sorry, readers. Here's where we fade to black due to YouTube explicit content guidelines. If you dream for the steam, you'll need to take a look in the book.
He was everything that completed her, and he was now hers forever. She wasn't saying goodbye to her apartment or saying goodbye to her old life. He accepted every part of her, and he fulfilled her. Love and happiness had been the missing puzzle piece, and with him, she finally had it all. The eyes don't lie, and his said that he would be hers forever, just like she would be his forever. The end of The Billionaire's Rebellious Lover, Book 2 of the Maxfield Brothers series. This has been The Billionaire's Rebellious Lover, the Maxfield Brothers series, Volume 2. Written by Leslie North. Narrated by Connor Brown.